Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
All right, welcome into the Sam Bourquin Show, AM 1310 WDPN. Don't forget you can watch and listen to us on the WDPN Facebook page, our X page, and of course the Q92 radio page on YouTube. Welcome everybody. We are at Marlington High School on an 81-degree Friday here in early September, getting ready for high school football tonight between the homestanding Marlington Dukes and, of course, the Louisville Leopards. It is an AWP Safety Football Friday. Today's show presented by AWP Safety. And we certainly appreciate those folks on board with us the entire football season. Want to shout out Drew and the whole crew at AWP Safety. All right. Hey, second time we've been here this year. That's how fast things are going. We were here for the opening game of the season. Marlington and Warrensville Heights. And here we are. It's week 4. And now the Louisville Leopards will come to town. And was just talking to Scott Stair, the outstanding athletic director here at Marlington. And he expects a full house tonight. The pre-sale tickets were hotcakes. And he's expecting a full house here tonight for Marlington and Louisville. All right, before we go any further and do any more little quick housekeeping things before we get the show going, Youngstown Ursuline has made it official. They have canceled the rest of their high school football season for 2025. That announcement just coming a little bit ago. I've got the letter posted on my Facebook page, and it's also going to be up on X. So if you want to go read that letter in full, that's where you can find it. I'll read it to you now. Dear Ursuline community, we have decided to cancel the remainder of Ursuline's 2020-25 football schedule. The issues that have been raised with our team have saddened and shaken us. As we had previously reported, disciplinary actions were taken against some students. Others left the program or our school entirely before discipline could be imposed. Our head coach has been suspended. 2 assistant coaches are on administrative leave, and we continue to cooperate with the investigations of this very serious matter. At the same time, we had hoped to continue our season with dozens of student athletes, band members, cheerleaders, and other students, along with the coaches, parents, and others who are not alleged to be involved at all in this situation. Continue. They simply wanted to play a sport they love, engage in fulfilling achievements, or supporting their loved ones. It became increasingly clear, however, the season could not continue. Therefore, this difficult decision had to be made. Continuing from the Youngstown Ursuline letter today, we also are determined to overcome these challenges and restore faith in our school. As we have for many years, we have continued to offer efforts and support for the many other student accomplishments in the classroom and our substantial roster of rewarding student activities, service opportunities in our school. Our students continue to achieve impressive results in and out of the classroom. Thank you for your understanding and your continued support during these difficult times. Sincerely, Ursuline's leadership team. So, it is official. Youngstown Ursuline has canceled the rest of their high school football season. I don't know if you saw it earlier today. Youngstown Cheney canceled. Of course, yesterday, St. Vincent St. Mary canceled. Fitch canceled. And at that point, I mean, they only had a handful of games. Mooney had talked about canceling with Ursuline, and that's it. I mean, he only would have had like 2 or 3 games to play if the other teams didn't cancel on him to begin with. So that's that. The Ursuline high school football season is done, and that's a shame. Look, I don't know what happened. All I did was read the lawsuit. I read the second lawsuit that was filed by the young lady back in 2023. You got to let everything play out, but it's a shame. It's a shame because the kids that didn't know, if there were any that didn't know, I don't know who did and who didn't. It's a very tight-knit community. It's a small parochial school. Usually everybody knows everything. But if there were some that did not know, if there were some coaches that did not know, if there were administrators that did not know, if there were others that had absolutely nothing to do with it, players, coaches, what have you, then that kind of stinks for them. It stinks for those kids. It stinks for their parents. It stinks for the cheerleaders, the band, the people that went about doing the right thing the right way all the time. And that stinks because those got robbed of an entire high school football season for the most part. I think they played 2 games, and that was it. So they got to play 20% of their games. So they missed out on 8 other Friday nights. And the way they were playing, they probably missed out on a lot more as far as postseason. That's all out the window now. It's gone. And I feel bad for those who were not involved and who didn't know. Maybe that's a bigger segment than we think, a smaller segment, I don't know. But that's who I feel bad for. You know, you go to high school, you're 15 years old, you graduate, you're usually 18. It's 4 pretty cool years of your life. You're making new friends, you're seeking things out in the world a little bit. You're meeting new teachers, you're meeting new people, new friends, new teammates, new coaches. You're taking that next step toward adulthood. Whether you're a young man or a young woman, you're making those steps, and hopefully, you know, you get ready to go off to college or go to the workforce or whatever you're going to do. But those are pivotal years in your life, and I don't care if you're playing football, baseball. I don't care if you're a cheerleader. I don't care if you're just a student. Look how many students have left. Students that didn't play a sport. They're gone. They left. They didn't want to be a part of it. Their parents said, no, this is not what we signed up for. So they're gone. But those kids and coaches and some, again, I got to preface this because some people hear what they want to hear. If those who did not know and were not a part of it, that's who I feel bad for. They got robbed of the high school experience of a high school football season, which starts and ends just like that. How many times do we talk about it? It's already week 4. Pretty soon it'll be week 10. They got robbed of their rivalry game with Mooney. It's gone. It's gone because of allegedly very bad things that happened. Again, we'll let it play out. Let the court system do their thing. Hear the witnesses, what have you. And I know Ursuline's going to try to, put their side of the story out there and defend themselves. But at the end of the day, it's a really bad situation for everybody. And you got to wonder now, even if those coaches, the head coach, the assistant coaches, and others that were really involved with this and were a part of it or let it go on and turn the blind eye, even with those folks out of the building, and I assume that they will all be out of the building, is that high school are they going to be able to survive? How many more kids are going to leave? How many more students are going to leave? How many more parents are going to say, you know what? Nope. We're going to take our kids and we're going to take our tuition money and we're leaving. We're out of here. If that gets, again, I've heard it's almost 100 now that have left the school. If that number grows to 150, 200, 250, folks, you know how things snowball. You open your eyes, look and see how quickly and swiftly things happen now. Say they lose half their enrollment. It was at 489 to start the year. Say they lose half of their enrollment. That puts you down about what, 275, 280? All that tuition money is gone. I don't know how in that area, I don't know how those schools both will be able to survive. And I'm talking about Cardinal Mooney and I'm talking about Ursuline. And Mooney's had their problems too. Not hazing stuff, more financial, trying to make improvements to the building and stuff like that, just to upkeep the high school and the grounds and the facilities and things like that. And I know there's still a lot of money in the Youngstown area, but not like it used to be. And I just wonder if Youngstown Ursuline now is going to be able to survive, to keep their doors open. If this stuff comes out to be true, and you hear the details in the courtroom, and I'm sure they will be plastered all over every social media page and outlet and whatever. I don't see how they survive that, because that's going to go worldwide. Forget about just a little bubble in Youngstown. Forget about Mahoning and Trumbull County. It's all over the state of Ohio. It's going to be all over the country. I don't know if they will be able to survive the backlash, the comments, the exodus of students, parents, tuition money, donor money, alum money. I don't see how they survive.
Well, hey, Sam,
Yeah.
Our guy Henry called in to say that he hears that Mooney and Youngstown Ursuline consolidation might be on the table now.
Well, if it wasn't already, it probably is now. I've got to believe it's been on the table, maybe secretly. Just like how long has Central Catholic and St. Thomas been rumored to be, merging together, so to speak? Even though now they're under the same umbrella, the Stark County Catholic schools, I'm sure there's still discussions about that. You just don't hear about it. But I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised one bit if Ursuline and Mooney at some point had to merge together and be one school.
Sounds like a smart choice at this point. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how. And I'm wondering how many kids that have exited Ursuline, I wonder how many have transferred to Mooney.
Exactly.
I have heard quite a few have gone to Warren Harding. I assume some, if they're trying to stay with the private school, the Catholic education and everything that comes with that, I assume some kids have gone to Mooney. I mean, it's not that far away from Ursuline, but I'd heard some have gone to Harding. And you could go to Warren JFK, a little bit more of a drive, but if you want that private parochial education and experience, Warren JFK is not that far away. And then if you want to go the public school route, you got Warren Harding. You've got one or two, I believe, public schools, Youngstown, that are still open. So there's choices out there, but I don't know how they survive. I really don't know how they survive. If there's a mass exodus of kids and students and parents and money, there's no way that they will make it. And that's a shame. I mean, I don't know the whole illustrious history of Youngstown Ursuline High School. I know they've been a member of the Youngstown Diocese for forever and ever and ever and ever before I started going to grade school at St. Michael's back in the 80s. I know that they've had outstanding athletic programs. I assume the curriculum and the teaching was very good. I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't believe that. I'm sure you get a great education there. But if this stuff, and there's been a lot of stuff out there. If those of you that have read the lawsuit, you've just read little snippets of it, you've watched little videos about it, what people have to say. If that stuff is true, that's going to be a hard thing for them to come back from. It really is, and that's a shame. But if stuff was let to go on, if people kept turning the cheek and turning a blind eye, That's what happens. That's what happens. So that was kind of the big story today. Ursuline canceling the rest of their high school football season for 2025. If you have any thoughts on that, again, we're unable to take calls today. Again, if you want to text in your opinion, 330-924-7088. You can also drop your comments on all of our AM 1310 WDPN social media platforms. Drop me a note on X, on Facebook, on the Q92 radio page on YouTube, and we'll read those on the show, on the air today, and we'll interact with you as best we can that way. We do have a big football game here tonight. Louisville and Marlington. The Dukes are 2-1. The Leopards are 3-0. Caleb Norick will join me at 6:30 tonight for the pregame. We'll kick it off at 7 right here on AM 1310, WDPN, and all of your social media platforms. On the FM tonight, Q92 Radio, you've got 3-0 Lake, 3-0 Perry. Clint and the crew will have that for you. And then 5 other games tonight all along the Q92 Sports Network, and we'll be letting you know about those games as the show goes on here this afternoon. Also want to remind you, 4:10, maybe around 4:10 or so, Joe Cardinal, Marlington head coach, is going to be here, and he's bringing Cam Evanich with him. So we're going to talk to Coach and Cam. Sounds good, doesn't it? At about 4:10. I hope Coach doesn't come up before then because we'll be in the news, all right? But at 3:35 today, we're going to talk some Cleveland Browns football. Freddie Greetham from the Orange and Brown Report. Browns and Ravens getting ready to go Sunday in Baltimore. Fred will join us today via video coming up at 3:35. So we have a lot to get to here on this AWP Safety Football Friday. Right now, we will take a break. We'll come back with more live from Marlington High School on AM 1310 WDPN. It's the Sam Bourquin Show. Stay with us.
Music and intelligence for your life.
No matter what anybody tells you, words and ideas can change the world.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room. Join me for Music and Intelligence for Your Life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
You heard it on the John Tesh Radio Show.
Looking to beautify your home with all the colors of the season? DeHaas Flowers Greenhouse and Landscaping has 32,000 square feet of greenhouses filled with blooming and beautiful flats of annuals and perennials. So you'll find everything you can imagine and more. Their hanging baskets are overflowing with splendor, plus they have a huge selection of all your favorite hardy vegetable plants. In DeHaas Nursery, you'll find thousands of trees and shrubs on 1.5 acres. And right now, the rhododendrons are blooming beautifully in lush and novel colors. The vibrant blooms of the easy-to-maintain knockout roses will knock you out. DeHaas decorative bird baths, statues, and pottery will add the perfect accent to your landscape. Just a mile south of State Street on the corner of Beach and Beechwood is a wonderland of color. That's DeHaas Flowers, Greenhouse, and Landscaping in Alliance.
America, our military is sacrificing for our freedom. Please take time to remember our men and women fighting overseas. This salute is courtesy of Diamond in the Rough Property Solutions, serving our community with dependability and excellence. For all your residential and light commercial remodeling needs, call the professionals at 330-763-0089. 330-763-0089. That's Diamond in the Rough Property Solutions, reminding everyone to hire smart, hire a vet.
How's Tommy doing now?
Much better.
You said it was asthma?
Yeah, he started with this cough and then he was wheezing.
That's terrifying.
Doctor said hidden triggers can make it worse. Things like dust, mold, and even pests.
Pests?
Yeah, droppings and allergens from cockroaches and rodents can seriously impact children with asthma or allergies.
I had no idea.
We're making sure our home stays pest-free.
Don't let pests put your family's health at risk. Visit pestworld.org to learn more. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show, AM 1310 WDPN, as we broadcast live here from Marlington High School, the home of the Dukes, our second trip here this year. Tonight, it will be the Louisville Leopards and the Marlington Dukes coming up here on AM 1310 WDPN. And, of course, you can you can listen to the ball game audio on the WDPN Facebook page, easy to do, DPN X page, easy to do, and the Q92 Radio YouTube page, easy to do. So we got you covered all night long here. Let's see here. Dougie says, yeah, Sam, that kind of stinks for Ursuline, especially if you are a senior. That is absolutely correct. Okay, all right. Yep, Ursuline has canceled their season. We had that for you about 15, 20 minutes ago. Lots of folks texting in, and kind of sharing their opinions a little bit. Also, if you missed it yesterday, we had our guy Ross Benjamin on, who handicaps the college and pro games for you from wagertalk.com. If you missed that interview yesterday on video, it's up and all of our social media pages. You can go back and listen to that, get your information for the weekend, and you can check that out. Ross Benjamin, wagertalk.com. That interview has been up. We put it up last night about 7 o'clock or so. So if you want to go back and watch and listen to that, you can check that out as well. We do have news and weather coming up here at the bottom of the hour, and Freddie Greetham will join us to talk a little Browns football today from the Orange and Brown Report at 3:35. Browns and Ravens set to go to Baltimore. They'll play in Baltimore, I should say, Sunday with a 1 o'clock kickoff. And the Browns, they're going into a hornet's nest. Make no mistake about it. Should be 1-0. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I know, but they should be 1-0. And the Ravens should be 1-0 too, right? Buffalo Bills spoiled that party. And, of course, we had our own issues against Cincinnati and lost that one 17-16. So you would think a couple of very hungry football teams are going to battle on Sunday afternoon. And we'll have Fred Greetham from the Orange and Brown Report to break it down for us coming up here at 3:35. Yep, I did it again last night. I stayed up last night till 2 o'clock in the morning, hoping and wishing and rooting on the LA Angels to beat the Seattle Mariners last night. Guardians handled their business, come from behind fashion. They picked up the win against the Royals. They're 75-71. So we were down to 3 games out. Okay, I knew the Angels and Mariners came on about 10 o'clock last night. Good old MLB Network had the game. All right, I'm going to watch it. So I watched a little football last night, was following the some other stuff going on news-wise in the country. And I'm following the game on my phone. I said, okay, it's about 12:15. I'm gonna turn on MLB Network. And I watched the game, and I said, oh, my God, they're going to go to extra innings again. And they did. And the Angels took the lead. Mariners tied the game. We're going to the next extra inning. Angels take the lead. Mariners tie it. Mariners win the game on a walk-off, and they win the game 7-6. So now the Guardians are still 3.5 out, and I went to bed angry because of the Angels last night. Doggone it. All right, news is coming up. We'll be back with the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN.
Here's the latest news on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 3:30. Officials in Utah have confirmed what President Trump told Fox News, that a suspect has been caught in Wednesday's murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Details from ABC's Jim Ryan.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox has become the public face of the search for a suspect. Today,
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
He's identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who lives nearly 300 miles from the scene of the shooting.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years.
Cox says some of the unspent bullets had been engraved, including one that read, "Hey, fascist, catch." Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Meanwhile, Governor Cox is making an impassioned plea for Americans and young people in particular to use the horror of Charlie Kirk's public assassination as an inflection point to turn the country away from political violence and division. He says this is a moment to make a choice, escalate, or find an off-ramp. Two-term Republican governor has, throughout his political career, issued pleas for bipartisan cooperation and drawn national attention for his remarks. Israel's targeting of Hamas's political leadership on Qatari soil this week has threatened to derail ceasefire talks. President Trump today is meeting with the Qatari leader, and ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers has more.
The White House says President Trump's expected to meet tonight in New York with Qatar's prime minister to discuss the aftermath of the Israeli strike against Hamas leaders in Doha earlier this week. The meeting comes on the heels of the prime minister and Qatar's minister of foreign affairs sitting down today at the White House with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The White House this week issued a strong rebuke of Israel's strike in Qatar Tuesday, saying it doesn't advance Israel or America's goals. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the U.S., and he felt, quote, very badly about the location of Israel's attack. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The Missouri Senate has passed a plan backed by President Trump that could help Republicans win an additional U.S. House seat. The Senate's vote today sends the measure to Republican Governor Mike Kehoe for his expected signature. But opponents immediately launched a referendum petition that could force a statewide vote on the new map. Missouri is the third state to take up congressional redistricting ahead of the 2026 elections. Republicans in Texas passed a new House map aimed at winning 5 more seats. Democrats in California countered with their own redistricting plan aimed at picking up 5 seats, but it still needs voter approval. It's 81 degrees in Alliance at 3:32. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the latest forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Forecast this afternoon calling for sunny skies with a high near 82 degrees.
All right, we're back here at Marlington High School. We'll calm before the storm, if you will. The Marlington Dukes and the Louisville Leopards are going to play tonight. Little high school football, AM 1310 WDPN. And we have the pregame beginning at 6:30. Caleb Norick will join me for all the play-by-play. The big news, if you missed it today, high school-wise, Youngstown Ursuline has officially canceled the rest of their 2025 high school football season. So they are done, and I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later on here as well. All right, the text line is open today, 330-924-7088. If you want to share your thoughts, your comments, drop your comments as well on all of our 1310 WDPN platforms on social media. All right, the Browns and the Ravens, Sunday 1, M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, Maryland. They are celebrating the 30th year anniversary of them stealing the Browns. And let's bring in Freddie Greetham. Our guy from the Orange and Brown Report does a terrific job covering the Cleveland Browns. Check him out online on X at Fred Greetham9, also the Orange and Brown Report. Fred, how you doing this afternoon?
Doing great. Sam, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good to be with you. It's I got to tell you, it's eerie being in a high school football stadium and you're the only one in the entire building for like the next 3 hours. But it's really kind of a little bit eerie. But we are ready to talk some football, Fred. And what are your thoughts on I know the NFL makes the schedule, but what are your thoughts on the Ravens scheduling that big anniversary and all the hoopla when the Browns come to town this Sunday? Big deal or no?
Well, it is to some of us that were around. There wasn't too many of us that are still around. I think Jim Schwartz was about the only member of the coaching staff or front office that was here at that move. He was on Belichick's staff. And myself and a couple other writers were in that room that day that, the fateful day. Actually, we were covering practice. And then it came across, hey, turn on the TV that we had in the media room. And there it was, Art Modell and the governor, Clendenning, or whatever his name was, making the announcement. It was kind of a sad day. It was a surreal day because you're like, like a lot of us grew up watching the Browns 64 championship, and it's like there's no way the Cleveland Browns could move to another team. There were some rumors, but it was kind of, I wouldn't say it was imminent. Back then it was before social media, and so nobody was really thinking that was going to happen the way it did. But yeah, I have to think the Ravens people really didn't give it a lot of thought, as far as, hey, it's 30 years ago. Let's not worry about it. It's a home opener. They had plenty of time to change that. The schedule came out in May, and that's 4 months, at least to my math. So, yeah, you could have done some other things. I think it is kind of brings up, at least from a Cleveland perspective, the fans kind of brings up salt in the wounds. I mean, we talked to players this week. Several, guys like Denzel Ward weren't even born when the team moved, and most of them weren't. And he's been on the team a while. So they've heard it, but it's not really something that affects them. But it does, the city, the older people like us that have, been through thick and thin. And to see, even, what's happened with that franchise, won a couple Super Bowls and had so much success. They're still one of the best teams in the NFL. Just kind of rub salt in the wound. And the best thing they could do is they can go over there and try to, I think Myles Garrett said it today, be spoilers, spoil their celebration. But, it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
Yeah, it is. And you've been around Kevin Stefanski long enough to know he's not going to do one of those Newt Rockney win one for the Gipper speeches before the game, is he?
No, and when they get, it really comes down to, on the field with the players and I don't know if it's any extra motivation, that Joe Flacco's going back there or anything like that. So it's really who executes on the field, and for the Browns, they have to play a game that we saw last week. I think you have to control the ball on offense, keep Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry off the field the best you can. And you got to take the ball away at some point and turn those into points, because I think I felt better about the Bengals game, not as much with the Ravens on the road and so forth, but it is the NFL, and we have not seen Kevin Stefanski go 0-2. Say what you will. He's found a way to win the second game when they lose the first one. When this franchise 3-20, 3-1 in openers, and in the last 5 years under Stefanski, they've been able to avoid going 0-2.
Fred Greetham is our guest. You can check him out at Fred Greetham 9, the Orange and Brown Report. Ravens, Browns, Sunday 1, M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. They should be in a bad mood too, Fred. The Ravens, they completely just coughed up that game against the Buffalo Bills. So I got to imagine that's been smarting with them for several days. The Browns obviously lost one, a tough one with a couple of missed kicks. I would be surprised if this wasn't a very, very competitive football game for the entire 60 minutes. And if it's not, I will be really disappointed, especially on our end.
Yeah, that's kind of how the NFL goes. And I have kind of a thing I go by. It just seems like my gut feeling is, like, if the Ravens would have won that game the other night against Buffalo, I think the Browns' chances would be a lot better, because it just seems like, whether they say it or not, there's always a little letdown. Yep. But when you lose, they know the odds of a team starting 0-2 of climbing back out. And so, yeah, I just think same thing with the Browns. I think that they're focused. They don't want to be 0-2, but I just feel like right now the Ravens, they're not invincible, but they have that firepower. And you're asking the defense to play another game kind of like you saw last week, and then your offense to, do a little bit more and make some kicks. That's, again, the kick in the gut, not a pun intended, but to lose the game ultimately because you couldn't put it between the uprights, and you got the same guy going in a hostile environment on the road.
Now, to our knowledge, they did not bring anybody in, did they, this week to kick? They didn't. Nothing at all, correct?
There was nothing acknowledged. Usually on transactions by the NFL, I think you have to report people you try out. Okay. And I didn't see anything reported. Now I'm sure they have a short list and have people already on a list, but I think they're just trying to send the message to the young man that, hey, you're our guy until you're not. And, he's already got enough to deal with. And if he sees 2 or 3 veteran kickers or whoever, in the field house doing it, I think that plays more into your mind saying, okay, if I don't make this kick, I'm probably done. We all know if he does the same thing this week, he will be, shown the door. And, it's just unfortunate. since the days of Phil Dawson, it's been like the quarterbacks, a revolving door. You cannot find, most teams don't even draft kickers, and I think the Browns have drafted 3 kickers trying to solve the problem, like Zane Gonzalez, Austin Seibert, and Cade York.
Yep.
And those guys are still banging around or on the unemployment line, but they're still, whenever you hear about available kickers, it's a chorus line of former Browns kickers. So it's been unfortunate, especially the way the Browns need to play to win. You need a reliable kicking game, and that's what's so disappointing with Dustin Hopkins. 2 years ago, you thought you finally had sewn that up. And then for whatever reason, since he pulled the hamstring, he hasn't been able to do anything. And I'm not saying it's injury related. It's just he hasn't been able to really do anything. And that's why they went with Smith.
Fred, I saw that on the latest depth chart, Quinshon was 4th on the depth chart. I guess he did get on the field. He had his meeting on the other day. Do we know what went on there? And do you think he may have a little bit of a shot at getting on the field Sunday against Baltimore?
I think he does. I mean, they have him there. First of all, the PR staff puts that, and he hadn't practiced when they put that out Tuesday. He met with the coaches Monday and Tuesday. I think even on the players' day off, he was in there getting up to speed on all the playbook and book work. Wednesday went to NFL in New York to have his meeting. And then he was on the field Thursday and Friday. Saw him today, full participant. Now we only see now the first 15, 20 minutes, and we're not even allowed to video even handoffs or passes, anything with the quarterback in it. So really couldn't put much out there, but he looked good to me. I mean, we talked to him after practice today. He said, if he's activated, or he kind of was echoing what Stefanski and the coaches have been saying. Well, it's day to day. He says, well, it's day to day, but if he's out there, he feels he's good to go and so forth. I cannot imagine why they wouldn't play him or suit him up. They have an exemption, I think, until after the game. So I don't know if they have to cut anybody. You got 53 and an exemption. So I'm not exactly sure how that goes, but I know that if they don't activate him, they have an exemption till like Monday when they have to cut somebody. So why wouldn't you? It's kind of house money at this point.
Right.
You don't know if the NFL is going to suspend him. And if he's healthy, why not put him out there, even if he's just suited up to make the Ravens think about it until game time? And even if you got him out there a play or two, even if you didn't have him run the ball, just so he got a little taste of the action. I don't expect him to get 25 carries, but as Tommy Rees said, it's easier almost than to try to jam the whole training camp down his throat. Just give him the game plan, and it might just be the runs. Because in passing game, you have pass protection and all that. How about here's the bread and butter running plays between the tackles? I think Ford had 4 or 5 runs last week. I think his longest run was 2 yards. So I would think that he could handle the load that Ford did. They need a spark. And I think that why not see what he does? If he gets 5-6 yards, keep going with him a little bit. You got plenty of guys, a running back. So my gut feeling is he will play. I know they list him as questionable. It's not injury related. And Stefanski kind of played we'll look in the next 24 hours. They'll look at the practice tape and try to but I would think the running game needs all the help they can get. And I think that the offensive linemen, just seeing him back there because they all are very excited about him, would give them maybe a little pep in their step. Because a lot of people, the offensive line, I don't know if last week it averaged 2 yards a carry. I don't know if it's all on the offensive line or if it's on the backs. I mean, a lot of people don't give Nick Chubb all the credit in the world. When they were rushing for being the top 5 rushing team in the NFL. That was when Nick Chubb was running for 1,500 yards. He didn't need a lot of room, and he made that offensive line look good. And that was the plan this year, that Judkins could hit the ground running, so to speak, and make this offensive line, just give him a crack, and we'll see. I don't know if he can do that right off the bat or not, but I do think that was obviously the plan going into this year.
Fred Greetham is our guest. Check him out online at Fred Greetham9, at Fred Greetham9 on X. Orange and Brown report here on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN. One more on Quinshawn, and we'll move on to the Ravens and Joe Flacco's return. Now, you mentioned that the meeting with the NFL a couple of days ago. There's no possible way that they would come in and say, you're suspended by Sunday, would they? They wouldn't dare do that. Or would they?
It's hard for me to believe unless they come down with something tonight, at the end of, when they make their moves. I would think they would have told the Browns, something. He's already missed a game. I know with Mike Hall last year, he got 5 games and they count, but he was put on the exempt list.
Right.
They didn't do that with Judkins. They gave the Browns a 2-week roster exemption. He was asked several different ways about that today, and he didn't really, want to talk about any of that. He just said he's only focused on football and what he can control. But you would sure think, I think some of the holdup of getting him in here was the NFL in dialogue. They had to say more than that they've been doing to the media when we inquire, is that the investigation's ongoing and we haven't made any decisions. I would have to think that the NFL would have at least give the, Andrew Barrier something to go on about, hey, it's kind of looking this way or whatever. So I don't really know, but that would be, if the Browns know that's coming, that would be maybe why he's questionable. But it's also, I think, gamesmanship, kind of leaving their options open, to play him or not play him or keep the Ravens guessing. That's kind of how it goes nowadays in today's world. But I really have no idea.
So Joe Flacco heading back to Baltimore, and he hasn't really made a whole big deal about it. Joe is a pro's pro, but what do you make of what he has said about going back to Baltimore, his relationship with the team, the city, and now that he's a Cleveland Brown? And I know Joe knows the history a little bit of what happened a while ago, but how much is he looking forward to going back there and just putting on a really good show and getting his team and getting Cleveland a win?
Yeah, I think, inside, that's what he wants to do, but he said all the right things and, has a lot of good memories. I mean, and obviously he's a Super Bowl MVP and, they're going to, I think they would probably give him a big ovation, at least at some point early. But then once the game goes, then I think they would like him to play well, but not well enough for the Browns to get a win. But then again, players that come back to Cleveland, kind of get resounding boos and so forth as well. So when you're in the other colors, but I think one thing he said that you can take to the bank, I'm not going to be emotional. At least you're not going to see it from me. And I think even going back to last week's game with those, as many rookies as they're playing, they had 4 rookies in that opening drive of the game that contributed. That has to go a long way when they look in the huddle and he's talking to them, and he's giving them the feeling, man, he's got this. Mm-hmm. And they're not nervous. They're not. That's gonna really take the edge off. And I think on the road in a hostile area, I think that more than anything will help. Of course, he wants to play well, but he's got to get help from the rest of them. And I think, there's nothing more he would rather do than to defeat the Ravens. I mean, they drafted Lamar Jackson. Obviously, they were right to do so, but he was still the quarterback. He spent time there as the backup, when Jackson took over, or Jackson was behind him for a year and so forth. So I think more than anything, he wants to, prove his doubters wrong.
Well, Fred, it wouldn't be an official interview if we didn't talk about Shedeur Sanders before we left. And just some of the stuff I've been seeing and reading, looks like he's not getting a whole lot of action during the week as far as reps. And I know he was trying to emulate doing the scout team this week a little bit with the other quarterbacks for as far as what Lamar Jackson does on and off the field. Where are we at with Shedeur? Is he just kind of a guy on the roster now showing up to practice, or what's the latest? What are you seeing there?
Not much. He's the third string quarterback, he's like Dylan Gabriel. I mean, Bill Musgrave, the quarterback coach, said today that all three, Zappe, Sanders, and Gabriel, have all taken turns on the scout team. So there was some report that only Zappe was doing the scout team, and so Sanders and Gabriel weren't even doing that. But yeah, we don't get to see practice. They've cut it back. We can't even video anything with the quarterbacks, even in the short time we used to. We can film them jogging or stretching, but even today, when we went out there, they were already done with stretching, so we really couldn't film anything. So in watching, they have two things going on. They have Flacco on one end working with the starters and the top receivers and so forth. And then they have, it's not like the JV necessarily, but the guys that are usually not playing, the practice squad guys, and Sanders and Zappe are down there with them. Gabriel and Flacco were on the other end. I don't know what they're doing when they get to the scout team because we're not out there, but I believe that's what the coach was saying. All three of them were alternating to some degree, but it is what it is. That's kind of how it's been. Once you get in the regular season, the starter gets all the reps. The backup gets a couple just in case there's an injury. And then you get an injury and everything moves up a notch. Gabriel would get all the reps and Sanders would move up into the getting a few. And so you don't know, and then you got Deshaun Watson, who's kind of saying he's ready to go or showing pictures that he's ready to go. So that's 2 or 3 weeks away. What's going to happen with all that? So, yeah, it's always something with the quarterbacks. You hope you don't have an injury. You hope you can keep Flacco upright. I think that's your best chance, especially these first 6 games.
No doubt. Hey, before we let you go, you got a prediction? You got a pick for Sunday. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I'll stick with what I put in the OBR. We had to do it a couple of days ago. I think I have the Ravens 23-16. I just don't see – I mean, the Browns are going to have to do like they did last week, obviously make their kicks, but I just feel like creating turnovers is their path to victory. Coming off, I said it earlier, coming off that tough loss for the Ravens, I just think they're much more prone to be able to – bounce back and to find a way to get a win. And so I would like to see the Browns win, come back here 1-1. I think it would change everything. But right now I don't see it happening. I think that was your best chance last week. So hope it's wrong, but that's how I see it.
Yep. I would agree. I think it's between a 7-10 game, and I think Baltimore wins too. Fred, we always appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on today. Enjoy the weekend, and hopefully the Browns pick up a win on Sunday. We'll talk again down the road. Thanks again.
All right, Sam. Have a great weekend.
You bet. There he goes. Fred Greetham, our guest here on the Sam Bourquin Show. Fred does a great job, a terrific job. The Orange and Brown Report, you can check him out on X at Fred Greetham9. That's at Fred Greetham9. And he's got the Ravens over the Browns about 23-16 on Sunday. We'll step away, take a quick break. We'll come back and get you ready for the top of the hour coming up here on 1310. Stay with us.
This place has a pulse. You hear it in the canopy, feel it in the ground. Life, fully illuminated, engulfs you. From the birds singing in the treetops above to the tiniest insects in the soil below, you take a deep, cleansing breath, filling your lungs with the essence of the forest. Now, imagine it's all gone. Healthy, life-giving forests reduced to nothing. No singing birds, no lush canopy, and water and food in short supply around the world. Time is running out to protect our forests, and without our love, they can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our forests. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
High school football action continues here on AM 1310 this Friday night as the Louisville Leopards take on the Marlington Dukes. Join Sam Bourquin for all the live play-by-play action. Kickoff at 7 p.m. this Friday night as Louisville takes on Marlington. Hear all the live action right here on AM 1310 and streaming live worldwide on the Q92 Radio Sports Network.
Welcome back. AM 1310 WDPN, the Sam Bourquin Show. Again, thanks to Freddie Greetham from the Orange and Brown Report for talking a little Browns with us. We got the news and the weather coming up here in about a minute. About 4:10, we are going to be hopefully. Well, we got a visitor, and it's not a coach or a player. It's a bumblebee. We got a couple bees. All right, get out of here. Hit the road. Joe Cardinal, head coach of Marlington, and Cam Evidence scheduled to come up here about 10 after 4. So hopefully we can talk to Coach and talk to Cam and get their thoughts on the Marlington season so far and their thoughts on the game against the Louisville Leopards tonight as well. If you missed it, you're just joining us. Youngstown Ursuline has canceled the rest of their high school football season. That news came out about an hour ago, so we just wanted to kind of repass that along to you here on 1310 WDPN. Football tonight, Marlington, Louisville, 7 o'clock. Right here. Caleb Norick will join me for the play-by-play at 7. Our pregame begins this evening at 6:30. And tons of other games tonight on the Q92 Radio Sports Network. We'll be getting into detail about all of those as well. But up next, it's the news on 1310 WDPN. Stay with us.
The latest news and the current Alliance area weather forecast are up next on AM 1310 WDPN Alliance.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. After 2 days of an all-out search for the killer in the murder of conservative political activist Charlie Kirk, police in Utah announced an arrest today, naming 22-year-old Tyler Robinson as the lone suspect. It followed days of searching the campus and neighborhood near Utah Valley University and authorities asking the public for help in identifying a person of interest. Utah's governor says Robinson's family and a family friend reached out to police.
Video from the scene and still images from surveillance cameras pointed law enforcers in the right direction. But FBI Director Kash Patel says an overwhelming public response provided the key.
We have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. Every one of those leads will be run out.
Patel says there's no indication that anyone beyond Tyler Robinson was involved in Kirk's killing. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Authorities say they've also retrieved a rifle near the campus and analyzed cartridges and say some included engraved messages. This is ABC News.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports? Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why is Macy's one-day sale the one sale you can't miss? For starters, you'll find our best prices of the month on fall's top trends, like $99.99 for trenches and barn jackets, diamond bracelets $249, and for cozy nights in, comfy sheets at $19.99 and under. Plus, it's Star Money Bonus Days, when Star Rewards members can earn Star Money faster. Not a member yet? Join for free online or in-store. Don't miss Macy's one-day sale today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions.
Now, the latest Alliance area news from Jeff Mears on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon, it's 4:02. This news a service of Cars Auto Repair. A visiting judge will preside over the trial of 2 Canton police officers charged with reckless homicide. Stark County Common Pleas Judge Kristen Farmer today recused herself from the case during a pretrial hearing for 25-year-olds Bo Shonegi and Camden Birch. The Ohio Supreme Court will appoint a visiting judge. Frank Tyson of Canton Township crashed his vehicle near the AmVets building on Sherrick Road Southeast in April 2024. People there called police to have Tyson removed due to his erratic behavior. He stopped breathing after being handcuffed and put on the floor. Shonegi and Birch have pleaded not guilty. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for October 3rd. Their trial is scheduled to begin January 26th. A Canton man is headed to prison for his role in a drug overdose that left another man dead. 37-year-old Cornell Bennison was sentenced Thursday to 4 to 6 years behind bars by Stark County Common Pleas Judge Kristen Farmer. He pleaded guilty to charges of involuntary manslaughter, corrupting another with drugs, and trafficking in a fentanyl-related compound. Prosecutors say Bennison provided a fatal dose of fentanyl to 30-year-old Shaheen Miller of Canton in September 2024. A rash of break-ins at Canton area shopping plazas is the focus of an investigation by local law enforcement. The Stark County Sheriff's Office says someone broke into French Tip's Nail Salon on Whipple Avenue Northwest in Plain Township Monday. The front window was broken. Canton police say 5 businesses at 2 separate plazas along 30th Street Northwest were targeted early Monday. Windows and glass doors were broken at Darting Around and Anomaly. Around the same time, similar vandalism occurred at Elegant Nails, Dr. Tripp's Travel, and Hairs to You Salon. Jackson Township police say someone broke windows and glass doors at Lovely Nails and Yankee Candle at Belden Park Crossings on Dressler Road Northwest Tuesday morning. Police have not made any arrests. Chronic absenteeism is trending lower in the Marlington School District. The Board of Education heard Thursday from Superintendent Dan Swisher, who credits teachers and administrators with the results. Absenteeism was 26% in 2022 and dipped to 14% by the end of the 2024-25 school year. State law requires absenteeism to be no higher than 10%. Enrollment from June to this month is up slightly at the elementary schools, unchanged at the middle school, and down slightly at the high school. Swisher also highlighted Wednesday's grand opening of the Culinary Arts facility at Alliance High School. It will also be used by students from Marlington and Salem. A Columbiana County judge has rejected a motion to prevent prosecutors from using a photo lineup as evidence at the trial of a man accused in a deadly shooting in Wellsville. Defense attorneys for 34-year-old Gino Wall of Steubenville argued a witness's identification of their client was the result of suggestive police methods. They said use of a single photo and a later photo lineup violated Wall's due process rights. But Common Pleas Judge Megan Bickerton said the witness knew Wall from previous interactions and saw him shoot the victim. Wall is charged with aggravated murder in the September 2024 slaying of 30-year-old Robert Heron of East Liverpool. He was found shot to death behind a garage on 10th Street. Wall remains jailed on $1 million bond. His trial is set for September 23rd. Ursuline High School in Youngstown has canceled the remainder of its football season. This comes after Austintown Fitch, Akron St. Vincent St. Mary's, and Youngstown Cheney High Schools said they wouldn't play Ursuline in their upcoming games. Warren Harding previously canceled its game with Ursuline, which faces a federal civil rights lawsuit. It names school administrators, football coaches, some members of the football team, and their parents, and alleges hazing and sexual assault during a team trip. A separate lawsuit was filed by a former female student. It accuses a football player of assaulting her in 2023 and harassing her for 2 years. The Mahoning County Coroner's Office has identified the victim of a domestic homicide in Youngstown. 22-year-old Alicia Brown was shot and killed at a Terrell Avenue home Saturday morning. 22-year-old Deviana Taylor was arrested at the scene and taken to the county jail. She's charged with murder. The Mahoning County Grand Jury has indicted a former Boardman Township Police vehicle maintenance employee with 2 counts of theft in office. The indictment of 51-year-old Michael Karkato of Poland was issued Thursday. Boardman Police asked the Sheriff's Office to investigate suspected criminal activity involving a township worker. Karkato was placed on administrative leave March 10th and resigned shortly thereafter. He allegedly used township funds to pay for personal expenses. Investigators say Karkato had a side business in which he repaired vehicles. A police search of his home reportedly turned up items purchased using department funds. Youngstown police are investigating a shooting that put a man in the hospital. A male with gunshot wounds showed up at St. Elizabeth Health Center early today. Police believe the shooting may have occurred on Plum Street on the city's south side. The victim is in stable condition. Details of the events that led up to the incident are not known. A maintenance worker for Chase Bank in Youngstown found 7 packages of illegal narcotics. The drugs were found Wednesday afternoon in a drop ceiling in the mezzanine of the building on East Federal Street. WFMJ-TV reports several cellophane-wrapped packages were discovered by the worker who was changing air filters. Police said the substances field tested negative for drugs, but a drug-sniffing dog alerted to the packages. The manager said the last time anyone was in the mezzanine was more than a month ago. It's 82 degrees in Alliance at 4:07. This is the local edition of WDPN News, a service of Cars Auto Repair. I'm Jeff Mears.
Since 1996, Kale's Auto Repair Service, Cars with a K, has been the trusted auto repair shop in Alliance. With over 80 years of experience in Stark and Mahoning County, their team provides high-quality auto care and customer service. They offer a range of services from preventative maintenance to engine repair, AC service, and more. The shop features 10 bays, state-of-the-art diagnostic tools, and mechanics ready to get your car on the road again. They accept all makes and models, ensuring top-notch service for every vehicle. Open Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5 p.m. and Friday from 8 to 11 a.m. Schedule your appointment today by calling 330-821-3100.
This WDPN weather is brought to you by Canterbury Villa of Alliance, where your loved ones become family. Schedule a free visit today by calling 330-821-4000.
Forecast for this afternoon calling for sunshine and a high near 82 degrees. For tonight, mostly clear, a low down to 53. For Saturday, mostly sunny, a high near 83. Sunday and Monday, sunny skies both days with highs near 86 degrees. That's your WDPN weather.
Send your loved ones to a place that cares and a place that they can trust. They'll find a place that feels like home at Canterbury Villa in Alliance. They will provide the highest level of care to their residents when it comes to skilled nursing, rehabilitation, long-term care, and Alzheimer's care. At Canterbury Villa, your loved ones become family. Located on Freshley Avenue, schedule a free visit today by calling 330-821-4000 and ask for Samantha Nutter. At Canterbury Villa, they walk the talk.
Live from the AM 1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. 1310 WDPN. You can check us out live right now on the Q92 Radio YouTube page. You can check us out on X, on Facebook. We are live. That's Cam Evidence right there. I'm over here. I don't need to be in the camera. He is the star right now. We are at Marlington High School tonight. The Dukes and the Leopards coming up on WDPN. The pregame begins at 6:30, and we'll kick it off tonight at 7. Again, you can text your thoughts in today, 330-924-7088. Thanks to Fred Greetham for talking Browns with us from the Orange and Brown Report. And again, Youngstown Ursuline has officially canceled the rest of their high school football season. They made that announcement about an hour ago. All right, we're going to be talking with Coach Cardinal coming up here in a little bit, but we got one of the truly young men, one of the great players on this Marlington football team. Cam Evidence has joined us here up in the press box. And first of all, thanks for taking time to come out before a big game. I really appreciate that. And, man, congratulations on all your success so far.
Thank you. Thank you.
You've been playing at such a high level. What do you love about playing football here at Marlington for Coach?
Oh, I just love just the team we have, the family, the what we have with each other. We're just so close, not just on football, but outside of football, we just all get along so well, and it's so fun to play with each other.
What has been the key for you guys so far this year? We were here for your first game against Warrensville, and you were starting a freshman quarterback that night, and everybody was trying to get over the heat and humidity. People were cramping up all night long, but you guys found a way to win. You had a tough one against Northwest, but you bounced back against Holland last weekend on the road. What's the season been like for you personally and for the team so far?
The key for this year really has been just, one game at a time. Each opponent is different ways. We're about ourselves, especially ourselves. We're young. We have different guys playing. We've had a couple small little injuries that changed some stuff for us. So keeping focus on us has been a big key to our success so far.
If you could talk about so far your career here at Marlington and what that's meant for you and how much you've enjoyed it and how much you are, I know you guys are looking forward to the rest of the regular season, hopefully a shot in the postseason if that comes for you. But just, are you enjoying this as much as you would like, as much as you thought you would?
Oh, yes, for sure. I mean, definitely coming, up through, being part of Marlington's been part of my life, my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
So, getting up here, you don't really know what to expect, your freshman year and stuff, but just how everything has come together. Just couldn't really ask for anything better.
What is it like for you during your off season? Do you lift a lot? Do you run a lot? Do you kind of get away from it a little bit, take a little bit of a break? What is that like for you personally?
It's a combination of both. I take a little break, and then I get right back to it, lifting. Getting out here, starting to get back in that football mindset. Playing multiple sports is, football season. Then you go to basketball. Then you go to the track. So you just kind of take it one trip at a time, and that's the best way.
This might be a little bit of a tough question, but what is your favorite sport out of those three?
Football.
Football? Okay,
Yeah.
good answer. It's a good answer. Cam Evidence is with us here up in the press box here on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN, Marlington, Louisville tonight at 7 o'clock. When did you kind of fall in love with the sport of football when you were a young man? When did that happen?
I was pretty young. I feel like, always coming to games and seeing all the people and just seeing how cool a Friday night really is that's when it kind of started to fall in. And watching my older brother play, that's when it really started. When he was his freshman year, I was like, I really want to do this.
Yeah. So what else beside watching your brother play? And because like in an early age, a lot of people, they're lucky enough to figure out what they want to do, whether it's in the sports world, in business, they want to go teach, they want to coach, they want to take care of a family business, whatever it is. But what was it about a high school football Friday night here at Marlington, or maybe you went to some road games as you were growing up? What was special about that for you?
To me, it was just the brotherhood. Everyone was so close. Everyone knew each other outside of football. You see some places where it's just football.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't just football. It's more than that for us here, and it's a lot of guys. You're not playing just one sport with them. You're playing more. You're with each other, and if you don't play on a sport, you're at their sporting events, watching your teammates, and that's just a really cool thing that you don't really get outside of high school.
Yeah, it's a great 4 years. I mean, it really is from top to bottom. Whether it's your studies, your homework, your teachers, your coaches, your friends, your family, it all kind of comes together. Now, I'm not sure how many guys you have on the team, but I know you have to look at yourself as a leader, right? A leader of this football team. Is there a team joker, so to speak? Is there somebody that kind of breaks everybody up once in a while when you need it?
I mean, I think there definitely is. I don't think it's one person. I think it depends on what the mood is and what's happening. It can do it. I think there's plenty of guys who can ease the tension,
Yeah.
but also there's other guys who we have who can make that tension when we need it. So that's really cool and neat aspect to our team.
Obviously, this is your favorite place to play here, football. This is home. This is where the students come. Your family, your friends. When you guys hit the road in your career so far, what's maybe like your favorite stadium to go to and play against another school?
That's hard. I feel like it's those places that are close, that like that Mount Union versus Alliance,
Mhm.
that West Branch, that the league games really, because you still get those students to come, your friends to come, but it just means a little more. Everything just a little tenser at that league. It's going for that league championship, so that just makes everything matter just that little bit more. It's really unique.
Cam Evidence is our guest here on 1310 WDPN, Marlington, Louisville tonight at 7. What is your routine like once? I know you guys start school a little bit later than others, but what's your routine like day by day? School, practice, studies, friends, family. What's that look like?
Once school starts, I try to keep the same. Once we really start, games, but we try to keep it just wake up, get to school, get through your day. Get out here, practice, and after practice, that's kind of when it's okay. Get homework to do, get your homework done. If you can go watch some of your friends play. If it's soccer, if it's any other sports, you want to go be able to watch them play and support them because you want them to support you. I mean. So that's a big part of it. Watching my family, my sister play volleyball, stuff like that. It's very important.
When do you feel things took off for you as far as football is concerned? I mean, you're putting up some monster numbers right now. I mean, you've got the football build. I know you've got the cerebral part is down. When did it kind of click for you?
I think it kind of clicked a little bit last year. It started to click last year a lot. Just like that was a big part. Just being that that one of the receivers, and I'm not saying me, but we had guys with injuries. Malcolm big receiver this year for us. He was hurt, and we just had some other guys who just were either young or just a little, just weren't, themselves at games. Maybe they're dealing with a little bit of a nag here or there, but having to step up as young really made it so much easier to click from game one this year.
All right, Coach. I got one more minute with your main guy over here. Okay, I want to keep you. I know you got some important stuff to get done here. Do you have a favorite NFL player right now? Who is it?
That's hard to say. I mean, I think it's probably Justin Jefferson.
Okay,
like how he
he's
plays.
pretty good. He's pretty good.
I think that or Joe Burrow. One of those two.
All right. Who's your favorite NFL team?
Browns.
Browns. Okay.
Yeah.
Mine too. Mine too. Hey man, thanks for coming up.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you. Good luck tonight. Keep doing what you do. It's fun to watch you play ball.
Thank you.
There you go. Cam Evanich of the Marlington Dukes, and he's gonna hand it off to the coach, Joe Cardinal, who's stepping up here and getting ready to go. Coach, that is a fantastic young man you've got right there.
Oh, he is.
Oh my goodness. Just great smile, just pleasant, and oh, by the way, a really, really, really special student athlete.
Oh yeah, he's going to be a National Honor Society kid, and he really is. Like Cam and I went the other day and talked to some of the Pee Wee guys, and then I have Cam in study hall during the day, and as good as he is, the first thing he does in study hall is he pulls out his math, and then just starts doing his math homework, and then after that, then he may start watching some film, and then we may talk football, but. I mean, he's math first, or Spanish, or whatever it is. He is the epitome of a student athlete.
How about your season so far? As I was talking to Cam, we were here for your opener. You got through it. You got the win, and then Northwest game comes up, and they don't play the week before, so you're kind of like, okay, what are we watching film wise here? And then the Holland game comes up, and you maybe started a little slow there, but you finished off, and you're building some momentum. How do you feel as we get ready for tonight?
Oh, I mean, every week is kind of its own thing. I mean, we're excited to be 2-1. I mean, for sure. Starting Walter as a quarterback, as a freshman, I think anytime you're 2-1 with that, you got to be excited. And then, I mean, having guys like Cam, and then Cam even talked about Malcolm, having those guys and playing, it's. 2-1 is great, but I'm just enjoying every single Friday we're out here. It's a. I think we said this the first time I was here. It's a blast to coach these guys.
Yeah.
And so we're going one game at a time and just kind of enjoying ourselves.
So talk about your young freshman quarterback. How is he coming along for you? I have seen, the game we did. I saw glimpses.
Yeah.
Right. You see some of the throws. You see the pocket awareness. How has he progressed for you?
Every day he gets better. Every practice he gets better. I mean, we were at Howland last week, and we have a play. Cam kind of runs a dig. It's a dagger concept with a vertical and a dig coming underneath of it, and he threw Cam open. And nobody does that as a freshman. And my angle, I was just wow. I mean, it just kind of says it as the ball's in the air, and then Cam catches it, and then goes up the sideline and scores, but. To see Tyler Walter throw that ball, or to see him, command the huddle, and our line's not small, so that have him go in there as a freshman and command that and earn those guys, and that's what he's done. He's earned their respect. No, he's been great.
He's 38 for 63, 439 yards, 4 touchdowns, only 1 interception. This is a freshman we're talking about. You'll take that every day.
Oh
right?
yeah.
I mean, that's incredible.
No, and his one pick was a jump ball. It was a 4th and forever, and we threw it up. It's the same as a punt. No, his decision making skills are, years above where he should be. At first when you saw him when we played Warrensville Heights, it was all right. Let's try to control the ball. I think he threw the ball 7 times that game. And then he just gets better every week, and we're like, well, let's just put the ball in his hands and let him go a little bit. And I mean, he's done. I think he's thrown for over 200 yards the last 2 weeks. I mean, as a freshman, wow.
Sign me up for that.
Yeah.
If I'm the coach, and I know after 3 weeks I'm going to get those kind of numbers after a freshman quarterback, we're good. And he's going to get better. My gosh,
yes.
You hate to you don't want to rush the next couple of years, but boy, oh boy, by the time he's
well, we're
18,
we're gonna enjoy it. We're gonna
That's
enjoy this one right now.
Stay in the moment.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of the moment, you're going to kick off against a really good Louisville team here tonight at 7.
Yes, we are.
Looks like they got things clicking here a little bit. They've got stability with the coach.
Yes.
They've got things are coming together for them. An old NBC rival. There's been some really good Louisville Marlington games over the past. What are your thoughts on the Leps who come in 3-0 and playing really good ball?
Yeah, I mean they do a great job over there. Really, really well coached. I think their defense is elite.
Yeah.
I really do. We saw Northwest, and Northwest put some points on us, and Louisville did a really good job of kind of stopping that offense. And then offensively, I mean they're very good there too. I mean their offensive line is as good as we'll see all season. They get nasty up front, and they love to run the ball, and then they got athletes on the field. So when you try to load that box, they'll throw it, and their quarterback's a great runner too. I mean it's tough playing against these guys just because how dominant they've been up front on both sides of the ball. It allows them to do different things in the back end, or kind of do different things with their run game. So I mean we're in for definitely a tough matchup tonight. But I mean our guys are excited. That's the cool thing about this team is it's every practice, every day. There's excitement in our locker room, which is nice. I mean, even with Northwest, I mean, first half wasn't great, but I mean, I think we came out in that third quarter, and the ones are still in on both sides, and we played excellent football. So, we're going to have to play 4 quarters, and and even if we play a really good 4 quarters, it's still going to be a really hard game.
Yeah. You talked about their defense. They've only given up 16 points this year. I mean, what makes that defense so good?
The defensive line, to begin with, they can sit in a 3-man front and control, and can kind of control the box a little bit. And then they have athletes everywhere. So, if you do bounce or if you do kind of get through, they're going to come up and they're going to stick you. They're great tacklers, and they do some neat things in their secondary where they kind of disguise some stuff. And I think this is going to be a real big test for Tyler to, get a read and are we sticking with it? Is our read changing pre-snap, post-snap? So they do a really good job of disguising. I mean, and then, like I said, defensive line is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. We mentioned the Marlington Louisville game over the years it's been a lot of fun. And it'll be packed tonight. This will be a great atmosphere. This is what it's all about, high school football. And is it nights like this? I know you enjoy every single night, but is it nights like this, especially that, you amp you up a little bit?
Yeah, I don't know. I get excited for the kids. For me, I have to try to compartmentalize everything as far as what's going on around us. But you want your kids to enjoy it. And we always tell those guys, take it in, take every Friday in, because, when we get so many. And, we know tonight's special, community night, and a lot of people are going to be here. So it's, letting those guys enjoy it a little bit. And yeah, I think you're going to get up. You're going to get up regardless of who you're playing, but having the bands tonight, the fans, the cheerleaders, there's nothing better than a Friday night, high school football atmosphere. And, having a packed stadium's even better.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Coach, I appreciate your time, especially on game day. Thanks for bringing Cam up. Best of luck tonight. Stay healthy, and we'll be in touch.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you so much. There he goes, Joe Cardinal. He is the head football coach of the Marlington Dukes, and they will take on the Louisville Leopards tonight. We'll have the pregame at 6:30. We'll kick it at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. All right, with that, we will step away. We'll take a break and come back with more. Stay with us on the Sam Bourquin Show, live from Marlington High School.
Join us this Saturday here on AM 1310 for Mount Union football as the Purple Raiders take on the Wolverines of Grove City College. Sam Bourquin will have the play-by-play for you, starting with pregame at 12:45, kickoff at 1 p.m. as the Wolverines take on our Mount Union Purple Raiders. Hear it live here on AM 1310 and streaming live worldwide on the Q92 Radio Sports Network. At Hunter Lift in North Lima, Ohio, we believe America is the greatest country in the world. Here, everyone is free to work to become the best version of themselves possible. We're a nation of unlimited opportunity. Millions come here so that they can share in the abundance of American prosperity. This from Hunter Lift on South Avenue in North Lima, Ohio. Specialists in below-the-hook lifting devices and material handling solutions. Call 330-549-3347.
I'm Scarlett Johansson. My family relied on public assistance to help provide meals for us. These meals fueled my involvement in theater and the arts as a child, which fostered my love for acting. The Feeding America network of food banks helps millions of people put food on the table. You can join the movement to end hunger by donating, volunteering, and advocating. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Shows. We broadcast live from Marlington High School here on 1310 WDPN. Thanks again to Coach Joe Cardinal and for Cam Evidence for coming up and spending some time with us here today on the show. Text line is open, 330-924-7088. That's 330-924-7088, or you can comment below on all of our social media platforms. Hey, you know what I forgot to do today? What did I forget to do? It's a fill-in-the-blank Friday here on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN. And today's fill-in-the-blank Friday question is, your favorite thing about high school football is blank. Your favorite thing about high school football is blank. Let us know on our social media platforms. You can send them to me on Facebook, X, text them in. But what's your favorite thing about high school football? I got a couple of minutes here. I can read some of these before we get to the bottom of the hour news. Bill says the rivalries. Mike says the atmosphere. Ron says, hey, it's football. It's up close and personal. Mike L., that it's amateur and it's from the heart. Eric coming in here. Complete love for the game and the pride in the playing for the school and your community. Steve says the inexpensive ticket price and the ability to get a discount if you buy them early. All right, Rudy. Peggy says it's the purest form of the game. Absolutely love it. Joe says you play for the love of your game. John says it's the rivalries. Again, our fill-in-the-blank Friday. Your favorite thing about high school football is what? Let us know on our social media platforms, and we'll read your comments here throughout the show. Okay, a couple of quick things. Guardians tonight, White Sox in Cleveland. The Guardians are 3.5 out of that wild card spot. High school football news off the field today. Youngstown Ursuline has officially canceled the rest of their high school football season. All right, we'll take a break. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday, and it's the Sam Bourquin Show right here on 1310 WDPN.
Now, the latest area news on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 4:30. The man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk had expressed opposition to the conservative activist's viewpoints and indicated that he was responsible for the shooting. That's what authorities said today as they announced an arrest in the killing that raised fresh alarms about political violence in a deeply polarized United States. Utah Governor Spencer Cox told a news conference that 22-year-old Tyler Robinson had become more political in the run-up to Wednesday's shooting and mentioned during a dinner with family that Kirk would be visiting the state. Cox cited as evidence engravings on unspent bullet casings found in the rifle that authorities believe was used in the attack, as well as chat app messages attributed to the suspect. ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett says stopping people from committing violence is a daunting job for law enforcement.
You're talking about individuals. You're not talking about a group. They may affiliate with people who think like them, but it's individuals who commit these acts, much like mass shootings that we talk about. So it's what's going on with that person. And the real trick is, A, how do you know about them? And B, more importantly, how do you know when they have decided they're going to go harm someone like what happened Wednesday?
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer is willing to risk a government shutdown at the end of the month if Republicans don't accept his party's demands on health care. Schumer tells the Associated Press he and House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries oppose any legislation that doesn't include key health care provisions and a commitment not to roll them back. Schumer argues the country is in a different place than it was earlier this year when he argued against a shutdown. The New York senator weathered criticism from fellow Democrats in March when he voted with the GOP to keep the government open. President Trump said today Republicans should not even bother negotiating with Democrats. The FAA has issued a $3.1 million fine against Boeing for safety violations. ABC's Alex Stone reports.
It's the maximum civil penalty allowed under federal law. The FAA saying it found hundreds of quality system violations at Boeing's 737 factory in Renton, Washington, and at its subcontractor, Spirit AeroSystems' 737 factory in Wichita, Kansas. The alleged violations occurred between September of 2023 and February of 2024 and included the Alaska Airlines door plug blowout when the door flew off in flight. Boeing telling ABC News it's reviewing the proposed penalty and has strengthened its safety culture. Alex Stone, ABC News.
It's 82 degrees in Alliance at 432. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Sunshine in the forecast for this afternoon with a high near 82 degrees. Mostly clear skies tonight with a low near 53. Saturday, mostly sunny, a high near 83. Sunday, sunshine, a high near 86. Monday, sunny again, a high near 86. That's your WDPN weather.
$13.10 WDPN, the Sam Bourquin Show continues here on a beautiful Friday. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday. Shout out to AWP Safety. And just a reminder, they are hiring, okay? They are hiring right now. Paid training, certification, advancement opportunities. All you have to do is visit jobs@awpsafety.com. jobs@awpsafety.com. If you're looking for a little career change, you just want to try something different, they are great people to work for. They do a tremendous job. AWP Safety, proud sponsors of our AWP Safety Football Friday shows here on the Sam Bourquin program on AM 1310 WDPN. Text line is open, 330-924-7088. You can drop your social media comments on all of our platforms on this Football Friday. I think we're about 80 degrees right now. It's warming up, but no humidity. It's just a beautiful day. The Marlington boys and girls track teams are out here getting some running in, and they'll be finishing up here pretty soon. And then it'll be, football coming up here at 7 o'clock tonight. Louisville and Marlington. I'm looking forward to this game. This will be a fun game. Place is going to be packed. It's community night. They're bringing Hall of Fame members from the school. The student sections are going to be packed. Both bands are going to be here. It's going to be a great, great scene. And we're hoping for a good ball game tonight. Leopards and the Dukes coming up at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. On the FM side tonight, we got 3-0 Lake, 3-0 Perry. That'll be on Q92 beginning at 7 p.m. this evening. Let's see here. Got a note from Dougie. He says, a little trivia that includes Marlington for you. From 1960 through 1967, the Dukes and Perry played, I did not know this, on Saturday night during Week 10. There were many years where my dad took me to the Massillon-McKinley game on Saturday afternoon and then always to the Perry-Marlington game on Saturday night. There was nothing better than that. Nothing better than a high school football doubleheader. 1968, the Federal League ruled all league games must be played on Friday beginning that year, and that's why we have what we have now. See, I did not know that. So Marlington Perry for 7 years played their games on Saturday nights. I did not know that. Parity and the Dukes continued to play through Week 10 through the 1971 season. Then, of course, Marlington joined the Feder League in 64, and they left the league after the 1984 season. Wow. So let's see here. 95. So it's been 40 years. 40 years since Marlington left the Feder League. I did not know it was that long ago. That's interesting. The Saturday night thing. I didn't know that. Of course, everybody. I shouldn't say everybody. Most teams play on Friday night. It's the high school football Friday night thing. Of course, remember back in the 70s and 80s, McKinley played a lot of their games on Saturday nights at Fawcett. And if McKinley was at home on a Friday, sometimes Timken would play on a Saturday night at Fawcett. But I know Massillon has played some games on Saturdays over the years. Central Catholic, when I was in school, they always played on Saturday night, even before I got there. They played it Saturday night because they were sharing their stadium with St. Thomas for many decades. So St. Tom would play on Friday, and then Central Catholic would play on the Saturday nights. And man, those were good times because you got to remember back then there wasn't the big primetime Saturday night college football package going on. ESPN and a lot of those. I mean, they were ESPN had come on in 1979, but they weren't like you didn't have ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU. They didn't have all the ESPN Plus, and you didn't have the primetime Saturday night college football games. That's just not what they did. They played the big games at noon, and they would play big games at 3:30, and every once in a while there might be like a 7:00 game, but a lot of those games weren't even televised. So people they liked going out to watch high school games on a Saturday night. You didn't have Notre Dame playing at 7:00 on a Saturday night on NBC. You got that now. The Buckeyes play a ton of their games on Saturday night. You got CBS Sports Network, CBS, NBC. Everybody's doing Saturday night's the big window now. So I don't know now if high school football would be able to draw what they did on a Saturday night years ago because of all the college games. People are like, I went out Friday night. I watched the game, whatever. I'm good. We're going to stay home tonight. We're going to watch college football. And I think that's what a lot of people do. There is a little part of me I kind of miss the Saturday night games. I miss doing games on Saturday night. And if I wasn't broadcasting them and if there was a good game, I'd probably go. I probably would. But it's pretty much Friday night now, and it's probably going to be that way, of course, moving forward. Of course, a lot of the coaches don't like they don't want to get out of their routine. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday game day, Friday film study on Saturday, treatment, and then some teams may get together on Sunday, some don't, and then you're back to getting ready for your next game on Monday. But I do kind of miss Saturday night's games a little bit. I wish they would bring Saturday night games back during the playoffs. I know a lot of people feel that way. I don't think you'll see that because of trying to get officials for Friday night and Saturday night, get more game venues on a Saturday. A lot of folks are just kind of they're tapped out for the week, and they don't want to take on any more responsibilities. On a Saturday after a long week of school and Friday night and things like that. So I get it, I understand it, but I do miss those Saturday night playoff games a little bit as well. Our text line is open today, of course, at 330-924-7088. That's 330-924-7088. I want to thank Fred Greetham from the Orange and Brown Report for joining us today in the 3 o'clock hour, breaking down the Browns and Ravens for us. And then, of course, thanks to Joe Cardinal, Marlington head coach, and Cam Evanich for joining us today during the show early in the 4 o'clock hour. Don't forget tonight, Louisville, Marlington, 7 o'clock on WDPN. Caleb Norick will join me for all the play-by-play at 7. We'll have the pregame for you tonight at 6:30 p.m. As I mentioned, Youngstown Ursuline, they have canceled the rest of their high school football season. That announcement, they sent a letter out, the school did, about an hour and a half ago, and that's posted up on my Facebook page. If you want to go and read that, you are more than welcome to do so. Trying to find our schedule here tonight. I know I've got it here somewhere. Q92 Sports Network. Where is our schedule?
Hey, Sam.
Yes, sir.
We got a text from Michael in Cuyahoga Falls.
Okay.
He says, I'm listening to your call tonight from Louisville at Marlington and heading to Grove City College for Mount Union game tomorrow. Go Raiders.
Oh, good. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're looking forward to a little road trip tonight. Hey, I mentioned this yesterday. That's the last high school football game at the current Cuyahoga Falls Stadium tonight, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to move in to their new stadium for their next home game, and I know there's a lot of tradition and a lot of cool stuff going on there. So shout out to the folks up at Cuyahoga Falls and the community getting some new digs to play in. So I'm sure that'll be a little bit of an emotional night tonight as they play their final game in that stadium tonight. I do want to touch on Mount Union and Grove City here in just a minute. I do want to let everybody know, besides our Louisville Marlington game tonight and Perry Lake on Q92, we have 5 other ball games tonight, courtesy of the Sarshone Automotive Group on our Q92 Sports Network. We will have Hoover at Green. We will have Mogador at Malvern, Glen Oak at Canton McKinley, East Canton. The Fighting Spiders will be at St. Thomas tonight, and then Salem will be at Canton Central Catholic. All of those games tonight, Q92radiosports.com. That's Q92radiosports.com. Just log on there, get on there, and you'll see the game that you want, and just click it. You can click back and forth to all the games all night long if you want. You got your own personal little red zone, okay? I mean, you want to check out Hoover Green for a little bit? All right, let's check out McKinley Glen Oak. You want to switch over to Central Catholic Salem? Not a bad way to go. That's the Q92 Radio Sports Network tonight. 5 games, high school football, in addition to Perry Lake on Q92, and our game tonight, Louisville and Marlington here on 1310 WDPN. Okay, so tomorrow, Mount Union will be heading over to Grove City to take on the Wolverines. And we're looking forward to that tomorrow. Ryan Bevere and myself will have the call tomorrow at 1 o'clock on WDPN. If you, Purple Raider Nation, if you can't make it over to Grove City tomorrow, we'll have the call for you on radio and all of our social media platforms. Real easy to listen. A ton of you listened last week on our social media platforms and the radio station, and we really do appreciate that. And we are looking forward to spending tomorrow with you as well, beginning at 1 o'clock from Grove City. Looking forward to the trip. We're going to be leaving the station tomorrow about 9:45. That should get us to the college. 9:45. We should get there by 11:15, I'm thinking, maybe, if we don't make any stops on the way over. So we'll be leaving tomorrow about 9:45, and we'll get there and we'll set up and we'll get some photos. We'll put those up on social media, and we'll get ready for which should be a fun game tomorrow. Grove City is 15th in the country. Started the season with a win. Purple Raiders started the season with a win against Wheaton last weekend, 37-29. They are number 2 in the country, and I think that's going to be fun. It's going to be a great environment. As I mentioned, I did a little scouting on the internet, looking at Grove City College and the campus and the football stadium, and it looks like it's going to be a very cool place to play college football tomorrow. And we are looking forward to heading over there and bringing you that ball game, and get to see a guy like Mikey Maloney, the freshman. It'll be his second start tomorrow afternoon. Get a chance to see Darnell run the ball a little bit more, and of course the the wide receiving core. I mean, Grant and Cockrell and my guy. See, he switched his number on me, and now I can't. Nicky Turner. That should be fun. That should be fun. And looking for a great atmosphere tomorrow. You know, there's something to be said. You know, we always talk about the college football, what it is today, and it has changed. Believe you me, especially at the Division I level. Obviously, NIL, transfer portal, different ways of recruiting kids nowadays. The big money, the big TV packages, it's exploded. And I'm not saying that it's bad, but it's taken off. So then you go down to, I still refer to it as 1A, 1AA. Come after me for saying the wrong thing. All right. And then you go down to the 1AA, where you got your Youngstown States and teams like that. Then you go down to Division II. Walsh University would be included in there, Division II. And then you go down to Division III. And then there's the Mount Unions, there's the North Centrals, the Wisconsin teams, Oshkosh, Platteville, Whitewater, you know, the usual suspects in Division III. And Wheaton, I would count as one of those. Of course, John Carroll, who is no longer in the OAC, but they're going to be really good. You may see a Mount Union John Carroll playoff game. Oh, would that be fun, right? You could see that coming up. But at the D3 level, and I meant to ask Coach Dart this on Wednesday. Maybe I'll ask him next Wednesday when he comes on. You know, how has Division III college football changed over the last, I don't know, 20, 25, 30 years? I don't know that it has changed that much. I mean, yeah, guys are probably bigger, stronger, faster. A lot of places now have turf instead of natural grass, like Mount Union. The coaching is still very good. The players play the game for the love of the game. They are the true student athletes. They're going to class. If they don't, they're going to hear about it. They're playing ball on Saturdays. You have to want to play D3 college football. I mean, you really have to love it. Okay, and I think it's a great reward for a lot of these kids. Very, 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 very few from D3 will have a chance to go on to the next level. Some do. We've seen it with Mount Union. And hopefully there will be more. And not just in Mount, hopefully there'll be other Division III kids that somehow, some way find their way to an NFL roster and have a nice little career. But you got to want it. You have to want it. It's tough. Balancing your studies, your practice, your game preparation, your social life, and trying to, just make your way through life. We talked about the Ursuline situation with the 15 through 18-year-olds and working their way through high school and learning a different way to do things with study habits and practice habits and your social life and, handling your business at home. And if you got to take care of somebody in the family and do chores and things like that when you're growing up, that's what you're doing. And then when you go off to college, it's a whole new window. It's a whole new door that's opened up for you. But if you're playing any sports, but I would think especially football because it's an endurance thing. The lifting, the running, the studying, the preparation, the resting, the downtime, and then going to class and writing your term papers and studying for a quiz and having a social life and doing those kind of things. It's not easy. You have to really, really love that. You got to give it your all. You can't half blanket. Okay, you can't. And nowadays, I think the coaches expect even more out of the kids because things have improved for them a little bit. A little better facilities in some places. maybe a little extra. Maybe you had a big donor come along, and maybe your locker rooms are not a lot better now, or you get your training tables a lot better. Maybe your travel's a lot better. Maybe you got nicer buses than you had 15, 20 years ago. But you really, it's for the love. It really is. And my hat goes off to all the D3, the D2 kids, everybody, but especially because we get to see it up close and personal here with Mount and the teams that they play. The teams that come to Alliance, and when we make the road trips for the Purple Raiders and see what it's like at a Grove City. We saw what it was like at Defiance a couple of years ago. Obviously within the conference, we go to Wilmington, we go to BW, we go to Otterbein, we go to Marietta, we go to Ohio Northern, we go to Capital, and just to see how things have kind of progressed over the years. I'm in my 10th year of doing Mount Union games, and things have changed a little bit. But not a lot. It's just that I really believe in my heart that the D3 kids, the D3 coaches, there's no glitz and glamour. You're doing it because you love it. It's for the purest form. And I just want to kind of take my hats off to everybody for that, the coaches, the players, everybody who's involved, because it takes a special kind of individual to do that. I remember our football coach at Canton Central Catholic, Old Kleinfelder, one of his big sayings was, football is a special game for special people. And I truly believe that, and especially at the D3 level. Not easy. The guys are doing it. They're working hard. They're playing hard. They're getting after it. They're getting better in the game of life. They're learning their way through and passing that along to the kids below them. And that's kind of how you keep things moving along. All right. Speaking of moving along, we're going to do that right now. 4:54 here on the Sam Bourquin Show. We're broadcasting live from Marlington High School on a beautiful AWP Safety High School Football Friday. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more on 1310 WDPN. Stay with us.
High school football action continues here on AM 1310 this Friday night as the Louisville Leopards take on the Marlington Dukes. Join Sam Bourquin for all the live play-by-play action. Kickoff at 7 p.m. this Friday night as Louisville takes on Marlington. Hear all the live action right here on AM 1310 and streaming live worldwide on the Q92 Radio Sports Network.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-498-2098 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-498-2098 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-498-2098 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is "My job is people, everyone is my business." But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. My service never stops.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Teachers are dynamic leaders shaping a new generation. They bring a variety of perspectives from diverse backgrounds, innovating how they teach to prepare students for our fast-changing world. They're skilled experts, discovering a universe of solutions, telling stories, inspiring, mentoring, connecting cultures, leading by example. Teaching is a journey that shapes lives. Are you ready? Explore teaching at teach.org, supported by the U.S. Department of Education and 1 million teachers of color.
Welcome back, 1310 WDPN, the Sam Bourquin Show. We got about 3 minutes until we get to the top of the hour. Text line is open if you want to pop in today, 330-924-7088, 330-924-7088. That is our text line. You can also drop your comments on our social media platforms today as well. Which football games you going to tonight? Coming over to Marlington, Louisville, or you're headed to Lake Perry, McKinley, Glen Oak. Massillon's got another out-of-state opponent coming up tonight at Paul Brown Tiger Stadium. See if Coach Moore can get the Tigers back on track tonight. Central Catholic looking to kind of get off the schneid a little bit. They will play Salem tonight over at Central Catholic. I believe it is Future Crusader night over at Central tonight, so that should be fun. And our old pal Ron Johnson bringing us Salem Quakers to Central Catholic tonight to take on the Crusaders. So that should be a fun game as well. Good luck to all of our area teams tonight. The Alliance Aviators are on the road up at Ellett to take on the Ellett Orangemen tonight. So good luck to Coach Goodman and Alliance to see if they can bring back another win tonight, and that would make them. Let's see, that they'd be 3-1 if they could. If they win tonight, they'd be 3-1. So good luck to all of our teams tonight. Stay safe, stay healthy, have a great game, and put on a show for the folks that come in to watch you do what you do each and every Friday night. Again, this is an AWP Safety Football Friday. Shout out to our good friends at AWP Safety. And if you're looking for a new career, they are hiring, paid training, certification, advancement opportunities, and a whole lot more. Just get online right now. Or if you know somebody this might be good for them, jobs at awpsafety.com. That's jobs at awpsafety.com. Jeff Mears will be coming up here in a minute with all the latest news and weather. We'll have one more big hour to go, including our On This Day in Sports History coming up around 5:27 today. And then Caleb will be getting here, I assume, probably between 5:30 and 6. We'll pop on with him a little bit and see what's going on. And we'll take a little break at 6. Then we'll come back at 6:30 for the pregame and the kickoff between Marlington and Louisville tonight at 7 p.m. Louisville 3-0 on the season. Marlington 2-1 last year. Louisville won by the score of 38-13, and that ball game was over at Louisville. Leopards, by the way, if you didn't know, 3-0. 3-0 for the first time since 2013. Can you believe it's been 12 years since Louisville started 3-0? I would not have believed that if I didn't see it. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see that on paper. And the Dukes are playing good too. They got a real special young man, freshman quarterback who's getting better every day. And we talked about Cam Evanich, some of the crazy numbers that he's been putting up, and this is going to be a fun game. Going to be a great atmosphere. I'm looking forward to it. All right. Also looking forward to the news and weather. That's all coming up right now here on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN. Stay with us.
An important part of the Alliance community since 1953. You're listening to AM 1310 WDPN Alliance.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. In Utah, a 22-year-old was arrested today in the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Governor Spencer Cox says images and video released showing the suspect at Utah Valley University caused his family to come forward.
A family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
Calls are growing to stop the political violence. ABC's Pierre Thomas says law enforcement is facing new challenges.
Make no mistake, we're in the midst of an extraordinary time, a challenging time. And what law enforcement is telling me is that they're going to have to rethink their efforts of how to apply resources to try to get on the front side of individuals like this who may be planning acts of violence.
Some lawmakers have also voiced safety concerns. This is ABC News.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, the latest Alliance area news from Jeff Mears on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 5:02. 2 Canton police officers charged in the death of a man in their custody will stand trial January 26th. The date for 25-year-olds Bo Shonegi and Camden Birch was set during a pretrial hearing today in Stark County Common Pleas Court. They each have pleaded not guilty to a charge of reckless homicide. Judge Kristen Farmer recused herself from the case. The Ohio Supreme Court will appoint a visiting judge. In April 2024, Frank Tyson of Canton Township crashed his vehicle near the AmVets building on Sherrick Road Southeast. People inside called police to have Tyson removed due to his erratic behavior. He stopped breathing after being handcuffed and put on the floor. The Carroll County Sheriff's Office is investigating the fatal crash of a sport utility terrain vehicle. The wreck occurred Wednesday night southeast of Minerva in Augusta Township. The Sheriff's Office says 36-year-old Curtis Jays was operating the side-by-side in a field near his home. It rolled over during a sharp turn. Jays was partially ejected and the vehicle fell onto him. No other details were available. A Stark County judge has sentenced a man to 4 to 6 years in prison for a fatal drug overdose. Common Pleas Judge Kristen Farmer issued the punishment to 37-year-old Cornell Bennison of Canton after he pleaded guilty Thursday to charges of involuntary manslaughter, corrupting another with drugs, and trafficking of a fentanyl-related compound. In September 2024, prosecutors say he provided fentanyl that led to the death of 30-year-old Shaheem Miller of Canton. Authorities are investigating a string of break-ins at shopping plazas in the Canton area. Jackson Township police say someone broke windows and glass doors at Lovely Nails and Yankee Candle at Belden Park Crossings on Dressler Road Northwest after 8:30 Tuesday morning. Cash registers and drawers were ransacked. Canton police say 5 businesses at 2 separate plazas along 30th Street Northwest were targeted early Monday. Windows and glass doors were broken at Darting Around and Anomaly. Similar vandalism occurred around the same time at Elegant Nails, Dr. Tripp's Travel, and Hairs to You Salon. On Monday, the Stark County Sheriff's Office says someone broke into French Tip's Nail Salon on Whipple Avenue Northwest in Plain Township. No arrests have been made. The Marlington School District is making progress in reducing chronic absenteeism. Superintendent Dan Swisher told the Board of Education Thursday absenteeism declined from 26% in 2022 to 14% at the end of the 2024-25 school year. The data is reported by the district to Ohio's Education Management Information System, or EMIS. Swisher credited teachers and administrators. Enrollment from June to this month is up slightly for the district's elementary schools, steady for the middle school, and down slightly for the high school. Treasurer Bob Foss said the state auditor reported a clean audit for the district for fiscal year 2024. Nimishillen Township trustees approved an equipment purchase for the fire department Thursday. WDPN's David Schur reports.
Firehouse Innovations of New York will provide the fire department with a $7,592 force entry mechanism for use on any door, including those made of metal. Half the cost is being provided by an anonymous donor, while the Township and Fire Association splits the balance. Trustees also approved department reports, which included 151 calls in August for the fire department, details of road work completed, and zoning matters resolved, including the disposal of 2 diffs no longer needed.
A woman is dead following a 2-vehicle crash in Portage County. The Highway Patrol says it happened around 10:45 this morning in Ruthstown Township. A car driven by a Bristolville man was southbound on New Milford Road when it failed to yield at a stop sign at Talmadge Road. The vehicle collided with a truck driven by an Atwater man. A passenger in the car, 81-year-old Dolores Chiappini of Aurora, died at the scene. Neither driver was injured. The incident is under investigation. A man who allegedly shot and killed a Wellsville man has lost a legal skirmish. 34-year-old Gino Wall of Steubenville is charged with aggravated murder in the September 2024 slaying of 30-year-old Robert Heron of East Liverpool. He was found shot to death behind a garage on 10th Street in Wellsville. Wall's defense attorneys filed a motion arguing that a witness's identification of their client was the result of suggestive police methods. They said use of a single photo and a later photo lineup violated Wall's due process rights. But Columbiana County Common Pleas Judge Megan Dickerton denied the motion, saying the witness knew Wall from previous interactions and saw him shoot the victim. Wall's trial is set for September 23rd. He's being held on $1 million bond. An incident in which a dredge boat overturned on the Ohio River draws the attention of the U.S. Coast Guard and the West Virginia Department of Environment Protection. Around 11:30 Wednesday night, the Tri-State River Products boat capsized near Newell, West Virginia. No one was on board the vessel, which was carrying about 12,000 gallons of diesel fuel. Booms were used to contain an unknown amount of fuel spilled into the river. The Coast Guard advised vessels to exercise extreme caution in the area. The Hancock County EMA says the boat's owner called a private company to assist in cleanup. The Coast Guard continues to monitor the situation. There will be no more football this year at Ursuline High School in Youngstown. The school announced today it is canceling the remainder of the season. The news comes amid 2 federal lawsuits against Ursuline. The first alleges hazing and sexual assault during a football team trip in June. The suit names school administrators, football coaches, some members of the team, and their parents. A former female student filed a separate suit. It accuses a football player of assaulting her in 2023 and harassing her for 2 years. Austintown Fitch, Akron St. Vincent St. Mary's, and Youngstown Cheney High Schools recently said they wouldn't play Ursuline in their upcoming games. Warren Harding previously canceled its game with Ursuline. A woman shot and killed in Youngstown has been identified. The Mahoning County Coroner's Office says 22-year-old Alicia Brown died at the scene of the Saturday morning incident. Her death is considered a domestic homicide, which occurred at a home on Terrell Avenue. 22-year-old Deviana Taylor is charged with murder. She was arrested at the scene of the incident. A former Boardman Township employee accused of using township funds to pay personal expenses is formally charged with the crime. The Mahoning County grand jury indicted 51-year-old Michael Karkito of Poland with 2 counts of theft in office Thursday. An investigation was launched by the sheriff's office after Boardman police asked them to look into suspected criminal activity involving a township employee. Karkito was a police vehicle maintenance worker. Investigators said he had a side business in which he repaired vehicles. Police searched his home and reportedly found items purchased using department funds. Karkito was placed on administrative leave March 10th and resigned a short time later. Youngstown police are investigating the discovery of possible illegal narcotics in a downtown building. A maintenance worker for Chase Bank was replacing air filters in the mezzanine of the structure on East Federal Street Wednesday afternoon when he found several cellophane-wrapped packages. According to WFMJ-TV, police said the substance field-tested negative for drugs, but a drug-sniffing canine alerted to the packages. A manager said it had been more than a month since anyone had been on the mezzanine. The Trumbull County grand jury has indicted 2 teens for an armed robbery in Warren. 18-year-olds Olivia Spitzer of Cortland and Kelly Sexton of Warren are charged with aggravated robbery. The charges resulted from a July 14th holdup of a vape store on Elm Road Northeast. A masked suspect pulled a gun on an employee and demanded items before fleeing on a motorized scooter with 2 jars of hemp flour and a carton of cigars. Spitzer and Sexton pleaded not guilty during arraignment Thursday in Common Pleas Court. They're each being held on $50,000 bond. Taking a look at Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed today at 45,834, down 274 points. The Nasdaq Composite ended 98 points higher at 22,141, and the S&P 500 closed at 6,584, down 3 points. It's 82 degrees in Alliance at 5:09. This is the local edition of WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Now, the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Forecast this afternoon calling for sunny skies with a high near 82 degrees.
Live from the AM 1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
And we're back, hour 3 of the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN as we come to you live from Marlington High School. We've been here Well, since about a little before 2 o'clock today, showtime was at 3, and getting ready for a big football game here tonight as Louisville will take on Marlington. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your Friday. I hope your weekend's off to a fantastic start. The weather, you couldn't ask for a better night for high school football. And this is going to be a fun place to be tonight. It really is. It's going to be packed. They're having community night. It's Louisville, Marlington. Louisville's going to fill their side tonight. Marlington will fill theirs. The student sections, the bands, as I mentioned, community night. So it's going to be a real neat night tonight, and we're looking forward to bringing this ball game to you. Pregame begins at 6:30 tonight, and don't forget we'll kick it off at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. And don't forget you can listen to the game tonight as well on the 1310 WDPN Facebook page, our X page, and of course the Q92 radio page on YouTube. So plenty of ways you can listen to us tonight. And again, our pregame begins right around 6:30. Caleb Norick will be joining me tonight here for that, and we'll kick it off at 7. We'll see what happens. Louisville comes in 3-0, and the Dukes come in with the record of 2-1. Also, do want to thank our head football coach Joe Cardinal and Cam Evidence for joining us up here in the booth during the 4 o'clock hour. That was neat to get together with coach and player today. So we appreciate them coming up. I want to thank Freddie Greetham from the Orange and Brown Report. Freddie joined us in the 3 o'clock hour to talk a little Browns-Ravens today. So thanks to Fred and the great job he does with the Orange and Brown Report. Tonight on the Q92 Sports Network, we've got 5 games for you. You've got our game tonight at 7 on DPN. You've got Q92 Radio this evening. You've got Perry and Lake. Both teams are undefeated there. And then our stream games tonight on the Q92 Sports Network, you can get McKinley Glen Oak. You can get Canton Central Catholic in Salem. You can get East Canton St. Thomas. You can get Malvern Mogador. And you can get Hoover and Green. You can get all those games tonight. And by the way, they are free. All right. All of our games are free. You can get that on the Q92 Sports Network tonight. So check that out. And listen to as many games as you wish, and we'll keep you posted. All our broadcasting crews will give you updates on the other games going on during their game tonight. We got a really cool, if you watch tonight on the YouTube or whatever, a really cool score overlay. It's got the team names, the nicknames, the colors. It's got the score. So if you just punch in there real quick, you can see what the score. And if something happens, it'll update the score for you. So it's a great way to spend a Friday night. If you can't go out to the games, obviously we encourage you to go to the games if you can make it. But if not, we're here for you. AM 1310 and of course the Q92 Sports Network. Also want to thank Ryan Rainsberg doing a great job back in the studios today at 1310 WDPN. He's got a busy night tonight. Busy day tomorrow. He'll be producing our Mount Union broadcast from Grove City tomorrow, beginning around 1 o'clock. So shout out to Ryan and the great job that he does. And thanks to all the folks that are commenting and interacting with us today on Facebook and Instagram and the Q92 page on YouTube. We appreciate that as well. What's going on tomorrow? Real quick. The Buckeyes in Ohio, they don't play till 7:30 tomorrow night, and I believe that's on Big Ten Network. So tomorrow afternoon, you can hang out with us. We got the Purple Raiders tomorrow in Grove City, and then tomorrow night you get the Buckeyes and OU at 7. So it works out pretty well. What do you got back there, my friend?
We got Michael on YouTube. He says, Sam, will NIL come to D3 Sports?
Probably at some point. I think it's inevitable. I don't know when, and I certainly don't know to what degree. But I think some places it probably already has. You just don't hear about it at the D3 level. But I imagine if there is, I don't know what a regular D3 roster would be. I mean, it's a little different with Mount because, I mean, home games, they can address 150 easy. Let's just say for the sake of discussion, let's just say the D3 roster is 75 guys. I would not be surprised now or in the near future if 10 to 15% of the players may have some sort of an NIL deal. And we're not talking, we're not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars and million. We're not talking about what goes on at the D1 level. But I would think that maybe maybe a small, maybe a mom and pop business, or I don't know. I would think that there would be some NIL opportunities for Division III. I would think that. Again, it I would say it's probably happening now. It's some of the schools. Again, I don't know what the money would be, the figure would be. I don't know how that works at D3. I don't think at the D3 level that you necessarily would lure somebody, like recruit that way to come to your school. We'll give you X. I think it's once the kids sign up to go to school there, and if they can work something out, or somebody can help somebody out, then I think that's how you would see it. I think you would go to play there, and get your grant money, your scholarship money, academic scholarship, what have you, because you at the D3 level there really is no full ride, so to speak. But yeah, I would think that would be fair game. I would think that goes on right now. Again, not at the level at the D1, but sure, and why not? If you could, especially at the D3 level, man. I mean, tuition's not cheap. I mean, look at what the tuition is at a lot or most of the D3 colleges and universities across the country. Folks, it is not cheap to go there. Whether you're just going to school there and living at home, or if you live on campus, you got to think about your room, your board, your meal plan, your books, all the stuff that goes on now. It's not cheap. So yeah, I would think, why not? I would think there would be some people that are trying to take advantage of the NIL and make a little money. And I mean, like I said, not huge deals, but I'm sure that there's some out there. And I would encourage the kids to do it. Student athletes, if you can, get in with a company or somebody who could help you out a little bit, or maybe point you in the direction. And if it makes sense for you and it makes sense for the business, I would say, man, go for it. I would say absolutely go for that. That's something that they should do, something that they should take advantage of, especially now, 2025. It's out there. I mean, absolutely, I would do that. The Purple Raiders tomorrow, I am anxious to see how they play tomorrow, if they build up any kind of a lead. And obviously I say that because Mount kind of raced out to a 37-7 lead. And most teams would have packed it in. But we told you that Wheaton, they look like we got what we expected. Ryan Beer and I were talking before the game. We expected to be a knockdown, drag out kind of game. I was kind of shocked that Mount went up by 30, and they earned it. I mean, they ran the ball well, they threw the ball well, they were playing great defense. They got an INT. They were doing everything right. But you knew by watching, because where we broadcast at Mount, we're on the visiting side, so we're right on top of the action with the visiting team, and you can see the coaches, you can hear the coaches, you can see the players, you can see their body language. I was not surprised at all that Wheaton came back. That is a football team. They're going to win. I would not be surprised if they won the rest of their games. I would not be surprised if they're 9-1, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the Purple Raiders saw them again in the playoffs. That's a darn good football team. And if Mount is fortunate, I don't know how it's going to go tomorrow, but if they're fortunate to get out to a lead of some kind, how they play with that lead. And I'm not saying they weren't playing hard, but Wheaton somewhere along the way figured something out with the passing game. They got an onside kick. They got a couple of 2-point and momentum. You know how momentum is. Momentum is crazy once one team latches onto it. And you see teams go on a 14-0, 21-0 run, a 28-0 run. And for Wheaton to do that at Mount when the Raiders had them by the, you know what I mean? And they came back and they didn't quit. They played hard. I think they're going to have a great season. And I know Grove City was in a battle in their ball game, and they actually moved. I believe Grove City going into last weekend's game, I believe they were 22, 23 in the country. Now they're 15. So they had a good opening week opponent. They handled their business. Now they're going to be at home. That's going to be a great atmosphere tomorrow. The weather's going to be fantastic. And anytime Mount Union rolls into town, it's a big game. It's a big game, especially for these non-conference teams. OAC, it's a little bit different because your Mount's going to come to your place every 2 years, no matter what. Non-conference games, you may not see these teams again, or if you do, it might be a long while, maybe a postseason meeting, but you don't know. But when Mount comes to town and it's early in the season, and that team is coming off a big win, and they're ranked in Division III, and all eyes are going to be on that ball game tomorrow. That's going to be a scene. That's why we're going to get there a little bit earlier tomorrow, because we're expecting I would expect a packed house tomorrow at Grove City, and I think it's going to be a fantastic game. Looking forward to it, though. 1 o'clock kickoff tomorrow right here, AM 1310 WDPN, and all of our social medias. The Purple Raiders looking to start 2-0 here in 2025. But this is an AWP Safety High School Football Friday. It is the Sam Bourquin Show, and we are broadcasting live from Marlington High School. We will step away. We'll come back, and we'll get you right in to On This Day in Sports History. That'll be next on 1310 WDPN. Stay with us.
Join us this Saturday here on AM 1310 for Mount Union football as the Purple Raiders take on the Wolverines of Grove City College. Sam Bourquin will have the play-by-play for you, starting with pregame at 12:45, kickoff at 1 p.m. as the Wolverines take on our Mount Union Purple Raiders. Hear it live here on AM 1310 and streaming live worldwide on the Q92 Radio Sports Network.
This place has a pulse. You hear it in the canopy, feel it in the ground. Life, fully illuminated, engulfs you. From the birds singing in the treetops above to the tiniest insects in the soil below, you take a deep, cleansing breath, filling your lungs with the essence of the forest. Now, imagine it's all gone. Healthy, life-giving forests reduced to nothing. No singing birds, no lush canopy, and water and food in short supply around the world. Time is running out to protect our forests, and without our love, they can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our forests. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
When something happens to your car, you might say, "Ugh, come on."
Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Get someone who can actually help. Contact State Farm agent Rich Plack today.
Hey Max, you look absolutely dashing in that purple tie. Ready to harness the world?
You bet, Daisy.
I'm ready as I'll ever be. And might I say, your purple tie really pops with your vest.
Thanks. I almost went with a cape, but didn't want to come across as pretentious.
Nonsense. Anyone in our line of work should rock a cape.
You might be onto something, Max.
Phew, so here we go. First day on the job. We've got this, right?
Right. Don't forget, we both graduated from Dogs Inc. with honors.
Which means I can guide my human around a busy city with ease.
And I can give my human a restful night.
I hope my human is kind and loving.
And I hope mine likes wet kisses and zoomies.
Ready to make a difference?
Born ready. Let's go.
Discover how extraordinary dogs like Daisy and Max change lives at no cost to the recipients. Visit dogsinc.org.
All right, before in sports history, we will have the Marlington Louisville High School football game tonight here on 1310 WDPN. The pregame at 6:30 and the kickoff at 7 p.m. And then the Mount Union Purple Raiders tomorrow will take on Grove City. 1 o'clock to kick right here again on AM 1310 WDPN. All right, it is a short on this day in sports history. We'll give you what we got. On this day in 1979, good old Yaz, Carl Yastrzemski of the Red Sox became the first American League player to get 3,000 career hits and 3,400 career home runs. 3,000 hits and 400 home runs. That's pretty good. 1984, Michael Jordan signed a 7-year contract to play basketball with the Chicago Bulls, and as they say, the rest is history. On this day in 1984, Dwight Gooden of the New York Mets set a rookie strikeout record with his 251st strikeout of the season. On this day in 2002, a judge announced that a jury would have to decide who would get the ball that Barry Bonds hit for his record 73rd home run. The ownership of the ball, with an estimated value of $1 million, was being disputed between two men that have been in the bleachers today that Bonds hit the big home run. And some hockey news today, 2006, Nick DiPietro of the New York Islanders signed a 15-year contract worth $67.5 million. That is another edition of On This Day in Sports History. We will take a break. The news is coming up here at the bottom of the hour. We'll come back with another big half hour here. It's the Sam Bourquin Show on an AWP Safety Football Friday on AM 1310 WDPN. Stay with us.
And the current Alliance area weather forecast are up next on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 5:30. Officials in Utah have confirmed what President Trump told Fox News, that a suspect has been caught in Wednesday's murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Details from ABC's Jim Ryan.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox has become the public face of the search for a suspect. Today,
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
He's identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who lives nearly 300 miles from the scene of the shooting.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years.
Cox says some of the unspent bullets had been engraved, including one that read, "Hey, fascist, catch." Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Meanwhile, Governor Cox is making an impassioned plea for Americans and young people in particular to use the horror of Charlie Kirk's public assassination as an inflection point to turn the country away from political violence and division. He says this is a moment to make a choice, escalate, or find an off-ramp. The two-term Republican governor has, throughout his political career, issued pleas for bipartisan cooperation and drawn national attention for his remarks. Israel's targeting of Hamas's political leadership on Qatari soil this week has threatened to derail ceasefire talks. President Trump today is meeting with the Qatari leader, and ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers has more.
The White House says President Trump's expected to meet tonight in New York with Qatar's prime minister to discuss the aftermath of the Israeli strike against Hamas leaders in Doha earlier this week. The meeting comes on the heels of the prime minister and Qatar's minister of foreign affairs sitting down today at the White House with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The White House this week issued a strong rebuke of Israel's strike in Qatar Tuesday, saying it doesn't advance Israel or America's goals. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the U.S., and he felt, quote, very badly about the location of Israel's attack. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The Missouri Senate has passed a plan backed by President Trump that could help Republicans win an additional U.S. House seat. The Senate's vote today sends the measure to Republican Governor Mike Kehoe for his expected signature. But opponents immediately launched a referendum petition that could force a statewide vote on the new map. Missouri is the third state to take up congressional redistricting ahead of the 2026 elections. Republicans in Texas passed a new House map aimed at winning 5 more seats. Democrats in California countered with their own redistricting plan aimed at picking up 5 seats, but it still needs voter approval. It's 81 degrees in Alliance at 5:32. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the latest forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Forecast for this afternoon calling for sunshine and high near 82 degrees. For tonight, mostly clear, a low down to 53. For Saturday, mostly sunny, a high near 83. Sunday and Monday, sunny skies both days with highs near 86 degrees. That's your WDPN weather.
This place has a pulse. You hear it in the canopy, feel it in the ground. Life, fully illuminated, engulfs you. From the birds singing in the treetops above to the tiniest insects in the soil below, you take a deep, cleansing breath, filling your lungs with the essence of the forest. Now, imagine it's all gone. Healthy, life-giving forests reduced to nothing. No singing birds, no lush canopy, and water and food in short supply around the world. Time is running out to protect our forests, and without our love, they can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our forests. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
All right, here we go. Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show, AM 1310 WDPN. Don't forget, you can text the show, 330-924-7088. You can also listen to us on the WDPN Facebook page, our X page, and, of course, the Q92 radio page on YouTube. You can leave your comments there for us as well. Another beautiful high school football Friday. Some of the Louisville players are out. Not completely full uniform, but they got the helmets, they got the football pants on, and in T-shirts, and they're kind of getting the lay of the land here on the at the Marlington football stadium. Some of the Dukes are out there just kind of getting loose, and again, getting the lay of the land here on a beautiful night. It's going to be in the upper 70s when we kick off tonight here, just a little bit after 7 o'clock. Caleb Norick will be joining me for the pregame at 6:30, and of course, we'll kick it off at 7. Our fill-in-the-blank Friday today here on the show is this. Your favorite thing about high school football is blank. Your favorite thing about high school football is blank. Let us know on our social media platforms. We'll read those comments to you throughout the show. I'm trying to figure out where we left off here a little while ago. Tracy says, rivalries never get old. And talking crap about your rival is always fun, no matter if they win or lose. Dave says, the atmosphere for me, Sam, especially with a perfect temperature night. Oh, not too hot, not too cold. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. And those nights will be coming. Those nights will be coming. Bill says, the atmosphere, but most of all, you never know what's going to happen. A lot of times in the pros in college, you can predict the call. In high school, they go for broke sometimes, and it's very, very exciting. Mike checks in. Mike's a big Bulldog fan. He says, do you want to win the game? Yes, Coach. Game is always the best. I'm calm. The outcome is the team that okay, I can't really make that out, but thanks, Mike, for sending that over. Kay says, right now it's watching my grandson play. Go Leopards. Have a good game tonight against the Dukes. Walter says, the atmosphere and the rivalries are what make high school football the best. Rick checks in. It's usually free from... I got to repeat this now. He says it's usually, and usually is in all cap. He says it's usually free from scandal and drama, unlike the college or the NFL. Rick, I see what you did there. Bobby V checking in. Assistant Athletic Director over at Central Catholic. He says, Sam, the best thing about high school football, there's no television breaks. Yes, I would concur. Steve says, it's the rivalries, no doubt about it. They are great. It makes it what it is. Jim says, for me, it's the bands, the alma maters, the fight songs, the playing of the national anthem. Pat checks in. The team has the pure enjoyment of the game. Lloyd says, Sam, atmosphere, hands down for me. What is your favorite thing about high school football? I would agree with every single comment that I just read. You can drop your comments as well on our social media platforms right now. It is there's something special about it, and I would agree with all the comments. The rivalries. And most of the time we don't get those until late, which is kind of the way it's supposed to be. Week 10, some teams you see play early in the year. Here recently, Lakewood St. Ed's and Cleveland St. Ignatius, they have been playing their games like either mid-year or like the 6th or 7th week. But of course, you got the McKinley Massillon, you got Jackson Hoover. You got Central St. Tom. It's still a good rivalry. The kids enjoy it. And then around the state, you got Troy and Piqua. That's a great rivalry game. You got Worcester Orville over in Wayne County is a great game. X and Moeller is a great game down in Cincinnati. So there's some great rivalries, and we love those. We love the band shows. We love the pregame. We love the atmosphere. Everything that comes with it, and that's what makes high school football what it is, and that's why we love it. That's why we do what we do, and that's why a lot of us it was passed down to us, and we've in turn kind of passed it down to the next set of little football players or little football fans or people that just want to be a big part of it here in the area. We do our On This Day in Sports History every day, and sometimes I will print out a list today in television history, and I thought there was some interesting things to bring you here on the show today. 1972, for those of you that remember that, the first episode of Maude aired on TV. 1980, I thought this was pretty fascinating. An in-depth report on the death of Elvis Presley aired on ABC TV's 2020, which was a hugely, hugely popular show then. It raised so many unanswered questions that the official case concerning Elvis's death, they actually reopened it after that show. 1984, if you were a fan of Punky Brewster, that aired on NBC. The pilot episode of Lois and Clark aired 1993. One of my favorite shows also, I believe it started in 83. So in 1993, the 10th season of Murder, She Wrote, with the great Angela Lansbury. That was there. 1994, the first episode of Party of Five aired on Fox. The first episode of the Jeff Foxworthy Show aired in 1995. 1998, I thought this was pretty cool. Vince Gill made his 100th appearance on the Grand Ole Opry. So just some stuff there that was going on as far as on this day in history with sports and a little bit of stuff that's going on football. He made it, folks. He's here. He's ready to go. Got the golf shirt. He got the shorts. Got the dudes. He's ready to go. Caleb Norick here with us on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310, my broadcast partner for our ball game tonight. How you doing today, my man?
I'm great.
Good.
Week 4, here we come.
I know, right? Good week for you?
Yeah.
Get into trouble or stayed out of trouble?
I stayed out of trouble.
It's good.
It was there was a lot going on this week in the world. And,
oh, boy, wasn't there?
And I work with young people for a living, junior high school. Talk about things to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, there was
quite a bit.
There was no shortage of incredible news, incredibly sad news. If you've been following the Charlie Kirk assassination, which I know most of you have, a lot of you have, they did get the person of interest in custody today, and they're gonna move forward with that. But that was a rough couple of days, and that's gonna stay in the news, obviously, for a long time. We had the terrible shooting of the school kids in Colorado that happened, and as I was talking about, I was on the air when the whole Charlie Kirk unfortunate thing happened, and I stopped talking sports at 5:00. I just didn't feel like it. I didn't think it was right, and I just talked for half an hour about what happened, maybe why it happened, how we can prevent it, and how we can just kind of move forward with each other, whether we don't agree. I think we all need to learn to agree to disagree and leave it at that. And for some reason, for some, it's very hard to do, and that'll be a constant talking point as we move forward. But as I also did when I kind of wrapped up my little half-hour spiel there. This is why we do this. This takes us away from sometimes the crazy reality of the world, the stress, maybe our other jobs that we do during the week, our other responsibilities. We go to high school football games. We go to a big college football game. We watch the NFL, whatever sport, whatever your vice is as far as watching sports brings us together somehow, some way. And it really never disappoints. And I think, I think that's what we talked about. What's special about high school football? What's special about sports? And what it brings us together, no matter where we're from, what color of skin we have, what our creed is, what our religion is. We're all kind of like the coach of Minnesota Golden Gophers. His name's escaped me right now, PJ Fleck. What do? They row the boat. That's why we all row the boat together. And we got a common cause. We got a favorite team. We got a favorite player. Whatever we do, and that's what's good about it.
Yeah, it definitely brings us together. Playing sports unifies under a common goal, regardless of your background, regardless of your political affiliations or whatever. You're lining up with the guy to the left and the right of you, and you're working together towards a common goal for a common good. I think of, another thing that happened this week that, and somebody's got lost in the shuffle. Yesterday was the 24th anniversary of 9/11.
Right.
And
right.
I am old enough to remember it all.
Me
and,
too. Okay, while we're doing that, and I did that yesterday. That was part of one of our quiz questions is where were you? Yep. I think all talk shows do that on the anniversary, but the longer that we are away from it, you wonder, okay, is there a faction of people that didn't even know about it? They weren't around. Yep. Maybe they didn't understand it to the tone that they do now. But a lot of us shared our stories where we were about it. And how about you yesterday? It's the 24th year.
There's an age gap between my wife and I. My wife was alive, but she doesn't remember. I was sitting in the classroom. I was in 3rd grade, and our teacher turned on the TV. And at the time, I'll admit, I just thought, wow, there's a building on fire. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't know.
And but then we watched the second plane hit, and from that point on, it changed. And I remember living through that, and we had family in Pakistan at the time, and so every night watching the news, we bombed another city over there or whatever, and so I remember living through that. But I brought that up because what I remember more than anything was how sports unified our nation. I remember the first baseball game.
Remember that?
I remember when the Mets came back in town and Piazza hit that home run. But I remember we were all Mets fans that night, even though I've never rooted for the Mets since.
But that
never
night,
rooted for the Yankees since. But
right.
I remember George Bush throwing out the first pitch in the World Series, and then I was watching Al Michaels last night commenting. You know, the first Monday night game back was Packers Commanders.
Packers Commanders,
and it was Packers Redskins.
Right, Redskins
at the time. Well, last night it was Packers Commanders.
Right.
But it was, and Al Michaels had the call, and the Packers came on the field, and just you had this common unity even amongst fans with the person on your left, the person on your right, and you didn't care, like you mentioned, the color of their skin, their job, their religion. It didn't matter. You were there. You were there, and I also saw a post this week that, you know, I echo with that. The America of 9/12/2001 would be disappointed with even the way we've responded this week as a nation.
Yeah, I would agree.
And I don't want to throw the baby out with bathwater. There's been some really good posts and
sure
on all ends of the spectrum. I mean, one of the first tweets I saw was from Gavin Newsom, and just it was a really encouraging. But then just on both sides, it just I don't know how many times I've seen. I don't know how we got to talking about this.
It's okay. It's that's why we call it the show. It's we can go any direction that we like.
But I don't know how many times I saw this week that their condolences were prefaced by I didn't like what he said, or I really like what. Who cares?
Why do you need to put that in there? Just say that you feel sorry and you're sending your wishes and you feel bad. You're mourning the wife and the children. You don't have to.
It probably hits close to home to me. I'm 32 years old. I have a 3-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
Selah and Emerson, and in the exact same season of life, and I cannot imagine my wife waking up tomorrow and having to do this by herself, and I can't imagine what his wife's going through. On top of the fact that his kids are not going to remember him because they're too young, and they're always going to have that visual of what happened and the response of now on the good side, I saw yesterday that JD Vance sent Air Force 2 to go pick him up and fly home. And again, I don't care what your affiliation is. That's a kind gesture. And it
was quite the day. You know, you go into a show, you're prepped to talk about sports. I had my lineup all ready to go, the guests that we're going to be on, the questions we're going to ask, all the social media stuff, and then all of a sudden life happens. Yep. And you kind of got to pivot a little bit, and I think a lot of people.
It's probably the most profile event like that. Ronald Reagan in '86, I believe, and then you go back to '63 with Kennedy. I know he's not a political figure, but it was a political. One of the guys even called it that. Where 20 years from now, you may say, I mean, we've seen other things too, and you say, where were you?
Right.
You know, 9/11.
Yeah.
It's just it hit really close to home for me.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. I mean, I didn't know your age. I could guess what it was, but my producer, Ryan, he's 31. And, I got you guys by a couple of decades, but, I remember where I was when the 9/11 happened. Obviously I know where I was a couple of days ago and, the Charlie Kirk situation. So, it was a little bit of a crazy week, but sports is here to, bring us together, and we're excited to bring you this ball game tonight. 3-0 Louisville, 2-1 Marlington. We were here, about a month ago?
Yeah, week
right?
one.
Week 1, Marlington beat Warrensville Heights, and it was a game where we had more cramps and penalties than we did points, but we got through it. Marlington got the win. They had the young freshman quarterback that night, and oh, by the way, Tyler Walters just zooming right along. This is his 4th game. Yeah. He's got 439 yards passing. He's thrown for 4 touchdowns. And to me, I talked to Joe Cardinal here on the 4 o'clock hour. To me, if you'd have told me I'm going to put a freshman quarterback out there, 15 years old, under the bright lights, week 1, and by week 4 he's got 1 interception, that is beyond fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well that day. We commented that night he had really one bad snap where he tried to escape the pocket, and he should have threw it away, and he took well, he didn't really take a stack. He threw an intentional grounding type situation, but he played really well. That game, it was 19-8, but it was never close. They had two scores. They had one score taken off the board, then they fumbled at the goal line. So two scores taken off, and then Warrensville Heights scored, with I think 30 seconds left or whatever. So that he played really well, and I'm excited to see the growth that they've made. He's made in the last 2 weeks, and
oh yeah. And then there's Louisville, who, giving up 16 points the entire season.
Yeah.
They are riding high because they have not started 3-0 since 2013. And I said, wait a minute, this can't be right. And I looked at it. I said, okay, that's right. We all know about the proud tradition of Louisville football, going back to the 70s with Paul Starkey and Rick Slip, and then Paul Farah taking over. Then they just they hit a bump. It just wasn't Louisville football. It just didn't feel the same. And boy, Coach Kappas now in his third year, they're playing really well, and they got some great athletes. They've got some strong kids, and they do it on both sides of the ball. I think if Marlington can hang in, and by hanging I mean maybe get an early lead, or at least keep it close, then I think the second half will be fantastic. I do think that Louisville does have the ability to pull away if they have the opportunity, and then that's a discussion that we can maybe have in the second half. But it's going to be a packed house. It's community night. They're bringing a lot of folks back. A lot of alum are coming back tonight. The student sections will be packed. Both the bands are going to be here. It's a beautiful night. I mean, they're giving hay rides out there over there in the
bounce houses set up over there. There was fire trucks,
yeah,
ambulance. I got a whole. I had trouble finding a parking spot 2 hours before
2
kickoff.
hours before the game. I mean, what is it when we show up? There's carnivals.
Yeah,
there's bounce houses. There's all kinds of
fat
stuff.
guys are coming. They always got the free food ready to go.
I'm gonna tell you what. There is some good stuff upstairs, my friend, and we're going to attack that at 6:00. I'm telling you, you will be very excited once you go upstairs and see what's in the on the chow line. And I don't know who did it, who's responsible for it, but thank you to the folks here at Marlington for once again rolling out the red carpet for us as we get you ready for a little high school football tonight. Louisville and the Dukes of Marlington coming up on 1310 WDPN. We'll take our last break. We'll come back and wrap things up, and then we'll take a break for a little bit, and we'll come back at 6:30. But between now and then, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-498-2098 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-498-2098 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-498-2098 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
How's Tommy doing now?
Much better.
You said it was asthma?
Yeah, he started with this cough and then he was wheezing.
That's terrifying.
Doctor said hidden triggers can make it worse. Things like dust, mold, even pests.
Pests?
Yeah, droppings and allergens from cockroaches and rodents can seriously impact children with asthma or allergies.
I had no idea.
We're making sure our home stays pest-free.
Don't let pests put your family's health at risk. Visit pestworld.org to learn more. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
Hey, Max, you look absolutely dashing in that purple tie. Ready to harness the world?
You bet, Daisy. I'm ready as I'll ever be. And might I say, your purple tie really pops with your vest.
Thanks. I almost went with a cape, but didn't want to come across as pretentious.
Nonsense. Anyone in our line of work should rock a cape.
You might be onto something, Max.
Phew, so here we go. First day on the job. We've got this, right?
Right. Don't forget, we both graduated from Dogs Inc. with honors.
Which means I can guide my human around a busy city with ease.
And I can give my human a restful night.
I hope my human is kind and loving.
And I hope mine likes wet kisses and zoomies.
Ready to make a difference?
Born ready. Let's go.
Discover how extraordinary dogs like Daisy and Max change lives at no cost to the recipients. Visit dogsinc.org.
All right, welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN. We're here for another 3 minutes or so. Caleb is headed down to get some interviews, which we'll be playing for you before tonight's ball game. And then we got the big pregame coming up at 6:30, and we'll kick this baby off at 7. Dukes are out here. Hey, they're going to wear orange pants tonight with the black jerseys. I like that look. That's nice. Looks like the Leopards are going to go all white tonight with the navy blue numbers. So be a cool little uniform contrast here tonight. Again, our game's at 7. Don't forget tonight, Q92 Radio. There will be the 3-0 Perry Panthers, the 3-0 Louisville Leopards. That ball game will kick off at 7, plus 5 other big games tonight, all along the Q92 Radio Sports Network. And make sure you check us out there at Q92radiosports.com and on X and Facebook and YouTube. You can grab all those games there as well. Also want to shout out Drew and the crew with AWP Safety for another AWP Safety Football Friday show here on 1310 WDPN. And don't forget, if you are looking for some work, you want to maybe make a little career change, you just want to try something new, there is a lot of opportunity for you right now with AWP Safety. And the neat thing about it is you get paid training. You can get certified. There will be advancement opportunities for you. That's AWP Safety. And if you're interested, or if you know somebody that might be or should be interested, take down this website, jobs@awpsafety.com. Okay, that's jobs@awpsafety.com, and they will make it easy for you. Again, jobs@awpsafety.com. What else here? Hey, good luck to the Guardians tonight, as they'll be taking on the White Sox. They start tonight's games between they're 3.5 out behind Seattle. For that wild card, Cleveland comes in 75-71. The White Sox are 57-90. First pitch tonight up in Cleveland a little bit after 7 o'clock. So we are going to take our break, and we'll come back with a pregame at 6:30 tonight here from Marlington, and we'll kick it off at 7. Thanks to Ryan Rainsberg. Great job today, as always. Thanks to all of you for checking us out on the social media platforms. Thanks to the good folks at Marlington for their incredible hospitality today. And most of all, we wish you a great weekend. Stay safe. And if you want some football tonight, we'll be here for you. Check us out at 6:30 on 1310 WDPN. Sam Bourquin saying so long for now. You've been listening to the Sam Bourquin Show at AM 1310 WDPN.
Wednesday. That video shows the suspect walking with an unusual gait resembling a limp. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News investigators believe that's because he had a rifle hidden under his clothes. President Trump says he plans to deploy National Guard troops to Memphis, telling Fox News to help curb crime like he did in Washington, D.C. Memphis Mayor Paul Young today says military deployment is not needed, but he can't
It's time for high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming on the AM 1310 WDPN Facebook page, X, and the Q92 YouTube channel. The best Stark County football is heard right here all season long. Whether you're in a car, at home, or on the go, the action is live on AM 1310 WDPN. This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube. Here they go! Touchdown!
The home of the Dukes. You are with AM 1310 WDPN. It's Sam Bourquin and my partner Caleb Norick tonight as a battle of teams that used to get after it a little bit back in the NBC, and of course they don't do that anymore. But it's still a great contest, a great crowd. It's going to be a great atmosphere tonight as the Louisville Leopards take on the Marlington Dukes. Hi again, everybody. Sam Bourquin here. Caleb Norick to my left. And both teams are out on the field warming up now. Don't forget, we've got coaches' interviews coming up down the road. We've got game previews from all of our games that we're covering tonight, all along the Q92 Sports Network at AM 1310 WDPN. And I'll tell you what, Caleb, we were here about a month ago. We saw the Dukes. We saw Warrensville Heights. We did the Alliance Louisville game a couple of weeks ago over at the University of Mount Union. What gets you excited most about this ball game here tonight? Seeing a team. I love seeing a team the second time because you kind of know who's doing what, who's wearing what, who's doing different things, and the fact that they're gonna clash here tonight, I think it makes for a real special night. Hopefully, an interesting ball game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how each of these teams has improved since we've seen them. We saw Marlington week 1, Louisville week 2. You know, where are they at today? We kind of know what we're getting into, like you mentioned. Louisville's defense. When we saw them at Alliance, played really, really well, as they have all year. They're not giving up very many points. And the Marlington offense, you know, they, like I mentioned in your show today, they moved the ball in that game. We were here. They left some points on the board with a fumble and a penalty that brought a touchdown back. But so I'm excited to see, you know, how Waller's developed, how this offense has developed, you know, since we saw them a couple weeks ago.
Dukes are warming up to our left. The Leopards just kind of finished up their pre-game warm-ups. They're headed off to the locker room facilities down to their left. It is a beautiful night for football. We're in the upper 70s right now. Not a cloud in the sky. We're going to have a great crowd here tonight and hopefully a great game for you on 1310 WDPN. Warrensville Heights, the first victim of Marlington this year. The Dukes got them at home 19-8, a game you heard here on WDPN. Then they ran into a Northwest team that hadn't even played in week 1, and John DeMarco had them ready as Northwest beat the Dukes that night 35-zip. But it would come back a week later, go on the road for the first time, and beat Warren Howland by the score of 38-20. So the Dukes are 2-1. They're in Division 4, Region 13, as far as the OHSAA is concerned. Now for the Louisville Leopards. 16 points they've given up all year. 16. They beat New Philly in the opener, 24-0. Week 2, they beat Alliance, a game we had on WDPN. 30-13, your final there. Last week was a good old-fashioned, just a slobber knocker, and Louisville pulled ahead and beat Northwest by the score of 10-3. Next weekend, the Leopards. Oh, boy, wouldn't mind doing this one, partner. Louisville and Hoover next Friday night. For the Dukes, they will be on the road again at Warren John F. Kennedy. And don't forget, that's a Saturday afternoon kickoff a week from tomorrow. The crowd is coming in. It's community night. It's going to be just a great atmosphere. I mean, they've got, if your wishes during the show earlier today, they got bounce houses, they got food trucks, they got entertainment going on. It's a big night here at Marlington, and they're hoping that their Dukes can get a big win over this Louisville team. And the Leopards, they're hoping to go to 4-0 and just keep getting better, game by game, snap by snap, practice by practice. All right, we will step away and take our first break. And when we come back, we will get you all around the county, as we'll give you the big game previews for all of our ball games tonight, all along at 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Radio Sports Network. But first, we'll take this time out. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN.
For over 20 years, Pierce Motors has been your trusted, locally owned and operated auto repair shop, delivering ASE certified bumper-to-bumper service you can count on. From oil changes to engine repairs and diagnostics, we do it all with quality work at a fair price. Visit us at 170 East Main Street, Limaville, or call 330-821-7744 today and see why so many in the community rely on Pierce Motors.
Hey, sports fans, want the latest local sports news, game photos, coach and player interviews, and live play-by-play coverage? Then follow Q92 Sports on social media now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Like, follow, and subscribe today. Catch the highlights, relive the moments, and stay connected to your hometown teams. Q92 Sports, your home for everything local sports. Real teams, real action, real coverage. Follow Q92 Sports on social media.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Welcome back to Marlington. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick with you. It's community night here at the stadium as the Dukes get ready to welcome the Louisville Leopards. Don't forget the kickoff coming up tonight at 7 o'clock right here on AM 1310 WDPN. And don't forget, I want to remind you, tomorrow we will have Mount Union Purple Raider football. Tomorrow, as we make the trip over to Grove City, Pennsylvania, as the Purple Raiders of Mount Union take on the Wolverines of Grove City. You can join myself and Ryan Bevere with the play-by-play tomorrow. 1 o'clock to kickoff on your home of the Purple Raiders, AM 1310 WDPN. We'll be giving you scores tonight all night long around all the other ball games that we are covering, and even the ones that we're not at. We'll have score updates for you. So kind of hang out with us on this Friday night and enjoy some great high school football as we have powered through. We're already in week 4. Next week we will be at the halfway mark. All right, as is our tradition, we will take you around the area. High school football game previews for all the games that we are covering tonight. So let's start that off here on AM 1310 WDPN. Around the county we go.
High school football brought to you by Sarshone Auto Group on the Q92 Sports Network. And tonight, the undefeated East Canton Hornets, sitting at 3-0 for the first time in 20 years, will hit the road to take on the St. Thomas Aquinas Knights, who are still looking for their first win of the season. Kickoff is set for 7 o'clock. East Canton's been rolling behind the play of their quarterback, Owen McCroskey, who's accounted for 6 touchdowns through the air and another 4 on the ground in just 3 games. The Hornets' offense has been piling up yards and points, and they'll look to keep that momentum going against the Knights, a team still searching for answers. As for St. Thomas, the struggles have been real. Only 6 points total through their first 12 quarters of football. But tonight could be the night they turn it around. The Knights will look to spark their offense with junior quarterback Anthony Powell, who's still looking for his first touchdown pass of the season, and junior running back Karan Wynn, who's carried the ball for 105 yards and a touchdown so far this year. Will East Canton keep their perfect season alive, or will the Knights rise up at home and grab their first win? It's East Canton versus St. Thomas Aquinas, live tonight at 7 o'clock, only on the Q92 Sports Network.
It's week 4 of high school football on the Q92 Sports Network, and it's time for the Federal League opener, and we will kick things off with the Backyard Brawl. 1-2 Canton Glen Oak versus 2-1 Canton McKinley. We are coming to you live from Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium, where these two teams with fresh momentum will clash under the lights. Coach Garcia and the Golden Eagles are fresh off their first victory of the season, a dominating 50-6 win over East Tech last weekend, fueled by a punishing ground game. Look for senior Javelion McClendon, who torched their defense for 141 rushing yards last week, and sophomore DeMarlo Rozier to make big plays. On defense, senior linebacker Matt Riskus is a tone setter looking to pressure McKinley's offense. Head coach Renzi Parnell and the McKinley Bulldogs also bounced back with a big win, taking down Cleveland Heights 34-12. Keep your eyes on talented sophomore running back Kylan West, who ran for 135 yards and a touchdown last week. Quarterback Trenton Hayden will be looking for senior DJ Britt, who had 5 catches for 116 yards last week, and junior Darius Hill, who is returning from injury. Both teams are riding high, but it was McKinley who won last season in a 35-6 rout over Glen Oak. The Pups lead the all-time series 39-13. Join me, Ryan Keller, and my broadcast partner, Antonio Hall, for the call tonight from Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock on Q92 Radiosports.com and the Q92 YouTube channel. From Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium, Ryan Keller, Q92 Sports.
Good evening, everyone. We have arrived at week 4 of the 2025 Ohio high school football season on the Q92 Sports Network, brought to you by the Sarshone Auto Group. I'm Jay Wilhelm, and I'm here live in green as the Bulldogs play host to the North Canton Hoover Vikings in this Federal League showdown. The Vikings come in at 3-0 after 3 dominating wins. They've defeated Akron Buchtel 30-0 in week 1, Medina 42-17 in week 2, and Akron North 64-0 last week. This is North Canton's first road game of the season, and they'll look to continue their winning ways. Green enters tonight sitting at 1-2. The Bulldogs lost the first 2 games of the season to Indian Valley and Riverside, then last week got their first win against Talmadge 42-7. They come back home after a 2-game road trip and look to get back to 500. Join myself and my broadcast partner Mike Voorhees with kickoffs scheduled for 7. Live from Green, I'm Jay Wilhelm with the Q92 Sports Network.
It's week 4 of the Ohio high school football season. I'm Mike Dixon alongside with Ryan Rowland live from Malvern Hornet Stadium, where the 2-1 Mogador Wildcats come to town to take on the 2-1 Malvern Hornets. Mogador comes into week 4 with wins over Crestwood and Canton Central Catholic, and coming off their first loss in week 3 to Dalton 28-19. The Wildcats are led by Maddox Smith, who has moved under center after spending last season as the team's running back. He has strong weapons in running back Connor Liner and wide receiver Cade Thomas. Don't forget about that hard-hitting Mogador defense led by Dylan Brendam at defensive end. Malvern comes into week 4 2-1 with wins over Valley Christian and Harrison Central, and losing to Martins Ferry. The Hornets are led by junior quarterback Jackson Jones, who has a 56% completion average and a quarterback rating of 49.3 with 365 yards. Roy Simmons is his leading target with 213 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns. Aaron Gore leads the backfield with 238 yards on 38 carries and 4 touchdowns. But don't count out the dominant Hornets defense that swarms the ball, with Owen Balls 21 tackles and Brody Powers also has 20 tackles leading the defense. Week 4 is set to kick off. Mogador, Malvern, 7 p.m. kickoff on Q92 Sports Network, presented by Sarshone Auto Group.
We're almost halfway home through the Ohio high school football regular season, and at Canton Central Catholic, they are looking for a win. The Crusaders come into week 4 0-3 after dropping last week's matchup at home against Orville by the final score of 28-7. A point of emphasis for Jim Lindesmith's crew tonight is to protect the football. 2 of the Red Riders' scores came off turnovers, a scoop and score, and a pick 6. They'll welcome in the Salem Quakers, who are coming off their first win of the year by a 56-20 final at East Liverpool. Senior Quaker quarterback Cletus Monroy will be a player to watch in this one, as he can beat you both with his arm and his legs, as he'll look to leave the Crusader defense guessing tonight and get their season back on track after an 0-2 start by getting to the 500 mark with a win. It's Salem and Central Catholic in the Hall of Fame City, where you can join Robert Coleman and I for the matchup at 7 o'clock. From Lowell Kleinfelter Stadium in Canton, Matt Corrali, the Q92 Sports Network.
The only matchup of undefeated teams in Stark County this week is in Uniontown, where the Lake Blue Streaks host the Perry Panthers. Perry reached 3-0 last week with a 25-14 win at Warren Harding. Connor Shepard ran 29 times for a county tops 203 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jonathan Lemon had 82 yards as Perry outgained the Raiders 420-186. Quarterback Cameron Treharn threw for 122 yards and a touchdown. Jaden Wilson had 4 catches for 91 yards, including a 37-yard TD on the last play of the first half. Treharn has thrown for 436 yards and 4 scores, while Shepard has 338 yards on the ground. Lemon is next with 326. Shepard led his team in tackles from the linebacker spot last week. The Panthers have outrushed their opponents in the first 3 weeks, 734-146. Jaden Wilson has 2 interceptions, including 1 return for a score. Lake went to 3-0 with a 34-28 win over Rocky River. The Blue Streaks led 27-7 at halftime, but held on at the end for the victory. Quarterback Alex Quire was 12 of 20 for 148 yards and a score. He also ran for 51 yards and 2 touchdowns on 9 carries. He and Davis Matson will have to pick up the slack for Coach Dan DeGeorge's son, Ty, who suffered a broken ankle 5 plays into the game. DeGeorge was a force on both sides this season, scoring 9 touchdowns and throwing for 1 in the first 2 weeks. He was also Lake's best defensive back. Matson returned from a preseason appendectomy to run for 173 yards and 2 scores on 26 carries. Quire has thrown for 525 yards and 4 TDs. Lake had won 3 straight in the series before Perry prevailed 17-7 last season. Panthers lead the series 23-14. It's Perry at Lake with kickoff at 7. For Q92 Sports, I'm Clint Scroggs.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
And there you go, all of our game previews from around the area tonight. We hope you enjoy all the ball games all along the Q92 Sports Network as we bring you 7 big games every Friday during the high school football season. Welcome back here at 1310 WDPN. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick as the crowd continues to get bigger. Matter of fact, there's no room in the Louisville stage anymore. So if you're coming in a little bit late or you're just getting in the parking lot, you're probably going to have to grab a spot around the fence, which is not a bad place to watch a game on a warm night. They just announced the 2025 Hall of Fame class for Marlington. They got a great round of applause tonight, and folks are still coming in. And, boy, also if you're sitting on the Louisville side tonight, Mr. Sunshine is getting right in your eyes, and it's not going to go away for another half hour or so. So the folks have been giving it the old covering the eyes. They got the sunglasses on, shielding the sun as they try to enjoy the pregame festivities here at Marlington. But once that sun sets, it's going to be an absolutely beautiful night for football, and we're anxious to get this one going as well. Don't forget, next Friday night, Caleb and I will be at the University of Mount Union as the Alliance Aviators will play host to the Crusaders of Canton Central Catholic. Our pregame next week will be at 6:30. We'll kick it at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. Marlington band doing a great job with their pregame performance here tonight, and we'll be getting the coaches' interviews for you here in a couple of minutes. But if you could give us maybe a little cheat code. I'll tell you what kind of mood were the coaches in tonight? What was the vibe they were giving off? Were they a little nervous? Were they comfortable? How was it?
Well, it helps both coaches are coming off a win, so they had that to hang their hat on. But for Marlington, he talked about 1 week at a time. And so, yeah, last week was great. They 38-20 over Howland, but at this point, they're trying to win this week. And so their focus is on Louisville, who's a tough opponent, and they're ready for the task to do what they can do against the Louisville defense. That's not giving up many points. So trying to move down the field. Obviously, they got a really special player in Evanich that they're going to look to get the ball to, and Coach Kappas then echoed that with their whole week has been how do they stop Evanich and how do they contain. So, yeah, looking forward to how this one plays out. You know, we saw last week, we know what the paper says. We've seen both these teams, but anything can happen, as we saw in Streetsboro last week.
I still, I was talking with the athletic director here, Scott Stair, before the game, and we were talking about, it's already week 4 and week 5, and we looked back to last week a little bit, and I said, I got to tell you, Caleb and I, we didn't see what we saw coming, and Alliance was just fantastic. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. During the anthem, we will step aside. We will take a couple of breaks, and we'll come back and hear from both head coaches here on 1310. Stay with us.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season, and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
RG Drag, Stark County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
This is head coach Joe Cardinal from the Marlington Dukes. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310, WDPN, and Q92 Sports Network.
Welcome back here to Marlington, the home of the Dukes, 1310 WDPN. Sam Berkman, Caleb Norick. We are about 8-9 minutes away from kickoff here tonight between the Leopards and the Dukes. And Caleb had a chance to catch up with both head coaches a little while ago down on the field, and let's go to those and see what's going on the Dukes and the Leopards perspective. Joe Cardinal from Marlington, and of course, Coach Kappas from the Louisville Leopards.
All right, we're here with Coach Kappas of the Louisville Leopards before tonight's game against the Marlington Dukes. Coach, what are your thoughts on last week?
Last week was, squeaked out one against a tough team. Northwest is a good football team, man. And, it was a physical game, and, we were able to make one more play and get a few key takeaways on defense, and some bounces went our way on offense where we almost had a couple turnovers, but we played well on special teams. We played good enough on defense to keep them out of the end zone. So we'll take a win.
Looking forward to tonight against Marlington. What's your message to your team before the game?
Yeah, I mean, just like anything, we got to come out. We got to run the ball. We got to stop the run. They have a really, really dynamic player in number 11. So we're going to know where he's at and how they're going to try to get him the ball. And, we just got to adjust to the game as it goes and protect the football on offense and play good special teams. The message doesn't change.
Last thing, Beatty Sports is recognizing unsung hero of the week, maybe a practice squad player or someone helping you ready for the Dukes.
Yeah. Ryan Rush, junior, number 21, did a great job playing there. Best receiver all week, and he's going to be a good player for us here.
Great. Thanks so much, Coach. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Here with Coach Cardinal of the Marlington Dukes. Looking forward to tonight's matchup with the Louisville Leopards. What went well last week? What are your thoughts?
I thought our offense and defensive lines played really well last week. We really controlled the box, and we really played hard, really got after it. And then, Tyler Welder, our freshman quarterback, made some really nice throws. And then, Evan is just great to have, just making big plays.
Yeah, for sure. What's your message to your team tonight? What's something maybe you're looking to improve on or looking to keep going going strong?
Yeah, it's just go 1-0 each week. I mean, that's kind of the idea, is we kind of compartmentalize the season. So, I mean, the big message is, what we did last week was great. We don't really care what happens in 2 weeks. This week was Louisville. We focused on Louisville. Goals be 1-0.
Great. Last thing, Beatty Sports is looking for recognizing the unsung hero of the week, maybe a practice or a guy that helped you in practice prepare for Louisville this week.
Yeah, Brody Shoemaker, sophomore offensive line, defensive lineman, had a really, really good week for us.
Great. Thanks so much. Good luck tonight, Coach.
Hey, thank you.
There's head coach Joe Cardinal from Marlington, and of course Chris Kappas from Louisville. Great job by Caleb down there. I do want to shout out our good friends at Beatty Sports for sponsoring our Beatty Sports Unsung Heroes of the game. Ryan Rush of Louisville this week, and Brady of the Marlington Dukes. So we're getting closer and closer to kickoff. We still got about 6 minutes or so before we get rolling here. But wow, what a great scene! Marlington band is on the field. They got the big tunnel lined up for the Dukes to come out and go through the big sign on the far side. The Leopard fans have packed their stands. Their marching band is here. Louisville actually making their way out onto the field right now. So we are getting closer and closer to kickoff here. And don't forget, stay with us all night long, as we will have updates, scores on all the other games in this week 4. We're following that Lake Perry game tonight, Camp McKinley, Glen Oak, Central Catholic in Salem. Alliance is up at Ella tonight. Massillon is hosting another out-of-state opponent, a very good opponent tonight. Tigers might have their hands full. Here they may be without their starting quarterback tonight, so see if the Tigers can get back in the win column. And hey, let's have a great night. Let's have some fun. Let's have some great plays, and let's have a good Friday night here on AM 1310 WDPN. Tomorrow, Mount Union, Grove City, kickoff at 1. Join myself and Ryan Bevere with the call as the Purple Raiders take on the Wolverines. That's Mount Union, Grove City tomorrow, 1 o'clock, 1310 WDPN. And now the Louisville Leopards making their way onto the field here at Marlington. Leopards come in with a record of 3-0. We told you a couple of times here today, they've only given up 16 points on the season. But they're 3-0 for the first time in quite a while. And I know their fans are, Caleb, they're excited to get back to what Louisville football was, and that was, winning 8, 9, maybe 10 games and making a run in the playoffs and trying to go to that holy grail.
Yeah, they're excited to take that next step, and I think they're excited to see what they can do here. This is the next step on the journey to try to get to that postseason. So.
Marlington Dukes getting ready to make their big entrance here onto the field. Got a little dry ice going on down there. It's getting that little fog element. And here come the Dukes under Coach Joe Cardinal, looking for their 3rd win of the season here at home. Marlington Dukes with the black jerseys tonight. Orange pants, white numbers and letters with the black helmet, the orange and white trim, orange and white helmet stripe. Louisville Leopards tonight going to go with the all-white. Same look they had against Alliance a couple of weeks ago. Leopards, white jerseys, white pants, dark navy numbers, a little bit of trim, and Ville on the sides of the helmet with the stripe down the side of the helmet. So we're getting closer and closer to kickoff here.
A beautiful night for football. This is awesome.
It is beautiful. I'm going to get you your official game time temperature here, but it's really nice. It was a little warm the last time we were here, about a month ago. A little humid, a little sticky that night. We had a lot of guys from both teams that were cramping up and just weren't hydrated the way maybe they should have been. But tonight, this is going to be this is a great scene. This is a great setting. 79 degrees still, with bright sunshine and not a cloud in the sky here at the home of the Marlington Dukes. So we're getting closer. You know what? The older I get, I wish pregames were shorter.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's great to see the band and the cheerleaders
I
and
mean,
all
for,
that stuff.
for us.
Let's get going.
I'm thinking about maybe we go on at 6:45 next week. How do you think that'll work out? All right, the Dukes are going to kick off to start tonight's ball game. Louisville will receive and go left to right here in the first quarter of play. Alan Siders, the kicker, junior, 5'6", about 135 pounds. Ready to get his foot into it. Back deep for the Leopards. Owen Wilson, number 2. Keep your eyes on him. Keep your ears listening for him, I should say, as you listen to our ball game tonight. We're just about ready to roll. Crowd's into it. Student section's into it. Beautiful night as the sun will be setting here in about a half an hour. And we're underway in Marlington on 1310 WDPN. There's the return by the Leopards. That is DeMarco across the 40 to midfield. DeMarzio to the 45 to the 40. Owen 30, 25-20. He's got a convoy. He's to the 5, and he's gone. Opening kickoff. Owen DeMarzio takes it all the way, and the Leopards have taken an early 6-0 lead. What a way to start here at Marlington, and it took 12 seconds.
Yeah, that was, the fireworks are here early. They kicked it to DeMarzio. Got about the 18-yard line. Had a convoy ahead of him, and just he really just outran everybody all the way to the end zone. Some great blocks there by special teams, and early points for the Louisville Leopards.
What a way to get started here tonight. Wow. I didn't get the official.
Looked like he was at the 18.
I was going to say the 20 just to cover my bases, but that sounds good. There's the extra point. That kick is plenty long enough. It is up, and it is good. And just like that, the Louisville Leopards, 12 seconds into the game, have taken a 7-0 lead over the Marlington Dukes. And if you're Coach Joe Cardinal, you got to get a hold of your guys right now and say, hey, 12 seconds. We got a long way to go. Let's get our head in it now. Let's get our head in it. Let's go.
Yep. You get the offense out on the field, and your goal here is to get the first downs, get the ball moving, and now it's all about how you respond. You use the old fighting analogy. You got hit them out first, so now let's see what the Dukes got in them. They respond here.
Well, they'll get a chance because they're going to get the ball right back. Cam Evanich, one of the Dukes back deep at about the 5-yard line. He's back there with Blaze Horn. I believe that's 21.
Thing about high school football, especially at this level, I just watched about 6 of these guys on kickoff coverage there for the Dukes, and now they're on kickoff return. So probably trying to catch their breath a little bit, but I'm sure Louisville's in the same boat.
So 7-0 Louisville.
Matter of fact, I see DeMarzio is one of the guys lined up on kickoff here for the Leopards.
Yep.
So
we can even get a chance to tell you about the RG Drag red zone because they never took a pit stop in there. They just went all the way. Parker Dahm will kick it off for the Leopards. It's in the air. Kick at the 15-yard line. Here's the return. Going to go all the way to the other side of the field and tripped up back at the 20-yard line. Well, it looked promising for Blaze Horn, but all of a sudden the guys in the white jerseys were coming, and a great open field tackle by the Leopards, and Marlington will go 1st and 10.
Yeah, just got his shoestrings there. He made a good cut there. He had open field, and one of the Leopards was able to grab him by the foot, trip him up, and so the Dukes will start at the 21-yard line as they try to respond here.
Here we go. Freshman quarterback for the Marlington Dukes. 439 yards already this year in the air. Only 1 interception, 4 touchdown passes. Deep pass caught, out route, 31-yard line. That's a nice hook up there to Cole Jones from the freshman quarterback, Tyler Walter. And that is going to be a gain of
about 2 yards short.
About 7, maybe 8. We'll call it 2nd and 2. Just underway here at Marlington. Sam Burke with Caleb Norick. Shout out to Scott Stair and the great folks here at Marlington for once again rolling out the red carpet for us tonight. for our high school football coverage. Duke's up to the line. Tyler Walter in the gun, set back to the right, trips right side, inside handoff, 30, 31, 32-yard line. And that is it. A host of Louisville Leopards on the stop. Big number 73, Adam Norris. 6'7", 300-plus pounds down there, big number 73. He looks bigger than he did a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Lots of Wheaties being consumed over there in Louisville.
A lot of Wheaties and a lot of good old-fashioned milk. Quick pass in the flat, caught at the 35, across the 35 to the 40 and out of bounds. That's a nice grab by Malcolm Salyers, and that's going to be enough for a first down.
Now, what a play call. Coach Cardinal there had 5 guys on the near side of the field to us, and they were just kind of in a bunch and had a convoy there for Sailors. They looked like Louisville might have stopped him right at the line of gain, but he made a cut and got upfield and got another 5-6 yards, first down.
So the Duke's going to go trips right again, slot left. Leopards jumped off sides. That'll be a 5-yard penalty on Louisville. Can't say enough about this freshman quarterback, Tyler Walter. About 5'8", 5'9", 150 pounds. He just does things that a freshman quarterback just shouldn't be able to do.
Yeah, Coach Cardinal and the staff have done a good job, too. We've seen him already today, just kind of easing him into it, get him some early throws, build some confidence. They've got 2 little quick out routes that can get him going. He's 2 for 2 and build some confidence.
Motion near side, are going to hand it off inside to Horn, and Blaze Horn will be taken down as he runs right across the 45-yard line. Jacob Beard on the tackle for the Leopards, the junior defensive end. 7-0 Louisville if you're just joining us. 10-10 to go in the opening quarter of play. 13-10 WDPN. And don't forget that you can listen to us on all your favorite social media platforms. X, Facebook, Q92 radio page on YouTube. Duke's going right to left, down 7. Their line of scrimmage is their own 45-yard line. Trips to the right side. Walter in the gun, taking a long time. Gets the shotgun snap. He'll go back to throw. He's in trouble. He gets out of it. There he goes to midfield, to the 45, to the 43, and a first down. How about the young man? Tyler Walter, bobbing and weaving in and out of would-be tacklers, and he picked up a first down.
Yeah, that's just a great job there. You know, Jacob Beard and Aiden Norris had gotten in the backfield. Were applying pressure. There was someone coming off the edge. He just tucked it down, got the first down, and keeps the drive going.
4 wides, twins to the boundary, wide right, slot left. Walter is in the gun. 7-0 Louisville, but the Dukes are on the move. 1st and 10 at the Leopard, 44-yard line. Walter in the gun. He's going to go back to throw. Steps, fires, BB, caught inside the 30, to the 29, to the 25, and down to the 24-yard line for Cole Jones. And another first down for the Marlington Dukes.
We talked about Waller building pressure or building confidence there, but that was just a gutsy throw. He had bracketed coverage there, made a great throw right into Jones, who made a cutback and a big gain for the Dukes, and they're moving right down the field.
So Walter is in the shotgun now. Horn to his right, same formation. Now they'll break out of it. Salyers will come in motion and head upfield. Inside handoff to Horn, trying to get the corner, and boom, down he goes. He'll lose a couple of yards back to the 26-yard line.
Blaze Horn on carry.
So Blaze Horn, number 21 for the Marlington Dukes. Blaze, a sophomore, 5'8", 150. Caleb, this is a young football team. Can you imagine how, if things stay together? Oh, man. They could be rough for anybody in the next couple of years. So Walter in the shotgun again. 7-0 Louisville, early first quarter here on 1310 WDPN. Trips to the right side. Walter will go back to throw. He steps up in the pocket. He looks, he pumps, he runs. Flag down. Walter goes out of bounds at around the 23-yard line, but again, a penalty marker on the field.
Don't want to speculate, but Trevor Burek was in pursuit of Walter there, and let's just say right now he's getting his jersey readjusted by his teammates. Might tell you what happened there.
Penalty is holding against Marlington.
Couple Duke offensive linemen kind of got a hold of him and didn't let go, and so it'll move back here behind the sticks now.
Walter back to throw, fakes right, looks left, cocks it, fires it, caught, 10, 5, touchdown Marlington! It's Cole Jones into the end zone and a touchdown. It's 7-6 Louisville. Tell you what, though,
great pass,
almost out of bounds.
I actually thought he was out of bounds. I'm looking for a flag.
Okay, I thought I saw the same
It looked like he stepped out, but the official was right there. There is no flag, and so it's a touchdown for the Dukes.
I thought I saw that too. I'm glad you brought that up. But if it's not called, it's not called. Extra point is on the way by Siders, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. How about the start tonight here at Marlington? Scoreboard operator, you are on high alert. Louisville 7 and Marlington 7, 7:58 to go in the first quarter. We'll keep it here. See if we got some early scores here. Salem already in front of Canton Central Catholic, 14-0 in the first quarter to play. Speaking of Central Catholic, we'll have the Crusaders and the Aviators next weekend at the University of Mount Union. Pregame at 6:30. The kick at 7 right here on 1310 WDPN. We'll keep you updated as well with the Guardians and the White Sox tonight, although Caleb, time is starting to run out.
Yeah,
on the Guardians.
They're going to have to go on a run here of 6, 7, 8 wins in a row.
And get some help.
Or get someone on a losing streak. And they do get 6 against the Tigers and 3 versus the Rangers. I hope the Tigers are locked up whatever they're going to have and resting guys, but we'll see.
Right. I know one thing. I've stayed up till 2 in the morning the last 2 nights rooting the Angels on against the Mariners. Stayed up, watched the game on MMO TV, and both nights I went to bed disappointed because the Angels just couldn't help us out. Returned by the Leopards out to the 42-yard line. That's where Louisville will set up shop, 1st and 10. But you know what they say? If you got to rely on help, that's kind of your own fault at the end of the day.
The fact that they're even in it is pretty amazing considering all the things that have gone on with suspensions and injuries and trades. And they're their own worst enemy as a small market team because they always produce. They bring up arms after arm after arm and develop them, trade them away, and then another one.
And the cycle starts all over again. Here come the Leopards now. Inside handoff. That's DiMarzio. Owen crosses the 46 out to the 48-yard line. Picks up around 7. We'll call it 2nd down and 3. Hey, they're still giving the hay rides over there in the field. Now there's a practice facility to our right and across the way. They got a couple of old goalposts over there. I don't know if they practice over there still or not. They might. Pass is caught out here in the flat, 45 down close to the 40-yard line for Luke Seaman. That'll be a 1st down, Louisville. But they've got the cornfields that go way, 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 way all the way back, and then the big line of trees and forest and this. But they're giving hay rides to the young fans over there behind the Louisville bleachers tonight. Which, by the way, the bleachers are packed on both sides here tonight. What a great atmosphere here in Week 4. Stouffer hands it off. DiMarzio going to get locked up by, guess who? Cam Evanich brings him down at the 45-yard line. It's a loss of around 2 yards on the play.
Great play by Evanich there. He's gotten to the backfield, and he was not in position to make the tackle, but DiMarzio tried to make a cut and right into the arms of Evanich, and he just drove him back for a loss of 3. 7-0
Louisville. Sam Berkwood, Caleb Lorick with you tonight, week 4 of the high school football season, right here on AM 1310 WDPN. Back to throw. Stouffer flushed out of the pocket. Evanich is chasing him, and Stouffer goes down back at the 42-yard line. Stouffer just couldn't get it going.
Yeah, we saw the same type of play from the Dukes where they run like a bubble screen, and for whatever reason he didn't like it, and so Marley was open, but he kind of tucked it and tried to run, and I think he just lost his footing, but Evanich was in hot pursuit. And so just like that, they're well behind the sticks now. It's 3rd and 20.
So
I think it's actually more than that. I think the scoreboard operator trying to catch up. Looks like 3rd and 27 from here.
3rd and a mile, as they would say. Leopard's going to go trips to the right. DeMarzio in motion right. Stouffer to throw. Got time. Steps up in the pocket. Looks downfield. Fires for Wilson. Couldn't get him. Incomplete. Down at the 35-yard line. Good coverage by Bryce Jones, the senior corner. And the Leopards are going to have to punt the football in. You talk about a little adversity. Louisville comes out, smacks Marlington right in the face mask. They return the opening kickoff, and what did the Dukes do? They get the ball, they go right down and score. Louisville comes out, and the Dukes hold them, and the Leopards will punt it away.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes it's your own worst enemy there for Coach Carl's got to call timeout. He only got 10 guys on the field. Going back to Louisville opening kickoff, they have an offensive script they want to get into. They have some plays they want to kind of set up for later on, and they didn't get to do that. You got the points, but then they come back out on offense that second drive and trying to get things going. So now the Dukes are going to get the ball back here.
And I've often wondered sometimes, Caleb, you come out, big game, big atmosphere. You didn't really have to work that hard to get a 7-0 lead, and you think, oh, well, this is going to be one of those nights. We don't have to, and then boom, you're in a ball game.
Yeah. You mentioned the youth or the practice field over there. There's a little 7-on-7 action going on with some of the youth, having some fun.
Yeah,
they're missing out on the fun in here inside the stadium, but they're living their own glory right now.
I couldn't see that far. I'm up against the wall. You're right. Yeah, there is a little 7-on-7 going on back there behind the scoreboard, way behind there by the fencing area. There's a lot of land over here. I mean, a lot. Stouffer will punt it away, end over end, line drive. It'll take a little hop, and boy, what a hop it takes. Oh, my goodness. It goes out of bounds at the Marlington 2-yard line. Boy, you can't do it any better than that. Gabe Stouffer pinning the Dukes deep in their own territory as they take over 1st and 10. 5:34 in the first quarter. It's a 7-7 game.
It looked like it was going to roll into the end zone. He got a nice bounce there and rolls out. They haven't spotted it exactly. It looks like it's going to be at the 3-yard line. But so now Marlington, they have adversity, starting with their back against their own goal line. And if you're Coach Cardinal here, you're trying to get a couple first downs and get away from your end zone here.
Right. East Canton 9, St. Thomas nothing. First quarter. Hoover leads Green 7-0. Malvern leads Mogador 8-0. Dukes inside their own 3-yard line. Handoff over the right side between the guard and the tackle. Not much. Maybe to the 4-yard line, and that is going to be it. Caden Dine, and it'll be second down at about, we'll call it second down at 9.
It's about 7 or 8 Leopards in there.
Get you a Perry Lake score update here in a couple of minutes. Walter in the shotgun for the Dukes. Inside their own 4-yard line. It's a 7-7 game, first quarter of play. On 1310 WDPN. Hope you're enjoying the game so far. Inside handoff. That's Dine. And Dine's going to get to the 4, which was the line of scrimmage for the last snap. And that's it. He is bottled up by 4 or 5 Leopards again. Jacob Beard led the way for the Leopards on defense again. Here's a Louisville team. They had to be a little shocked when Marlington went right down the field on them. They'd only given up 16 points all season.
Yeah.
They've already given up 7 here tonight. 3rd and 8 for the Dukes at their own, about their 5-yard line.
You got to get a couple of yards here. If we're not going to get the first down, at least
Right.
gives your punter some room. Right now, he's going to be sitting on the back of the end zone.
Walter in the shotgun. Lays Horn, the tailback. Walter's going to throw it. Goes back, lofts it, got a man open, caught, 30, 35, 40 to the 42. Bryce Jones on the catch. How about the call by Joe Cardinal? And how about the freshman executing in the shadow of his own end zone? A beautifully thrown football. Huge gain. First down, Marlington.
Well, sometimes you call those types of play. You got a guy running a post route or something. If he's there, you take it. If not, you take it. They were all down the field there. They were trying to strike down the field. He found his man. Great throw.
Hand off to Blaze Horn. The Leopards are there, and they bottle him up at the 41-yard line. He'll lose 2 yards on the play. Beard again was in there for Louisville. Owen Wilson was there as well. 7-7, Dukes and Louisville right here on 1310 WDPN. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Friday night. Salem 14, Canton Central Catholic 7, so the Crusaders are on the board. A lot of fireworks here early tonight. Leopards with the 3 down linemen. They'll rush to the defensive end. Walter will rush the other way and fire it. Caught at the 46 and wrestled down as Cam Evidence at about the 45-yard line. I had a chance to talk with Coach Joe Cardinal during the show this afternoon. He brought Cam up with him, and what a great young man. Just very, very nice, well-mannered. Loves playing football, loves going to Marlington High School, loves the tradition of high school football growing up. Great young man. Trips left, wide to the right is Evidence. Walter in the gun, the freshman quarterback, on a 3rd down and about 8 coming up for Marlington. Line of scrimmage, their own 46-yard line. Horn the tailback, Walter in the gun. Motion to the right side. Leopards showing blitz. They back up. Walter to throw it. He looks. He fires it. He throws it up in the air. Incomplete and intercepted at the 21-yard line. And the ball was picked off by Keegan. I'm sorry, that's not Keegan Keller. That is Colton Norris, number 18, with the interception and a first down for Louisville.
Yeah, that one.
Not terrible, though, because that was a 3rd down play.
Yeah, essentially a punt.
Yeah.
tried to make a play and threw it up there, and Jones was there. It was a little high, got tipped, and then a really great play there by Colton Norris. But essentially tipped it to himself and then made the interception.
Interception or not, that young man throws a beautiful football.
Yeah, it's a nice pass downfield.
Just like textbook. The way he just cocks it behind his ear and lets it go. Leopards with the ball, 1st and 10. Stouffer out into the flat. Caught and out of bounds at the 24-yard line for Seaman. Short pickup on the play. That'll bring up 2nd down. Looks like the Perry Panthers are getting close to pay dirt against Lake. No score, 1st quarter. Louisville 7, Marlington 7 here on AM 1310 WDPN. What a great start. Opening kickoff, return for a touchdown. Marlington gets the ball right back, goes right down the field and scores. Here come the Leopards now. Stouffer in the gun. Stouffer back to throw. Out pattern, caught at the 30, 35, stiff arm to the 38. Flag is down. Back at the 27-yard line. This might be coming back. Might be coming back. Looks like it's, well, I'm not going to guess. I'll just wait.
Yeah, they're going to call
offensive
Luke Seaman on a push off, which is what got him the opening. Actually, I don't think it was going to be on Seaman. It was the other guy running the route. He essentially clipped the defender, which made Seaman open on that. So they're going to move him back 15 yards from the spot. It'll be 2nd and long.
McKinley Glen Oak, no score with about 4 minutes to go in the opening quarter of play. Bulldogs looking for their third win of the season. Minute 56 to go here in the first quarter. 7-7 our score. Stouffer in the gun. Triangle trips to the right. Motion to the right side. Stouffer to throw. Looks, fires deep down the left side. Got a man. It's incomplete at the 50-yard line. Intended for Quinn Burek. A lot of hand-to-hand combat there, but I think pretty good defense by Bryce Jones, and it's going to bring up third down for Louisville.
Yeah, the Leopard coaches want a pass interference call, but it was the same no call that happened on the interception for the Dukes. Some hand fighting both ways. But the receiver had a chance to go get it and wasn't able to pull it in. And now you're 3rd and 20 here for the Leopards.
Seven nothing McKinley now over Glen. Back to throw is Stouffer. Got time. Flushed. Throws. Caught. 18. Trying to make up the middle. Here comes Wilson to the 20. To the 25 to the 30. He's to the 33-yard line.
And after all that running, he's right at the line to gain.
Yeah, I'm going to move. They give him the first down. I thought he was going to be like a half a yard short, but it's a first down for the Louisville Leopards. Boy, how about that?
Great play by Wilson there, just trying to make something happen. He ran a mile on that one, all the way across the field, zigging and zagging. He got a nice block and was brought down right at the line to gain. They gave him the first down.
So the Leopards 1st and 10 now with their own 32. Stouffer hands it over the left side. Wilson, and he's going to go down at the line of scrimmage. Nice defensive stop by Caden Dine, the senior, 6 feet, 215 pounds. So no gain of the play. 2nd down and 10. Louisville 7, Marlington 7. 58 seconds to go in the first quarter of play. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Friends and Family Credit Union. Always a good time to bring a friend into the family. Packed house tonight at Marlington. 78 degrees and nothing but sunshine. Stouffer hands it off to Wilson, 35. Wilson to the 40. Wilson at the 40-yard line. He'll be short of the first down by about a yard and a half. Leopards 3-0. Dukes 2-1 coming in tonight. Let's see if they run another play. 3rd and 1 coming up. Play clock is at 23. The game is at 15. They don't have to run a play if they don't want to. So why not? You got a little momentum, and here we go. 3rd down carry. Wilson hurdles a man. Got a first down across the 46, out to the 47-yard line. So first down Louisville, and that will bring us to the end of the first quarter of play. We got a good one cooking here tonight at Marlington. Your score, the Marlington Dukes 7, the Louisville Leopards 7. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN.
For over 20 years, Pierce Motors has been your trusted, locally owned and operated auto repair shop, delivering ASE certified bumper-to-bumper service you can count on. From oil changes to engine repairs and diagnostics, we do it all with quality work at a fair price. Visit us at 170 East Main Street, Limaville, or call 330-821-7744 today and see why so many in the community rely on Pierce Motors.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
This is head coach Chris Kappas from Louisville High School. You're listening to high school football on the Q92 Sports Network.
Welcome back to Marlington, everybody. Sam Berkman, Caleb Norick here on 1310 WDPN. 7-7 game. Second quarter ready to go. Dukes on the defensive side. Stouffer throws it right side. Caught across the 50 to the 45 to the Marlington 44. And down is Quinn Burek with his reception. And to see where they mark it, looks like he might be just a little bit short of the first down. Tonight's game brought to you in part by RG Drag. Proud sponsors of our Red Zone. RG Drag, learn, earn, and succeed.
Well, after explosive kickoff and drive from Marlington, slowed down a little bit, but Louisville on the move here.
Leopard second down and 1. Stouffer in the flat, bounces it incomplete for Seaman. Got a penalty flag back there, I think. Or is that a towel? That's a towel from one of the Marlington linebackers, so no flag. That'll bring up third down and 1. 7-7 early in the second quarter of play. Sam Bourquin and Caleb North with you tonight. From Marlington, the home of the Dukes, week 4 of the high school football season. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Hope you're enjoying the ball game. Next Friday night, Central Catholic at Alliance from Mount Union at 7 p.m. All right, here we go. Third down play coming up for both these teams as they turn the lights on here at the stadium. As we hit 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stouffer gets the snap. He's going to run it himself. Got it. And more. 40 to the 37. First down, Louisville. Gabe Stouffer, the senior, saw a little alley there and took it the rest of the way for the first down.
Yeah, design quarterback draw there, and pretty smart game plan there. Just run behind your big guys up front. The Leopards got a couple of them, and he just took a step back, waited for them to get in position, and got ahead of steam going forward, and first down for the Leopards.
Get your scoreboard update coming up here after this play. 1st and 10 Leopards at the Marlington Dukes 37-yard line. Leps going right to left. In the shotgun, it's going to be a handoff jet sweep to Seaman. 40, cuts it 35, Seaman 30, out of bounds. Shoved out of bounds by Cam Evanich. They're going to mark Seaman out at the Marlington 27-yard line. Perry 7, Lake nothing. Late first quarter. Hoover leads Green 14-0. A couple of touchdown catches tonight for Jack Andes. Early second quarter, it is McKinley 7, Glen Oak 7. First quarter, Central Catholic trailing Salem 21-7. Stouffer back to throw, and a second and short. Looking, he's got all night. Fires a deep one into the end zone. It is incomplete at about the 2-yard line.
He had a guy open.
He did.
And actually, it was knocked out of his hands by his teammate there. They were both fighting for it, and the end result is neither of them came up with it, so it's going to be third down for Louisville.
Well, it feels like this is about the 5th third down play of the night for Louisville. It's another 3rd and 1. Last 2 second and shorts, Caleb, they decided to go for the home run. Didn't get it, but it's always worth taking a shot.
Again, I think it helps when you know that you're pretty confident you can get a 1 yard anytime you need to. So we'll see here. They're those big workhorses up front.
So Stouffer in the gun. I think the right end for Louisville flinched right before the snap. And that's a 5-yard penalty. They got Jake Baker. He just popped out of his stance a little bit, and that's going to be a 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, that will change the play call for Coach Kappas. I can't imagine. Well, maybe, but you're not quite as confident that you're going to get 6 yards on like a quarterback sneak or something as you are to get 1 yard. So we'll see what the Leopards do here.
So Burek is going to go wide right, slot right. You got 5 wide. It's an open set. Stouffer to throw. Looking downfield. There's nobody to throw it to. He looks, he fires, caught. First down, Louisville at the Marlington 26-yard line. Wow, that was
the second time today. He right at the line of the game, and the same official didn't even really pay attention to the sticks. He thought he had it, so he gave him the first down. And not that I want him to come measure it and slow it down more, but it would have been close. We don't have the NFL style yet where it's
not yet.
Instant.
Stouffer, quick throw, way out there wide, caught, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Touchdown, Louisville. Luke Seaman caught the ball way on the other side of the field in the flat area, turned and motored it into the end zone. Touchdown, Louisville.
What a I mean, he floated that ball out there, and it seemed like it took forever to get to Seaman on the far side. And then he made a cut, and it looked like he came out of a cannon. He just took off and just ran right through the defenders into the end zone. Touchdown, Louisville.
Dom on for the extra point. Snap, spot, kick up good. And we will take a timeout from Marlington. Louisville Leopards 14, the Marlington Dukes 7, 9:42 to go here in the first quarter play. Caleb and I will be back with more high school football on AM 1310 WDPM.
RG Drag, Star County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
There's the kickoff. Marlington return 10, 15, 20. Horn across the 25, and he's hit at the 35-yard line. A nice return by Blaze Horn. Louisville tackle made by Isaiah Bragg, and the Dukes will take over first and 10. 14-7 is our score early in the second quarter. McKinley and Glen Oak, 7-7 at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Little movement before the snap, and I think they got the Leopards to creep on into the neutral zone, and that's going to be a 5-yard penalty on the Leopards.
They've used that hard count a handful of times tonight, particularly for Walter to look over to Coach Cardinal and make sure they got the right play called. That time the lineman got a little antsy and jumped off.
Duke's going to go trips left, slot right. Walter hands it off to Horn, and Blaze Horn is going to be gobbled up and taken down at the 38-yard line. Tell you what, big 99, Jacob Beard, has been very active tonight for Louisville on the defensive side of the ball. About his third solo tackle so far tonight.
Yeah, the Duke's trying to run like an outside zone there, but Owen Wilson was coming on a blitz and forced them back between the guard and the center, and Jacob Beard was there waiting for him.
From the 39-yard line, Walter back to throw, fires it, caught, the 45, breaks the tackle, 46, 47 to the 48-yard line for Bryce Jones. That's a first down for the Marlington Dukes.
Walter's had some really nice passes tonight. That one crisp, right on the numbers, and Jones was able to bring it in and get first down for the Dukes.
Jackson leads Mayfield 10-0. Massillon Tigers on top of Bennett High School 14-0. Alliance leads Ellen 6-0 in the second quarter of play. Walter gives it off to Horn. Blaze over the right side. He got picked up by his shirt tail and thrown down. It was Sean Klein, number 71 for Louisville. He just grabbed the jersey and kind of pulled him down and went down at the 49-yard line. 14-7, Louisville with the lead. Second quarter at Marlington, coming up on 8 minutes to go. Here in the first half of play. Duke's going left to right. Halter, the freshman quarterback, in the shotgun for Joe Cardinal's Marlington Dukes. Louisville came in 3-0. The Dukes a very respectable 2-1. Walter rolling to the left, fires, it's caught. Jones at the 40. Jones to the Louisville 36 and out of bounds. And a first down for the Marlington Dukes. How about Tyler Walter, the freshman, rolling to his left. And as a right-handed quarterback, Caleb, that's a very hard throw to make.
He's thrown across his body, across the field, and it was right on the money. First down, moving the sticks, and he's doing everything he needs to do right now to keep this offense going. And I think he's, as young as he is, he looks like a seasoned veteran quarterback.
Sure does. Imagine how good he's going to be next 3 years.
If they can continue to develop and he stays healthy, he's going to be a good ball player.
Trips to the right. Evanich is your slot. Walter to throw. Walter looks. He steps up. He throws for the long one. He's got a man in the end zone. It's knocked away and incomplete. Great defensive play down there by Colton Norris for Louisville. They were going for the home run ball for Malcolm and incomplete. Second down.
Yeah, it took a shot there, and Malcolm ended up coming to safety on that one, knocking it away. And so they continue on the drive here.
Scoreboard update. Perry over Lake 7-zip. Malvern leads Mogador 14-7. Canton South over Manchester 10-7. Minerva leads Sandy Valley 14-12. How about the Minerva Lions? Looking for their third win in 4 weeks. What a turnaround there. Walter rolling to the right for the Dukes. Steps up in the pocket. He's in trouble now. He just throws it away. Smart play. Just get that out of bounds, and he did. They'll bring up third down.
Yeah, that's a development. You know, he's grown since we saw in week one. That's the kind of the exact same play that he took that big intentional grounding against Warrensville Heights there. Didn't have anyone. Throws it away. And although Evans almost caught the ball, even though it was about 5 yards out of bounds, he made a play on it. Wouldn't have been in bounds, but it was impressive.
I want to correct myself that McKinley Glen Oak gets 14-0 Bulldogs in the second quarter of play at Tom Benson. I had said 7-7 earlier, and I apologize for that. Third down and 10 for the Dukes at the Louisville 35-yard line. 14-7, Leopards with the lead. Walter goes back to throw, fires it incomplete. Down at the 23-yard line, try to hit Cole Jones, the junior wide receiver. They'll bring up fourth down. You're not going to punt here. You're at the Louisville 35, and it's going to be 4th and 10.
Yeah, it's one of those no-man land. You're not kicking a field goal from here. You're not going to punt it, so they're just going to go for it.
So the Dukes will go 4 wide. Slot left, trips to the right side. Evanich in the slot. Or Evanich is your wide man this time, I beg your pardon. Bryce Jones is one of your slot. Now the Marlington Dukes want to call a timeout with 7:03 to go in the first half. Louisville leads by the score of 21-7, and we'll keep it here. Tomorrow, Grove City College. The Purple Raiders are coming. Mount Union, Grove City, 1 o'clock tomorrow right here on 1310 WDPN.
How'd they look week one, Sam?
You know what? They were up 37-7 against the Wheaton team that I think will go undefeated the rest of the year. And then all of a sudden, Wheaton, boom, boom, boom. I looked up at the scoreboard. It was 37-29, and there was still some time left. Mount Union got out of there with a win. So we'll try to get another one on the road tomorrow against Grove City. Then the bye week will be the following Saturday. Then we'll jump into OAC play the following weekend. I think they're going to be a good squad. I think Mount Union is going to be okay. Here we go. Dukes 4th and 10 at their own at the Louisville 35-yard line. And a false start by the wide receiver for Marlington, and that'll be a 5-yard penalty. Good timing by the PA announcer here.
I was thinking that. I wasn't sure if I should say something.
He made an announcement that drew a pretty good
It was a
30, 35-second round of applause, and while the applause was coming, the Dukes take went in motion. Nobody noticed.
Yeah, they were honoring veterans on September 11th. Obviously, that we celebrated or remembered yesterday, and a great moment at a not great time. And Marlington gets the false start.
So the Dukes will punt it away. Walter will handle the chore, and the catch is made at the 5. Leopards on the return. Wilson to the 10. Wilson to the 15, to the 20, and they bring him down. And wow, did he take a beating on that return? Finally is whistled down around the 23-yard line. I mean, he got hit in the helmet, the shoulder pad, the mouthpiece. I mean, he got everything.
He got wrapped up, and it looked like he came down. They didn't blow the whistle, so he kept fighting. They kept fighting. He took 2 more licks, and when it's all said and done, Leopards will take over at the 23-yard line.
14-7 Louisville, second quarter here at Marlington. Stick around. Halftime activities will be coming your way. News and weather, sports news. That's all coming up here at the break. Top of the third at Progressive Field. White Sox and Guardians, no score. Gotta sweep the White Sox. No and ifs or buts about it. Leopards with the football, 1st and 10. Line of scrimmage, their own 24. Stouffer to throw in the flat. It's caught. That's Seaman. And Seaman going to be taken down at the 24-yard line. That's a great open field tackle by Malcolm Salyers, number 13.
Yep, both. One of the Leopard linemen, I think they're going to call timeout here. One of the Leopard linemen comes up, hobbling.
At 54 or 64? 54.
Burek.
So Trevor Burek, the junior lineman, hobbling off the field on the far side. They'll look at him real quick.
He was coming out in the opposite direction the play was going. He got twisted up on or something, but he's hurting. So, man, look at that. Another workhorse. Man, how many guys they got on that bench? They just...
That is 60. What number was that came in? 66. Ethan Kelly. And after all that,
now Coach Kappas wants
a timeout. So there's a timeout on the field with 6:09 to go in the first half. It's a 14-7 Louisville lead. I want to shout out Beatty Sports, proud sponsor of our Beatty Sports Unsung Hero of the Game. It's a cool little thing, thanks to Beatty's and our staff back at the station came up with that. The Unsung Hero / Scout Player of the Week. I like that. That's pretty cool. Because those guys normally wouldn't get recognition or a little
highlights,
little pat on the helmet. But
just about every week we've heard Coach say he's going to be a really good player for us, and we're looking forward to the future. And of course, at this level, you're an inch or two away from those guys playing like Walter, playing as a freshman and playing well. And so, future may be sometime this year, next year, but they're excited about him.
Here we go. 2nd down and about 10 for Louisville. Stouffer will hand it off to Marzio. He will get to the 25-yard line, and that's where he is taken down. And he's taken down by Caden Dine, number 0 for the Marlington Dukes. Well, the sun has set here in Marlington. Stadium lights taking full effect here on the turf on this beautiful Friday night, week 4, and early September. We're almost to mid-September now. Guess what? Another 3rd down play for Louisville. 3rd and 8 at their own 25-yard line. Leopards lead 14-7. They have the second quarter. 4 wide, lone setback. Stouffer in the gun to throw. Gabe will step up in the pocket, looks downfield. He's got room if he wants to run. There he goes, 30. Breaks a tackle at the 35. Stouffer leaning and fumbled the ball at the 40-yard line. It is loose on the field, but it's picked up by Louisville, and they get a first down out of it.
Yeah, he just seemed indecisive there. He had a guy open at the beginning. He had a guy open as he was scrambling, but he just didn't like what he was seeing or didn't see it. And he made a play to get the first down, ended up losing the football. And number 18 jumped on
Norris.
Yeah, Norris jumped on top of it. He had the interception earlier, didn't he?
He did.
Johnny on the spot so far today.
Big time player making plays. DeMarzio in motion. He'll get the jet sweep. Owen cuts it 40, 45, and Evidence and company wrap him up at the 45-yard line. Gain of 4. We'll call it second down and 6 yards to go. On the scoreboard, Hoover. Some may be surprised at this. I am not. Hoover 21, Green nothing in the second quarter of play. Jack Andes has 1, 2, 3 touchdown catches tonight for the Vikings.
It's a night you'll remember for a long time. This was first half over there.
Right. Hoover's playing really good ball. Meanwhile, Stouffer back to throw. He's got all night. All night. Circles the wagon. Steps up. Runs out of bounds. And he lost a few. He's going to be officially marked out of bounds. Looks like Gabe was able to get back to around the 44. So a loss of 1. He ran a half a mile to lose the yard.
Yeah.
But you know what? He keeps it alive in case somebody can break away and come back to him.
He ran in a circle at one point. Made a guy miss. And, yeah, I don't know if he's just not seeing things or doesn't like what he's had guys. Of course, it's easy for me to say that. I'm up here.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's exciting. He keeps it moving and keeps the play alive.
Third down and 6 for the Leopards. 4 wide. Stouffer to throw. Fires it. Caught. 45 to the 40-yard line. First down, Louisville. That's Colton Norris with the reception officially down at the 41 of Marlington, but a 1st and 10 for the Louisville Leopards. Bryce Jones on the tackle for Marlington. We cruise along here in the second quarter. 4:08 to go. Louisville 14 and Marlington 7 on 13-10 WDPN. Leopards up to the line of scrimmage. Stouffer gets the handoff, gives it to DeMarzio. Owen crashing his way inside the 40, down to the Marlington 35, to the 34 before Cam Evidence brings him down.
Another one of those off-tackle runs. Just follow your big boys, let them make an opening. Get 4, 5, 6 yards. Now you have an opportunity on second down to take a shot if you want.
Which they've done.
Yep.
See if they go upstairs again. Twins right, slot left. Gabe Stouffer, play action, running to the right, and they're going to get him down for a sack and a loss on the play. Back at the Marlington 42. That's a loss of 7 yards on the play. Big time defensive play by the Dukes on defense. Seaburn on the tackle for the Dukes. And now it's going to set up third down and around 11 for the Leopards at the Marlington 42-yard line. Eric will go wide right, Norris to the left, Baker slot this way. Dukes with 3 defensive down linemen. They know the ball's going in the air. Stouffer back in the shotgun to throw. Here comes a delayed blitz. Stouffer steps up in the pocket, throws it deep down the right side. It's caught at the 15, to the 10, inside the 5, and into the end zone for the touchdown. 42 yards. Touchdown, Louisville. Stouffer to Burek, and the Leopards are on the board again.
What a pass. He threw that one up there. The DB had a chance on it, just mistimed it. Burek came down with it, made a couple guys miss, and into the end zone for the Leopards. The big touchdown pass.
Dom on for the extra point to give Louisville a 14-point lead. Well, you know, it sounds weird to say. I think Marlington's played really good defense tonight for the most part, but they've given up 21 points. And sometimes that's the way she goes. We'll take a timeout. 2:26 to go in the first half. It's Louisville 21, Marlington 7. You're listening to high school football right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey, sports fans, want the latest local sports news, game photos, coach and player interviews, and live play-by-play coverage? Then follow Q92 Sports on social media now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Like, follow, and subscribe today. Catch the highlights, relive the moments, and stay connected to your hometown teams. Q92 Sports, your home for everything local sports. Real teams, real action, real coverage. Follow Q92 Sports on social media.
Back here at Marlington, 21-7 Louisville. Baum, the approach, the kick. Duke's going to return it from the 18. Coming to right hash. Here comes Blaze Horn across the 25 to the 30. 35 to the 40. Blaze to the 45. Blaze Horn still on his feet and goes out of bounds around the 50-yard line. Great return by Blaze Horn and great field position, but I see a penalty flag at the 40-yard line.
Great effort by Horn there. Just got to put his head down, and they're going to wave the flag off.
All righty.
Just shy of midfield at the 48-yard line.
A shout out to everybody listening in tonight on the Q92 radio page on YouTube. Appreciate everybody interacting with us and following along and listening to the ball game tonight. Glad you are with us. Hope you can stay with us all night, all season long. Here come the Dukes now. They need an answer here maybe before the end of the first half. They're down 21-7, but good news for Marlington. They got a 1st and 10 at their own 48-yard line. Play clock is down to 6. Walter will hand it off to Blaze Horn, and the Leopards are waiting on him at the 46-yard line. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go.
Not had much success running between the tackles today. That big Louisville front, the linebackers getting in the backfield there.
Opening kickoff tonight, the Leopards brought it back all the way to take a 7-0 lead. Dukes would answer 7-7. Leopards have put 2 on the board since. Walter to throw. Tyler's in trouble. The freshman is all the way back in his 30. He gets out of it. Got a block. Throws the ball deep down. He's got a man open. Couldn't catch it at the 25-yard line. Bryce Jones got behind the coverage. And Walter almost was able to get it down there for him, but he couldn't. Incomplete. We got an injured Leopard down at the 28-yard line.
Yeah, it was friendly fire. They were converging on Walter and were looking to make a sandwich out of him, but Walter slipped through it and 2 Leopards ran into each other. And then he was able to continue run to the other side of the field and almost had a really nice play there. It was pretty far from us. So I'm not sure how close it was, but it looked like it was right there.
Yeah, it was close. So the injured Louisville player is Klein, number 71, down at the 28-yard line. A couple members of the Louisville staff out there tending to him. 21-7 Louisville. Hey, if you're out there listening tonight, hit us up. Let us know. Drop us a comment on our social media platforms. Give you a little shout out on the air as we appreciate you listening to us on 1310. We appreciate you listening on the WDPN X page, the Facebook page, and the Q92 radio page on YouTube. So in the comments section, just let us know you're out there listening. Give you a little shout out on the broadcast tonight. Klein is going to be helped off the field and not really putting any weight on his left leg. Hopefully the young man is okay. He's trying to. He wants to put pressure on it, but every time he does, he yanks his left foot right off the ground, and we'll go to the sidelines and they'll take a look at it. Stick around. Halftime activities coming up. 21-7 Leopards over the Dukes.
Play resumes. Marlington ball, 3rd down 11. The ball resting at the Marlington 47.
Walter in the gun. Twins left. Twins to the boundary. Walter to throw. Steps. Fires. Incomplete. Almost a circus catch by Cam Evanich, but it hits the turf. Incomplete. That'll bring up 4th down. Boy, he almost made
that's a
acrobatic catch, to say the least.
That was one of those, just try to get it to your best guy. Probably an ill-advised throw. The linebacker was right there, but Evanich almost made an amazing catch on it to bring it in. It'll be 4th and 11 for the Dukes.
Maslin 35, Bennett nothing in the second quarter. That game's over. The Dukes going to punt the ball away here. Walter, the quarterback and the punter, he takes a couple of steps back, kicks that ball, but that's going to go out of bounds. And Louisville might get the ball here about the 35-yard line or further, 39. This is a huge defensive stand for Marlington. They cannot allow Louisville to score here in the final 117. It's already 21-7. They don't want it to get any further away than it is right now.
Yeah, we talked about responding after that opening kickoff, and they did. And now they're down by a couple scores. They get the ball coming out of halftime, so you got to keep it within your reach here. Big drive for the Duke defense.
They all look good so far. 87-42. 293, 87-42. If you've got it, come to the home side press box. Don't go to the visitor side press box. Home side press box.
Here come the Leopards. Stouffer in the gun, trips to the right. Stouffer to throw. He steps up in the pocket. He's going to run out of the pocket, and they're going to get him back at the 40-yard line. So Stouffer, that's not a sack. He was able to squeeze a yard out of that, but taking lots of time off the clock, and now all the receivers that went all the way down had to scurry back to the line of scrimmage.
Great coverage downfield by the Dukes. Forced that.
Stouffer, quick pass caught. Wilson's got it. A little shake and bake and out of bounds at the 48-yard line. That'll stop the clock with 51 seconds to go. McKinley 21, Glen Oak nothing. Second quarter. Salem 35, Canton Central Catholic 14. East Canton leads St. Thomas 23-0. Perry over Lake 7-6.
Yeah, Lake had a good thing going. Injury to George.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's going to be out for the year. So next man up, and they're fighting with the Panthers.
Good ball game, 7-6. Alex Quire, the backup quarterback for Lake, doing a good job tonight. Stouffer back to throw for Louisville. He guns it. It's caught. Did he get it? Yeah, he did. Burek with a great catch. First down at the Marlington 39. He was kind of bobbling the ball as he was coming to the sidelines. Then he had to look out and make sure at least to get 1 foot in and had possession. First down. This NFL, we'd be taking a review timeout.
Yeah, I was right in front of Coach Cardinal, who was just kind of in the ear of the official. Maybe, are you sure you saw that right? But they called a first down.
First and 10 Leopards. Stouffer to throw on the gun. Throws it right side. Caught. 40 inside the 35, 34, 33 out of bounds. So the pass is caught by Seaman. That'll stop the clock with 38 seconds to go. 21-7 Louisville. We're in the second quarter at Marlington. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick with you on 1310 WDPN and all of our social media platforms. If you're out there listening tonight, give us a little shout. Drop us a comment in the comment box, and we'll give you a little shout out on the broadcast tonight. We appreciate all of you tuning in on this Friday night, week 4 of the high school football season. So it's been a lot of fun here tonight. 21-7. Leopards up. Stouffer to throw. Sings it. Caught over here at the near side and dropped. That's going to be incomplete. Wilson had it. Just couldn't quite hold it at the 34-yard line. Incomplete, third down.
Yeah. Rule number one, tuck the ball in, get possession before you try to make a play. He was trying to look at where he could go next and forgot to catch the ball. So third down here, big play for the Marlington defense with 30 seconds left. Can they get off the field without giving up any points here?
All right, here we go. Trips to the left again. Stouffer to throw on a 3rd and 7. Stouffer gets out of it. Now he's going to run it. 30. Got a first down to the 24. Down to the 23. First down, Leopards. That'll stop the clock as they'll move the sticks. And then Coach Kappa says, you know what, we're going to take a timeout. This timeout brought to you by Friends and Family Credit Union. It's always a good time to bring a friend into the family. Again, we said it a couple of minutes ago, if you're Marlington, you really got to keep the Leopards out of the end zone here. Going to half down 21, it's going to be a tough mountain to climb. If you can keep it where it is now, or at the worst part, give up a field goal, you feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, we'll see how the Marlington defense responds here. 23 seconds. You got time if you're the Leopards. You still have a timeout left. You can run a couple different things, and the 24-yard line, you can take a shot at the end zone from here.
Yep. Lots you can do.
Got a new set of downs on that scramble there, so we'll see what Coach Kappas and staff come up with coming out of this.
Hoover over Green, 21-7 now. Plucked to the pass right side. Tipped up in the air, incomplete. Evanich made a nice defensive play inside the Marlington 5-yard line as the pass fell to the ground, incomplete. We'll bring up second down. 17 seconds to go in the first half of play.
Evanich hasn't done a lot offensively, but he has been everywhere on the field defensively.
Yep, sure
everywhere
has.
the ball is, he seems to be there.
Cameron Evanich, one of the great young men. Bottom of the fourth in Progressive Field, no score. White Sox and Guardians. Here it's Louisville 21-7. Wilson going to go wide to the right, trips left, Stouffer to throw. Steps back, he fires it. It's caught inside the 15, out of bounds at the Marlington 14-yard line. That's going to set up.
I think they're going to get the first down.
Nope, it's going to be a little bit short.
3rd and 1. So now, if you're Coach Kappas, you got to try to get the first down. You got 11 seconds left. If you don't, you go for it on 4th. It's your last play of the half, potentially.
We're inside the RG Drag red zone. Learn, earn, and succeed. RG Drag. Trips to the right for Leopards. 10 seconds to go. Stouffer's running out of time, and he's running out of room. He's at the 15. He's going to tuck it and go to the 10, and he's out of bounds at the 7-yard line. And he got out of bounds with 2 seconds to go in the first half. So that will enable the Leopards to try a field goal here to end the first half of play. Well, he can really motor when he puts his mind to it.
Ignore everything I said. They got the first down, but that's still going to be their last play. With 2 seconds left, Coach Kappa is going to try to take the points, make it a 3-score game. Go into the halftime. You'd be happy with that if you're the Leopards. And if you're Marlington, you did keep them out of the end zone, kept you in the ball game.
Parker Dawn on for the field goal attempt. This is going to be a 25-yard attempt. Spot kick, plenty of juice. It's up, and it's good. And that's the end of the first half here in Marlington. Your score, the Louisville Leopards 24-7 over the Marlington Dukes. We'll take a break. The big halftime report is coming up. Stay with us on 1310 WDPN.
Hey, everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
Peace of mind. It's one of the most important benefits that we can offer at Friends and Family Credit Union. Welcome to Family Secure Checking. It offers unrivaled security to protect your everyday finances and purchases, as well as comprehensive identity theft protection and reimbursement coverage, credit file monitoring, benefits for travel, shopping rewards, and cell phone protection that includes repair or replacement for up to 4 phones on your cell phone plan. It's time to bring a friend into the family.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season, and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them, and we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
From the newsroom, I'm Jeff Mears with this halftime edition of AM 1310 WDPN News. 2 Canton police officers charged in the death of a man in their custody will stand trial January 26th. The date for 25-year-olds Bo Shonegi and Camden Birch was set during a pretrial hearing today in Stark County Common Police Court. They each have pleaded not guilty to a charge of reckless homicide. Judge Kristen Farmer recused herself from the case. The Ohio Supreme Court will appoint a visiting judge. In April 2024, Frank Tyson of Canton Township crashed his vehicle near the AmVets building on Sherrick Road Southeast. People inside called police to have Tyson removed due to his erratic behavior. He stopped breathing after being handcuffed and put on the floor. A Stark County judge has sentenced a man to 4 to 6 years in prison for a fatal drug overdose. Common Pleas Judge Kristen Farmer issued the punishment to 37-year-old Cornell Bennison of Canton after he pleaded guilty Thursday to charges of involuntary manslaughter, corrupting another with drugs, and trafficking of a fentanyl-related compound. In September 2024, prosecutors say he provided fentanyl that led to the death of 30-year-old Shaheem Miller of Canton. Authorities are investigating a string of break-ins at shopping plazas in the Canton area. Jackson Township Police say someone broke windows and glass doors at Lovely Nails and Yankee Candle at Belden Park Crossings on Dressler Road Northwest after 8:30 Tuesday morning. Cash registers and drawers were ransacked. Canton Police say 5 businesses at 2 separate plazas along 30th Street Northwest were targeted early Monday. Windows and glass doors were broken at Darting Around and Anomaly. Similar vandalism occurred around the same time at Elegant Nails, Dr. Tripp's Travel, and Hairs to You Salon. On Monday, the Stark County Sheriff's Office says someone broke into French Tip's Nail Salon on Whipple Avenue Northwest in Plain Township. No arrests have been made. The Marlington School District is making progress in reducing chronic absenteeism. Superintendent Dan Swisher told the Board of Education Thursday absenteeism declined from 26% in 2022 to 14% at the end of the 2024-25 school year. The data is reported by the district to Ohio's Education Management Information System, or EMIS. Swisher credited teachers and administrators. Enrollment from June to this month is up slightly for the district's elementary schools, steady for the middle school, and down slightly for the high school. Treasurer Bob Foss said the state auditor reported a clean audit for the district for fiscal year 2024. Nimishillen Township trustees approved an equipment purchase for the fire department Thursday. WDPN's David Schur reports.
Firehouse Innovations of New York will provide the fire department with a $7,592 force entry mechanism for use on any door, including those made of metal. Half the cost is being provided by an anonymous donor, while the Township and Fire Association splits the balance. Trustees also approved department reports, which included 151 calls in August for the fire department, details of road work completed, and zoning matters resolved, including the disposal of 2 discs no longer needed.
More news after this.
The Q92 Sports Network brings you more high school football and basketball games than anyone else, by far. But did you know that you can go back and listen to our broadcast again? Simply go to the Q92 radio page on SoundCloud. We posted the games we broadcast for everyone to go back and relive. We have playlists filled with our high school football broadcasts from 2016 to this season. So go to SoundCloud now, follow Q92 Radio, and listen. And thank you for listening to all of our sports broadcasts of high school football and basketball on the Q92 Sports Network.
A woman is dead following a 2-vehicle crash in Portage County. The Highway Patrol says it happened around 10:45 this morning in Ruthstown Township. A car driven by a Bristolville man was southbound on New Milford Road when it failed to yield at a stop sign at Talmadge Road. The vehicle collided with a truck driven by an Atwater man. A passenger in the car, 81-year-old Dolores Chiappini of Aurora, died at the scene. Neither driver was injured. The incident is under investigation. A man who allegedly shot and killed a Wellsville man has lost a legal skirmish. 34-year-old Gino Wall of Steubenville is charged with aggravated murder in the September 2024 slaying of 30-year-old Robert Heron of East Liverpool. He was found shot to death behind a garage on 10th Street in Wellsville. Wall's defense attorneys filed a motion arguing that a witness's identification of their client was the result of suggestive police methods. They said use of a single photo and a later photo lineup violated Wall's due process rights. But Columbiana County Common Pleas Judge Megan Dickerton denied the motion, saying the witness knew Wall from previous interactions and saw him shoot the victim. Wall's trial is set for September 23rd. He's being held on $1 million bond. There will be no more football this year at Ursuline High School in Youngstown. The school announced today it is canceling the remainder of the season. The news comes amid 2 federal lawsuits against Ursuline. The first alleges hazing and sexual assault during a football team trip in June. The suit names school administrators, football coaches, some members of the team, and their parents. A former female student filed a separate suit. It accuses a football player of assaulting her in 2023 and harassing her for 2 years. Austintown Fitch, Akron St. Vincent St. Mary's, and Youngstown Cheney High Schools recently said they wouldn't play Ursuline in their upcoming games. Warren Harding previously canceled its game with Ursuline. A woman shot and killed in Youngstown has been identified. The Mahoning County Coroner's Office says 22-year-old Alicia Brown died at the scene of the Saturday morning incident. Her death is considered a domestic homicide, which occurred at a home on Terrell Avenue. 22-year-old Deviana Taylor is charged with murder. She was arrested at the scene of the incident. The Trumbull County Grand Jury has indicted 2 teens for an armed robbery in Warren. 18-year-olds Olivia Spitzer of Cortland and Kelly Sexton of Warren are charged with aggravated robbery. The charges resulted from a July 14th holdup of a vape store on Elm Road Northeast. A masked suspect pulled a gun on an employee and demanded items before fleeing on a motorized scooter with 2 jars of hemp flour and a carton of cigars. Spitzer and Sexton pleaded not guilty during arraignment Thursday in Common Pleas Court. They're each being held on $50,000 bond. We'll return you to the stadium for the second half of tonight's game, but first a look at the forecast. For the overnight, patchy fog, otherwise mostly clear skies and a low of 52. Increasingly cloudy skies Saturday with a high near 83. From the AM 1310 WDPN newsroom, I'm Jeff Mears.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season, and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey, sports fans, want the latest local sports news, game photos, coach and player interviews, and live play-by-play coverage? Then follow Q92 Sports on social media now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Like, follow, and subscribe today. Catch the highlights, relive the moments, and stay connected to your hometown teams. Q92 Sports, your home for everything local sports. Real teams, real action, real coverage. Follow Q92 Sports on social media. When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
You see, there's no relay. The turn with the beginning. Come out and play.
Welcome back to Marlington. Home of the Dukes. Here on AM 1310 WDPN. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick on another picture-perfect, absolutely beautiful Friday night for high school football. And halftime activities continue as the Louisville Leopards lead the Marlington Dukes by the score of 24-7. Your thoughts on the first half? I mean, we went out with a bang, 7-0 right away. And then Marlington comes right back and ties it. But since then, for the most part, it's been all blue and white here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of what we thought it might be coming into it. Louisville just too much offensively for Marlington, but Marlington's hung with them. They've moved the ball offensively, had some drives sputter out, drop passes, or not finding an open guy. Marlington has not been able to run the ball at all tonight against this Louisville front, and that has hindered the offense. And you're constantly at 2nd and 9, 3rd and 7. It just is. It's tough sledding when you're trying to do it that way. On the Louisville side, they obviously started off with the kickoff for a touchdown. So for Coach Kappas, that's about as good as you can get. And then On the flip side, their first drive defensively, they let Marlington go right down the field, and the Dukes got into the end zone on a couple really nice passes from Walter. And but since then, the Louisville defense has played kind of to the level that we thought they could, and they have so far this year. And they've given up some yards, but just 7 points, and that's where we're at right now.
24-7 is the final score as the Marlington band performs here at halftime. Louisville band did a great job. Boy, Louisville, they've always had a pretty big, it looks like they got like 20, 30 more in the band this year than they have had in the past, and that's a tribute to their marching band and the music program over at Louisville. Of course, the Dukes are doing a great job as well. They got the old school band uniforms. They got the black and orange plaid coming over the sleeves. They got the band helmets. They got the I don't know what they call that.
Yeah.
Material or whatever, but it's like the old school marching band outfits of from back in the day. We have some highlights for you that we will play. Now it doesn't look like we've got the it doesn't look like we have the opening touchdown, but we do have about 2 or 3 highlights that we can call up and play here. We'll roll through those right here. Halftime activities continue. It's 24-7 in favor of Louisville. And here's some of the halftime highlights. Walter back to throw, fakes right, looks left, cocks it, fires it, caught, 10, 5, touchdown, Marlington! It's Cole Jones into the end zone, and a touchdown. It's 7-6 Louisville. Stouffer, quick throw, way out there wide, caught, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Louisville. Luke Seaman caught the ball way on the other side of the field at the flat area, turned and motored it into the end zone. Touchdown, Louisville. Dukes with 3 defensive down linemen. They know the ball's going in the air. Stouffer back in the shotgun to throw. Here comes a delayed blitz. Stouffer steps up in the pocket, throws it deep down the right side. It's caught at the 15, to the 10, inside the 5, and into the end zone for the touchdown. So there's your halftime highlights, and of course the big one to get started was what do we figure that was, about 82-yard touchdown return to start the ball game on the opening kickoff. But again, Louisville's kind of been in charge, and they're in charge right now by the score of 24-7. All right, we got something good happening up in Cleveland. Top of the 6th inning, the Guardians lead the White Sox by the score of 2-0. Cards got 1 in the bottom of the 4th. They got 1 in the bottom of the 5th. David Fry, a solo home run. And Hedgie with an RBI single to score John Kenzie Noel. Guardians 2, White Sox 0. Progressive Field as they go to the bottom of the 6th. Again, the Guardians are 3.5 behind the Mariners for that 3rd wild card spot in the American League. Let's see here. A couple of high school scores. West Branch leads Youngstown Cheney by the score of 20-6. Warren Harding is just annihilating St. Vincent St. Mary 30-6. That ball game is at the half. Salem leads Canton Central Catholic 35-14. Halftime, it's Canton McKinley 24 and Glen Oak 0. 14-14, Malvern and Mogador at halftime. Just starting the 3rd quarter, Hoover leads Green by the score of 21-7. East Canton all over St. Thomas 23-0. And so far, the only score I've seen tonight, Perry and Lake, the Panthers lead the Blue Streak 7-6. That ball game was getting close to the half in that big battle in the Federal League. So a defensive struggle between the Panthers and the Blue Streaks tonight, and 7-6 is the score there. I want to remind everybody that tomorrow we will be at Grove City College in Grove City, Pennsylvania. The Mount Union Purple Raiders will be in action against the Wolverines of Grove City College. You can join myself and Ryan Bevere. All the action tomorrow beginning at 1 p.m. right here on your home of the Purple Raiders, 1310 WDPN. More high school football scores. Jackson leads Mayfield 13-0. Maslin up big over Bennett at the half of 35-0. Orville shutting out Tuslaw 24-0. Indeed, that Perry Blue Street game is at the half, 7-6 Panthers. Alliance 13-0 over Ellett starting the third quarter. This is a little bit of a surprise. Northwest and Triway halftime, 15-15 the score there. Minerva starting to pull away from Sandy Valley. The Lions lead the Cardinals 27-12. Fairless leads Tusky Valley 28-7. Salem 35. Central Catholic 14. Manchester over Canton South by the score of 21-10. Here, it's halftime. It's the Marlington Dukes and the Louisville Leopards, and the Leopards are up in front by the score of 24-7. We will take a timeout, and we'll come back, and we'll get you ready for the second half of play here. It's high school football on AM 1310 WDPN. Stay with us.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that.
Tonight's game brought to you by Promos.
Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
High school football exemplifies the true meaning of teamwork. At Friends and Family Credit Union, our team of local friendly professionals offer the same true spirit for our members with a wide array of products from vehicle loans to personal loans, family secure checking with ID Protect, mortgage, home equity line of credit, and more. For over 60 years, we have the game plan for your financial well-being. Visit any of our 3 convenient locations, online or mobile banking. Now, more than ever, it's time to bring a friend into the family.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is head coach Joe Cardinal from the Marlington Dukes. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and Q92 Sports Network.
All right, Coach Joe, appreciate that. Hey, I want to take this minute to thank all of our coaches. We had the preview dinner at St. Barnabas Church a couple months ago, month and a half ago, and all the coaches were so nice and gracious to come on the show that afternoon. Got little photos of them. They all came over and read their liners that we could use during the game. And we certainly do appreciate that. 24/7 in Louisville. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick back here at Marlington, the home of the Dukes. Don't forget, next Friday night, our 1310 WDPN microphones will be at the University of Mount Union as the Alliance Aviators will take on the Crusaders of Canton Central Catholic. Pregame at 6:30, the kick at 7, right here on AM 1310 WDPN. All right. Now the Dukes, I believe, get the ball here, right? Yep, start the second half, so that's a little bit of a silver lining for Coach Joe Cardinal and Marlington. Dukes in the black jerseys tonight with the orange pants, white numbers and letters with the orange trim and the black helmets. Nice looking suits. Leopards all white, top and bottom, dark navy blue. numbers with the white helmet with the Ville on the side of the helmet. All right, Leopards will kick it off from their 40. Dukes will receive and go right to left here in the third quarter of play. Not a must score on the first drive for Marlington, but might be a good idea. Yeah. At least tilt the field position a little bit. I want to thank Scott Stair, the athletic director of Marlington, all the great folks here. Once again, rolling out the red carpet for us. Plenty of bottled water out of the fridge. They had wings for us tonight. JoJo potatoes. They had chicken tenders. They had ranch and blue cheese. I mean, nothing went by without details tonight. We thank the folks of Marlington for doing what they do. There's the kickoff. Did I hear a whistle?
You did. I think it was an inadvertent whistle.
I think it was too. So the Marlington returned the kickoff. Yeah, there was a. I knew I heard something. Now the officials are not mic'd up here, so you can't hear what they're saying as far as trying to.
Looks like they're going to re-kick.
I think they're going to re-kick. Maybe everybody wasn't quite ready, but the kickoff happened. And Horn took it, and then I knew I heard a whistle, and Horn kept going, but then he stopped, and Louisville players stopped, and then Horn got going again, and then everything stopped.
Yeah.
So we're going to just forget about that ever happened. We're going to start all over. So 24-7 is our score. We appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. 1310 WDPN and on our social media platforms. Drop us a line. Drop us a comment. Let us know you're out there listening. We'll give you a little shout out during the broadcast tonight. If you're on with us on radio or streaming on YouTube or Facebook or X. And a shout out to Ryan Brayler listening in tonight to the broadcast. There's the kickoff. The Blaze Horn fumbled it. Finally picks it up, and he's in big trouble. Holy cow. He's going to be down all the way back around the 7 or 8 yard line. He just couldn't, like there was butter on that football. He just couldn't pick it up. And by the time he got it, too late.
Even with the inadvertent whistle, they were better off with the first one.
Yeah, right.
Because he stopped and kept going. But on this one, they're going to give him to the 10-yard line. But the Dukes are going to start with their backs against their goal line once again.
Shout out to TC Terrell listening in tonight. Hope you're well. Big Jackson fan. All right, here comes Walter and the Dukes. They're in a pickle here. 1st and 10 at their own 9-yard line, trailing 24-7. Just getting cranked up here in the third quarter play at Marlington. Duke's going to go 4 wide. Walter back to throw. He steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to throw it. Caught across the 20 to the 25 and down at the 25-yard line. Boy, he whistled a fastball in there to Cole Jones.
Yeah, really nice play there. It was like a hook route. And so it looked like he wasn't open. He made a throw, and all of a sudden the receiver was in a window right on the hands, and it's a first down.
Now, obviously, the sun set here a long time ago.
And then there was a penalty flag.
Then a penalty flag. And they turned the lights on, and we were talking about some of the other stuff that was going on, the hay rides and the 7-on-7. You know they're still playing 7-on-7 out there in the pitch black?
I can't see
them. They're still out there. How in the world can you be playing 7-on-7 football in the dark? We used to do it all the time, though. Where there's a will, there's a way. First down, Marlington. They need a bunch out to the 20-yard line. Walter got the ball, kind of fumbled it real quick. The ball got loose. He picked it back up, and Walter immediately was taken down. He was lucky to get out to around the 2-yard line. So the Dukes are flirting with disaster here against Louisville. They're inside their own 2-yard line right now. It's almost if Louisville can just sense, they can sense it here now. If they could make something happen here and get another quick score on the board, I'm sure they feel like they would be in really good shape. Duke's got to get out of the hole here. 2nd down and 17 at their own 2. Walter is going to throw it out of his own end zone. He steps back, fires it across. It's caught to the 10, to the 11, to the 12-yard line to Bryce Jones. Tackle for the Leopards was number 4, Campbell on the tackle. Anderson.
Tackle on play made by Anderson Campbell. 3rd down 7.
Anderson Campbell, wide receiver, doubles up as defensive back for Coach Chris Kappas in his 3rd year with Louisville. They're looking for the 4-0 start. Here comes the blitz. Walter to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Got away once. Got away again. Fires it. Caught. First down, Dukes at the 32-yard line. What a play. How about Jack Jarvis getting free for his freshman quarterback? And Walter put it right between the 1 and the 0 and a first down for the Dukes. Big play.
Jarvis himself, a sophomore. We talked about how young they are, and he had a long developing route there, but Walter was able to kind of scramble around and find his guy and then get to move the sticks and continue to drive.
This big crowd looks on here at Marlington. It is standing room only tonight. Walter hits it off the Blaze horn, and he got crunched at the 32-yard line. Big-time tackle by Colton Doherty, number 7.
Yeah, again, we've talked about it earlier.
They just haven't been able to run it.
They have not been able to do anything between the tackles. I mean, Louisville with a couple big guys up front there, Burek and Norris and Beard, they just have been stuffing the run. We don't have stats here, but I can't imagine they have very many rushing yards, just the way it's been tough sledding for them. But throwing the ball, they've been able to move it down the field.
Young fellow might have to throw it 40, 45 times tonight when it's all said and done. Walter back to throw it again. He fires up BB. Caught! Incomplete. Oh, he had it in his hands. But again, there's the old looking ahead before it was completely tucked away. Cole Jones had it. Folks, I know I'm repeating myself, but you need to come watch Tyler Walter play quarterback for the Marlington Dukes. He is a freshman. He's not the biggest kid in the world. He looks and operates like a senior back there. Just a beautiful throwing motion. Looks off his progressions. He has an incredibly bright future ahead. 4 in the pattern. Here comes the blitz. Walter steps up in the pocket. Couldn't get away. They got him at the 29-yard line. He tried, but there was too many white jerseys down there for the Louisville Leopards. And Aiden Norris, big number 73, was leading the charge for Louisville. And the Dukes will have to punt it away.
Yeah, we talked about Walter being a freshman. We probably haven't really highlighted on him. He's never been through an off-season program with the Dukes. I mean, it'd be like an NFL team signing a guy in training camp and then having him start week 1.
Right.
That's what he's doing, and he's doing well.
And he's a punter. And look at that punt. Norris all the way back to his 32. Norris is going to go across the field out of the 35 to the 40, breaks tackle 45 to the 50. Norris on his feet to the Marlington 49-yard line. That's a pretty good punt return, and the Leopards are in business, 1st and 10. 24-7 Louisville. Early in the third quarter, Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick with you right now on AM 1310 WDPN. Check us out on all of our streams on Facebook, on X, and the Q92 radio page. Right now on YouTube. Get you a high school football scoreboard here in just a minute. Tonight's game brought to you in part by RG Drag. RG Drag, learn, earn, and succeed. And by the Friends and Family Credit Union. Always a good time to bring a friend into the family. There's Stouffer on a keeper. The quarterback just puts his head down and grinds his way inside the 45, down to the Marlington 44-yard line where he's taken down. Next Friday, Central Catholic and Alliance will have it, 1310 WDPN, kickoff at 7 o'clock at the University of Mount Union. Scoreboard update, Lake has taken the lead over Perry 9-7. Streak's got a field goal, 6:24 to go in the third. East Canton running clock over St. Thomas, 30-0. Stouffer again gets the snap. He's going to run it. Gabe 40, 35, 30. Stouffer's off to the races. 25 breaks the tackle at the 20. Stouffer down inside the 20. They'll bring him down at the 20-yard line. That is a first down for Louisville. 24-yard gallop by Gabe Stouffer. They must see something here, Caleb, with what they've been calling with him is pretty much getting the ball and following somebody through a hole.
Yeah,
Going.
we talked about Walter, his pocket presence, his throws. They've looked really pretty. For Stouffer, not that he hasn't done that, but his game tonight has been with his legs. Just finding a hole and making something happen, even on their passing plays. He's been rolling left and right and getting open and picking up first down after first down.
Baker H-back to the right, wide left, slot right, inside handoff to DiMarzio, got away at the 15, DiMarzio to the 10, to the 5, DiMarzio into the end zone. Touchdown, or did he go out of bounds? Help us out here, Mr. Official. You can hear the Louisville fans booing. They can't believe. Caleb, I got to tell you, that was a touchdown.
It sure looked like it from here. A really nice run from DiMarzio. He let it develop. The left tackle just sealed his guy off, and he went right on his hip and took it to the corner. And from everything we saw, it looked like he got in. They say he stepped out at the 1.
Leopards line it up for the old tush push. They give the ball to the quarterback, Stouffer. Now we're going to have to wait for the dramatic arms in the air by the officials. No signal yet.
Again, sure looked like he got in.
There it is, 15 seconds
Louisville
later.
team was laying in the end zone, so I don't know how he didn't. And it's a touchdown for the Leopards.
So the Leopards increased their lead now to 30-7. It's starting to get away from the guys in orange and black. 6:57 to go, third quarter. The Leopards now have built a 23-point lead. Well, they didn't get in the first time. Looked like they did. So they lined it up right about outside the goal line and pushed their way in for the end zone. Dahm with the extra point up. It is good. I tell you what, Parker's got one of the strongest legs. Now we got some pushing and shoving. There's the old NBC rivalry. And a penalty flag, a couple of penalty flags come in the end zone after the extra point was good. We'll let the officials square this off, and it's now 31-7 Louisville.
Another flag was just thrown.
Maybe a little frustration on the Marlington side.
Yeah,
maybe.
I don't know. One of the players just said something to the officials, and the flag went right up right away. So we'll let them sort this out, but frustration definitely blowing over for the Dukes.
What we got here? Personal foul, Louisville. Personal foul and sportsmanlike conduct, Louisville. So a double whammy. Leopards might be kicking off from their goal line here. So they'll enforce both of those penalties. Now, in high school, they usually kick it off, at 35?
Yeah, I'm confused because right now they're all lined up at the normal spot. Here we go. The officials correcting.
They offset?
I think
they're
both on.
Oh, both on Marlington.
Yeah.
Well, then Louisville's going to be kicking off at about the Marlington 30.
I'm still not sure. I think based
Because they
on
were
the
both-
other officials, I think they're calling a sportsmanlike on Marlington and a personal foul on Louisville, which would offset. The officials pointed both directions.
I saw that too.
Twice, so I don't know what's going on. Right now, they're going to kick off from the 40, which leads me to believe they offset.
Now they're going to move it.
And now he's going to mark it off.
So this will go from the 40 to the Marlington 45.
You would think.
Now is he going to call another penalty? There it is, and I'll mark it off again.
Okay, so they are both against
So we were right the first
Marlington.
time. So this is going to take
I'm sorry,
the ball.
Louisville. And
The foul was on Marlington because that's two penalties now. So Louisville will kick off at the Marlington 30.
And I'm pretty sure with his leg,
Can you drop kick?
he's going to put this one through the uprights. Which you
I
don't-
mean, why
you don't
would
see
you?
that often in the high school game, or you do an onside kick here.
I would do an onside kick. What the heck?
Worst case scenario, if they get the ball at the 20-yard line.
Right. Now, I don't know if they had that discussion already while the officials were talking, but Dom's got it teed up at the 30. Louisville leads it.
Now we got 22 guys within 20 yards of each other.
Oh, Roger Goodell would have a fit right now. And there's a little pooch kick. They got nope, and they'll let it roll into the end zone. Evanich was going to pick it up, and he said, nah, we'll let that go. So after all that, the Dukes will take it 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. We're in the third quarter here on 13-10, WDPN, 6:57 to go. Leopards 31 and the Dukes 7. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick with you on a beautiful Friday night for high school football. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. It would appear the Leopards are on their way to a 4-0 start. First time since 2013 if they will have turned that trick. You know the Dukes aren't going to roll over here. They're going to try to get as many snaps for the freshman quarterback Adler as they can. They're going to go out there and they're going to play ball. Tyler will roll to the left. He fires it. Caught. Jones has got it. Got away at the 30. Jones is running hard to the 35. And finally blow him down at the 35. It's a gain of 15 and a Marlington Dukes first down.
7, 8, and 23.
Guardians 2, White Sox nothing in the 6th inning at Progressive Field, downtown Cleveland. College football tomorrow from Grove City. We'll be there at 13:10 WDPN on Purple Raiders in Grove City. Kickoff at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Hope you can join us. Buckeyes in Ohio University tomorrow night at 7:30.
Have you been to Grove City before?
I have not.
Beautiful campus.
I heard. It looks nice. Handoff right over left guard, maybe a yard. I was doing a little scouting via Google, checking out what the press box would look like and the
buildings. And
it looks beautiful. It really looks beautiful. Looking forward to that tomorrow. Going to be a nice day. Going to be, I think, around 80, 81 degrees. Leopards up here, 31-7. Dukes with the ball, 2nd down, and about 11 at their own 34-yard line. Adler to throw. Little bubble screen to Evanich out there on the far side, and I'll tell you what did Chris Kappa say to you during the pregame tonight? We got one thing on our minds. Stop number 11 in the Marlington uniform. And boy, they have done it.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate, but he spent a lot of time stretching halftime, in between drives. It might just be that he's playing so many plays. But defensively, the Leopard defense has been bracketing him. So every time he gets the ball, the corner's right there and the safety's nearby. And so they're forcing the other guys to make plays, and they have so far tonight. But tough sledding for Evanich so far.
Duke's going to go trips left this time. Trips right, I should say. Single receiver, Evanich wide to the right. Adler back to throw. Here comes the blitz. Adler steps up in the pocket. He's going to go 35 to the 40. Adler to the 45. Look at the freshman go. And he's got a first down at the 47-yard line. Just making things happen. Tyler Walder, I called him Adler. Tyler Walder, the quarterback. That's
another Leopard down, and it's the same exact thing that happened last time with the same guy. Walder just slipped through him, and 2 Leopards just ran full speed into each other, and the one guy's still down.
You're right. That is we saw it down here. It's almost the second time that has happened. So we got an official timeout here for injury. 4:53 third quarter. Louisville 31, Marlington 7. And we're okay. Young man Wilson up. He's going to go up to the sideline for a play, and I'm sure he'll be right back in. You missed it earlier today. Youngstown Ursuline has officially decided to cancel the rest of their high school football season for 2025, and who knows what the future brings there for the football program, for the school. But no more Ursuline football for the rest of this year.
Tough thing going on.
Yeah.
You got the legal side and everything, but you got lots of people that had nothing to do with it that
right.
are in a tough situation.
They're pretty much losing their whole
cheerleaders and
opportunity.
Band.
Yep. Walter back to throw, stands tall, fires it deep down the right side. It is incomplete at the 22-yard line. In and out of the hands of Evanich.
time we've really seen him take a shot downfield with Evan Edge, and he was
open.
Good route. The ball was a little bit short, and he
hung
wasn't
a little
able to pull it in, and so now you got 2nd and 10. And it looks like there's a penalty. So they're marking the ball
There
back.
is. Yeah, it's on Marlington, and this looks like a big one. That's going to take the ball all the way back to the Duke's 32-yard line.
Never saw the flag down or the official signal it, but I saw everybody walking backwards. So
31-7 Louisville. After 3, West Branch leads Cheney 20-6. So West Branch with the lead there. Salem leads Canton Central Catholic 42-14 in the 3rd. Lake opening it up on Perry. Blue Streak 16 and the Panthers 7 late 3rd quarter. How about that? Meanwhile, here comes Tyler Walter back to throw on the 3rd down. Is going to be a crossing route. Is it caught by Jones? Did he scoop it? He did. Well short of the 1st down, but that's a heck of a play anyway. Going to be downed officially at the Marlington 46-yard line. That will bring up 4th down. They're going to need about 11 here. They got to get to the Louisville 43-yard line. Sometimes it's hard to see the sticks over there on the other side because you got the down marker, which is digital, nice and bright. You can see that. And then you look for the yard markers. You're going to do a little squint, figure out where the chain people are. Looks like the Dukes are going to punt here. And it's blocked. And the Leopards have it. And they're going to pick it up and run with it. And that's going to be a touchdown. Into the end zone. Luke Seaman with the block. Luke Seaman with the scoop and score. And the route is officially on here at Marlington. 37-7. And the Leopards are flexing here in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah. He came
right
up the A-gap, right through the wedge, and was essentially just standing there waiting for Walter to punt it so he could block it. And after he did, he picked it up, and there was a convoy of Leopards that ushered him into the end zone for the touchdown.
Yep. Well, it was a very festive atmosphere here tonight to begin. Parker Baum in for the extra point. He kicked that one halfway across Lexington Township. The kick is good. So we've got a running clock here at Marlington. 3:34 left to go. Leopards 38 and the Duke 7. We told you about the pregame here tonight. It was the Hall of Fame night. It was community night. They had a big carnival going on with bouncy houses and food and entertainment and all kind of stuff. And things have kind of gotten out of hand here a little bit, and the Leopards have taken the lead.
Yeah, Marlington hung for a while through the 1st quarter and started the 2nd quarter, but Louisville has shown their athleticism defensively, special teams, and on offense.
You know, I think we had a little skirmish down here in the stands, Caleb. Something happened, or I'm not sure. It's like about the 2nd or 3rd row here at about the 45-yard line. You can see people kind of talking to each other, kind of wagging their fingers at each other. I don't know if there was a little argument, a little disagreement. Some people had to step in. I think everything's all right. But just happened to pick up on that here a couple of minutes ago. Oh, there's the kickoff. It got by everybody. They got to pick it up. Oh, it goes into the end zone. Blaze Horn kind of upset with himself a little bit. He's kind of pulling on his face mask. That was just one of those kicks where, you know, the longer that's in play and the further it goes downfield, the more nerve-wracking it gets for the return man, because I mean, you've got to pick that ball up, and then you're thinking, okay, maybe I'll coax it into the end zone.
Yeah, he was kind of willing it to get to the end zone, waving his hands and just hoping that it would roll in there. And well, we talked about it with the opening kickoff. Problem with special teams touchdowns is you've got to come right back. And so Walter, who got a kick block, has got to come right back and play quarterback. And
Young man going to hand it off to Blaze Horn. He'll run it across the 23 out to the. That will mark him down at the 23-yard line. So running clock now. 2:30 to go in the ball game. Leopards in front, 38-7. Get you a high school football scoreboard update here in a minute. West Branch has tacked another one on to Cheney. Warriors lead there now, 27-6. Had some games that were kind of close early tonight. Boy, they have. Some of the teams are really starting to pull away around the county. Walter back to throw deep down the right side for Evidence, and it's intercepted at the 45-yard line. The ball was picked up by Jake Pregame for the Leopards. First down, Louisville. Gabe, a senior defensive back, and you got a Marlington player down there at the 45-yard line, but the Leopards will take over 1st and 10 after the interception. Walter says, you know what, I'm going to throw this thing as far as I can and let it try to make this guy make a play, but that was a really nice interception by Regenball, and the Leopards will take over first down.
Yeah, first really bad decision by Walter. He just was trying to make a play and threw it into coverage, and the DB just, again, played perfect coverage, kept him on his hip, turned, found the ball, went up and high pointed. Nothing they could do. Is going to be an interception.
Boy, Lake is pouring it on Perry. Blue Streaks 24, Panthers 7. We understand Perry has turned it over on 3 consecutive possessions. Lake has taken advantage. They lead the Panthers 24-7.
That game's at Lake, right?
Yes.
I believe so. I mean, one of the hardest things to do on the road is to turn the ball over.
Right.
You got everything kind of stacked against you already, and then now you're giving them more opportunities. And
Cam Evidence?
It is, yep.
He's up, coming off under his own power. Salem 42, Central Catholic 14 at the end of 3. Hoover leads Green 21-7. Mogador 28, Malvern 14 in the fourth quarter. East Canton 37, and St. Thomas nothing. Here it's 38-7, Leopards. So,
been a tough year so far for both Central and St. Thomas. Been tough sledding.
We got a new quarterback in there, Caleb. I think that's Cody Zaylor, number 6 for Louisville. He'll go back and throw the deep ball. Got a man, almost incomplete. Oh, my goodness. That would have been one of the most beautiful touchdown throws and catches you'll ever see, but the pass was incomplete.
That was a dart, 45 yards downfield on the numbers. Just a perfect pass, and if anything, he overthrew his receiver by a step. And
Jurek was the intended receiver, but wow, what a throw by Zaylor. This kid's a backup. Hand off over the right side. Wilson breaks the tackle at the 45. Wilson sliding his way down to the 42, and that's a first down for Louisville. I mean, all right, now I gotta look and see. Let's see, Cody Zaylor. Oh, he's only a sophomore. So, Stouffer's a senior. He'll graduate. Say hello to your new quarterback for the next 2 years.
He
He's a little bigger, too.
He looks like a big bruising quarterback, but, man, he have a cannon.
Wow. Leopards 1st and 10 at the Duke's 43-yard line. Louisville in front, 38-7 here on 1310 WDPN. Motion coming this way is going to be a jet sweep coming around the right side of the 45, to the 40, to the 35, to the 30, the 29-yard line. That's another first down for the Louisville Leopards. Ryan Rush, number 21, with the run for Louisville.
Coach was talking about pregame, wasn't it, for the Scout Team Player of the Week? And, man, he had a cut right there and turned on the Jets. It looked like a slingshot down the field, so that'll take us to the fourth quarter.
Get a penalty here or just end of the quarter? Looks like the end of the quarter. Real quick, here come the Green Bulldogs now. 10 minutes to go in the game. Hoover 21 and Green 14. Here we go to the fourth quarter in Marlington. We'll be back after this timeout. It's the Louisville Leopards 38, the Marlington Dukes 7. We'll take a break on 1310 WDPN.
For over 20 years, Pierce Motors has been your trusted, locally owned and operated auto repair shop, delivering ASE certified bumper-to-bumper service you can count on. From oil changes to engine repairs and diagnostics, we do it all with quality work at a fair price. Visit us at 170 East Main Street, Limaville, or call 330-821-7744 today and see why so many in the community rely on Pierce Motors. Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
This is head coach Chris Kappas from Louisville High School. You're listening to high school football on the Q92 Sports Network.
Back here for the fourth quarter, Marlington Zaylor's pass rush caught at 50, got a block at the 40, rushed down the sidelines, 30, 25, 20, rushes down at the Marlington 17-yard line. First down, and Leopards are inside the RG Drag red zone. RG Drag, learn, earn, and succeed. Leopards are pouring it on now. Already on top, 38-7. They got plenty of backups in. And they practice just as hard as the frontliners. And Coach Kappas giving them an opportunity, putting in a position to maybe put some more points on the board here early in the fourth quarter. At the start of the fourth at Benson, McKinley leads Glen Oak 24-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to recognize and thank
No flag.
all of the
Just a timeout.
representatives
So that will stop the clock with 11:11 to go.
first responder departments.
Final score, it's East Canton the winner, 37-0. How about East Canton? 4-0 for Coach John Spider-Miller and the East Canton Hornets.
And now, representatives of the Washington Township Fire Department, please stand and be recognized.
McKinley Glen Oak rivalry is not quite what it used to be.
Representatives from the Marlboro Township Fire Department.
At one point, powerhouse schools in the county. Of course, they used to share a stadium back in the day.
Yeah.
Number of
And big thank you to any and all
big-time college and NFL players played in that game. And
these individuals and all of those who
24-0 tough sledding for the Eagles so far today over there.
to take care of us. We thank you.
McKinley looking to go 3-1. Zaylor's going to keep it himself. 20, picks his way to the 15, down to the 11-yard line, down to the 10, Cody Zaylor.
Number 6.
He'll bring up second down and 2 for the Louisville Leopards. First time since 2013 they've been 3-0. They're on their way to 4-0. Boy, what a ball game next Friday night. Louisville and Hoover. You talk about a great rivalry from back in the day. It's still a great it's not what it used to be, but it's still really, really good. The communities, the kids, the students, they get after it. That's going to be a very, very good game next Friday night. Hoover and Louisville. Zaylor gets it to Rush on an end around to the other side. Rush kind of backtracking a little bit, and he's going to be spun around and taken down back at the 13-yard line. He's tackled by the Dukes. Jack Jarvis, the sophomore, on the stop, number 10. Hoover, Louisville. Both teams are going to be 4-0. Well, we think. Hoover's got a little work to do. Their lead against Green has kind of shriveled up a little bit. It's 21-14 now, Vikings, with about 9 minutes to go. Looks like Lake is going to still be perfect. They lead Perry 24-7. That's in the fourth quarter of play. Cody Zaylor gets the shotgun snap. He'll run it himself and breaks a tackle. Zaylor going to go back the other way to the 10, inside the 10 to the 5. Cody Zaylor just pounding his way down inside the 3, down to the 2, and it's first and goal.
Officials timeout.
First cramp of the night. Last time we were here, this would have been about the 30th cramp.
Right. So one of the Dukes with a little cramp down there. It's boy, this will help the exodus of the fans. It's a 30-point game, and now you got a lot of stoppages here. People are going to say, "All right, that's good. We're out."
And we saw Zayler's arm, but on that play, he lowered the shoulder and left the boom. And
boy, he
kept
is
fighting all the way down to. They say it's at the 4, but he ended up at the goal line, so I'm not sure what happened there. But
Cody Zayler, folks. Keep your eyes on him. He is only a sophomore, and when it's his turn, I think you're gonna. Well, I would go on record and say right now, next 2-3 years, Walter and Zayler are going to be your two of the top quarterbacks to start counting.
Yeah,
they are young and talented and ready to go. All right, here we go. Back to action. Again, running clock here at Marlington. 9:25 to go. It's 38-7 Leopards, and they're knocking on the door again. First and goal inside the Marlington 3-yard line. H-back left. Hand off to that H-back, trying to get the corner and down at the 4-yard line. It was Lucas Neff, number 19 on the run for the Leps. That'll bring up second down and goal. Stick around. Post-game show coming up at the conclusion of tonight's game. We'll get you ready for next weekend's action here on 1310 WDPN and all across the Q92 Sports Network. I don't know. Are we back here again this year one more time, or
I think we have.
is Alliance over here? I think.
Yeah,
it'll be week 10, right? Yeah. Well, by then they might be cooking steaks and baked potatoes for us by then.
Yeah.
There's a handoff right up the middle, inside the 2 to the 1 to the goal line. No signal yet from the official, and they're going to say no touchdown. It'll be third down and goal. But we've hit the jackpot in Marlington this year. Boy, just great hospitality. Again, thanks to Scott Stair and his great crew here. Booster Club, football moms, and everybody. Third and goal, Leopards at the Marlington 1-yard line. It's 38-7 Louisville, and they're on the verge of taking it in again. Neff, the tailback. Cody Zayler in the shotgun. Cody gives it to Neff. Neff will pound his way to the goal line, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown there, Louisville.
Very late on the signal, but his entire body was laying in the end zone. So, touchdown, Leopards.
So the Leopards stick another one on the board here. It's 44-7 with 7:18 to go. Again, we're in a running clock here at Marlington. Tonight's game on 1310 WDPN brought to you in part by RG Drag. RG Drag, you learn, earn, and succeed. By the Friends and Family Credit Union, it's always a good time to bring a friend into the family. I'm going to shout out Robertson's and, of course, Pierce Motors. Extra point is up and good. And now that makes it a 45-7 lead for the Leopards with 7 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter of play. Now, what do you think? We've seen the Leopards twice now. They beat what has turned out to be, what we think, a pretty good Alliance team. I think they won that one, 30-13? Tonight they're going to beat Marlington. I guess what do they say? Well, we'll really find out next week when they take on Hoover. I'm good with that. Let's see what happens there.
They definitely have lots of athletes on the field. They got some size up front. They play well, sound defensively. They're in the right positions and are stout up front trying to run the ball defensively. But, next week will be a good test. That game's at Hoover or at Louisville?
I don't want to guess.
At Hoover. I'm sorry. It is. They play Hoover at home, so it's at Louisville.
Okay.
Right. game a year ago was at Hoover. It was 23-16, so they hung with them. But they did lose that one last year, so it'll be a good test for Louisville. This one's probably not going to get into the end
Oh, you
zone.
got to pick that up, young man. And down at the 5-yard line. Jones had to pick it up. Again, Dahm kicked it right down the hash, right between the hashes. And once it got to about the 7, it slowed down, and the ball was not going to go into the end zone, so Bryce had to pick it up, and he was taken down right around the 6-yard line. So the Dukes will take it over 1st and 10.
It's the third time tonight the Dukes have started to drive inside their 10-yard line. So
and that's tough.
For a freshman quarterback with your back against your goal line, that's just not helping you out there.
Hoover's got another score on the board. They lead Green 27-14 with 8:30 left in the ballgame. Perry just turned it over again. 4 turnovers on their last 4 possessions. Final score, West Branch beat Cheney 27-6. Here come the Dukes. Across the 17, out around the 17-yard line. Nice little run there by the tailback.
Dukes have
number 19, Jacob Rose. He's a freshman.
Yeah, they brought in another quarterback, too. They're number 16, Austin Ring. Yep. He's the experienced guy in the quarterback room. He's a sophomore.
Warren Harding over St. Vincent St. Mary, 42-6. Over 200 yards in penalties between both teams tonight. Harding and St. Vincent St. Mary. Another handoff up the middle, 20 out to the 24-yard line. First down, Dukes. Jacob Rose.
Jacob Rose on the carry once again.
So Coach Cardinal getting a look at some of his younger talent here on the squad. Same with Coach Kappas on the defensive side for Louisville. If you're just joining us or flipping around the dial, it's 5 minutes to go. Leopards 45 and the Dukes 7. Here on 1310 WDPN. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick with you. Week 4 of the high school football season. Another stunning Friday night. Rose gets the carry again, trying to wiggle his way outside to the 30, and he's going to be hit at the 33 and brought down, and that's going to be another first down for the Marlington Dukes. Isaiah Brand on the stop for Louisville, number 8, as the Dukes move the sticks and pick up another first down out to their 33-yard line with 4:22 left to go in the game. Stick around, post-game show coming up when we're done. Caleb will get the interview with the winning coach, Chris Kappas, and maybe a player or two. Those will be up on all of our social media platforms a little bit later on tonight, Facebook, X. We'll check those out. There goes Walt. Walter Dorchuk, the son of outstanding repository writer for many, many years, Steve Dorchuk. Man, I feel old. Remember growing up, reading all of Steve's stuff in the newspaper and the different shows he would be on local radio. And here we are now. His son has been out covering games for more than a few years in the area. Ring back to throw. That pass is incomplete at the 45-yard line.
Pass intended for number 17, Lucas Williamson.
Tell you what, that's another great thing about the area here. Talked about why we love high school football and coaches, the players, the bands, the cheerleaders, the great administration, the great venues, the great games, and that throw us all into that cauldron of the media. And we got some great folks that have been around for many, many, many decades covering games in the area, whether it's been radio or TV or newspaper. Gets the carry. He's going to get a first down out to the 48-yard line. Nice run by Jacob Rose, the freshman, 5'8", 165 pounds for the young man. You know, there's areas, even in the state of Ohio and other states, where you're lucky if there's any coverage of high school sports.
Yeah, we're fortunate here tonight. Even here tonight, there's a couple people here covering this game.
Yep.
Of course, across our network, we got 7 games tonight.
That's right. Rose on the carry, trying to get away, moving, and he's grinding his way and pedaling his way down to the 43-yard line. You know, the Dukes would love to put one in here. The freshman has been toting the rock for Coach Cardinal here this entire series for Marlington. We're down to 1:58 to go in the game. Louisville 45 and Marlington 7. Leopards on their way to 4-0. The Dukes will drop to 2-2. Wins over Warrensville Heights and Howland, and losses to Northwest and Louisville. You look at Northwest and Louisville, that slobber knocker they had last week. It was a 10-3. Leopards, I mean, my gosh.
You can tell you got some inexperienced guys out there that they're having to run to the sideline every play to get.
Rose gets the carry, trying to break a couple of tackles. He'll be taken down around the 35-yard line.
Run left, run right, run
Boy,
left.
we got guys running off and on the field for Marlington. Braden Parrott has come in, number 12. Rose is going to come to the sidelines.
A tough little back. He's run well.
And we're coming up on a minute to go here. Leopards on their way. Duke's going to go trips right this time. Slot to the left. Hand off inside to the 30 and down to the 29 for Penrod. He'll be taken down. It looks like the Dukes may run one more play here. Austin Ring will come over to the sideline, and I think it might be it. They may not run another play. Looks like that's going to be it. Clock is down to 22 seconds. They don't have to run a play.
Official made sure to slow play spotting the ball so that the play clock got above where
It's
the
an
game
old,
clock was.
old trick for the NFL right there.
Folks, and that's going to be the end of your ball game.
So the final seconds will kick off the clock here at Marlington. And a really an impressive ball game tonight here for the Louisville Leopards. Chris Kappas and the Leopards are now 4-0 in the season. Your final score here tonight at Marlington, the Louisville Leopards 45 and the Marlington Dukes 7. We'll take a break and cut that with all the post-game activities coming up here on 1310 WDPN.
RG Drag, Stark County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Welcome back, everybody. Post-game show underway here at Marlington. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick, 1310 WDPN. It was all Louisville tonight, 45-7. Leopards go to 4-0 to start the year. The Dukes go to 2-2. And Caleb, I'll get quick thoughts from you, and then we'll kick you free, and you can go down. And that way you don't have to race down there and try to catch those guys before they go to the locker room. Just your quick thoughts on a big Leopard win here tonight.
Yeah, we knew going into it that from what we had seen so far that the Louisville defense was going to be tough for Marlington to score points on, and that came to be true tonight. That their run defense is just so stout, and they could not run the ball at all. They probably, my guess is, they had more rushing yards on that last drive than the rest of the game combined. That's actually not my guess. I know that's true, and so it was tough sledding for Marlington, but they're young, and that they all of this is in-game experience, so you grow and you get better. And on the Louisville side, they played well. There's things to work on, and I guarantee you, Coach Kappas, when I talk to him, it's going to have 4 or 5 things that already come to mind. Is you got Hoover next week, and those things that maybe didn't factor in today may factor in next week.
All right. I did a little quick math. Louisville is giving up 5.7 points a game. 23 points in 4 games. Unbelievable. All right, Caleb, outstanding job. We'll kick you loose. You go down and get the post-game duties done and get out of here at a decent hour tonight. How's that sound?
Sounds good. All
right, partner. Great job, and we'll see you when you come back up. Final score here, 45-7. We'll go over the high school football scoreboard here for you in just a couple of minutes, but want to let everybody know that next Friday, Caleb and I will be at the University of Mount Union, back in the friendly confines, as the Alliance Aviators will take on the Crusaders of Canton Central Catholic. That's next Friday, pregame at 6:30, the kick at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. All right, let's get to some scores here now. Well, they're coming in hot and heavy now. Warren Harding beats St. Vincent St. Mary 42-6. Cheney losing to West Branch. The Warriors pick up another win. West Branch wins that one 27-6. Minutes to go. Lake 31 and Perry 15. 8 minutes to go. McKinley leads Glen Oak 31-0. Mogador beat Malvern tonight 28-24. They're in the fourth quarter. Salem leads Canton Central Catholic 42-20. East Canton beat St. Thomas tonight 37-0. Let's see what the Guardians are up to before we check on another batch of high school scores here. Beautiful. Final score. It's over up in Cleveland. Boy, that was a quick game. Guardians beat the White Sox tonight by a score of 4-0. That is a final score. Okay. And the Mariners play the Angels tonight about 9:30. So right now the Guards are 3 out. If the Angels would maybe do us a little favor tonight, we could be 2.5 out by the time we wake up tomorrow. Guardians with 1 of the 4th, 1 of the 5th, 1 of the 7th, 1 of the 8th. They won at 4-zip. And 2 hours and 8 minutes. And that's the end of that. So the Guardians with the win. College football tonight. Oh, my goodness gracious. Indiana beating Indiana State 72-0. And the Hoosiers are on the goal line with 2 minutes to go. Syracuse blowing out Colgate 45-3. Houston leads Colorado at halftime 16-14. K-State leads Arizona 3-0 early. Later on tonight, New Mexico and UCLA. Let's get you a couple of more scores here on the high school front before we head on out the door. McKinley over Glen Oak by the score of 38-0. That's probably got about 3 or 4 minutes to go in that one. Jackson all over Mayfield tonight, 33-6. Carrollton and Howland 10-10 late fourth quarter. Manchester over Canton South with a couple of minutes to go, 28-17. Alliance on their way, shutting out Ellett tonight, 26-0 on the road. Minerva 40, Sandy Valley 12. How about the Minerva Lions? They're going to go to 3-1. Fairless 42-7 over Tusky Valley. And that's the latest. We have Massillon 135-0. That game was over. They had a running clock over at Paul Brown Tiger Stadium. So that is going to do it for us here on AM 1310 WDPN. Don't forget, there's still a couple of games going on right now. If you want to switch over to the Q92 Sports Network, Q92radiosports.com. There's a couple more games going. You can go check those out for the rest of your night. But we certainly appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. We'll be with you next Friday as the Aviators take on the Crusaders at Mount Union with the kickoff set for 7 p.m. For my partner, Caleb Norick, for the outstanding crew back at 1310 WDPN and Q92. And also, thanks to all of you for listening tonight. This is Sam Berkman giving you that final score. One more time for Marlington. It was the Louisville Leopards 45 and the Marlington Dukes 7. You've been listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN. So long, everybody.